because we're losing a lot of people because of the internet. And we have to do something. We have to go see Bill Gates and a lot of different people that really understand what's happening. We have to talk to them, maybe in certain areas, closing that internet up in some way. Somebody will say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. These are foolish people. We have a lot.
Welcome to the Daily Wrapup, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Monday, October 14th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. It is going to be a long show. I'm going to do my best to not make it as long as it probably could be, but I want to let you know out of the gate. I tried my best to get this done early today, like I promised yesterday. If you guys were tuned in, very important show yesterday, I'll mention out of the gate. Added a lot more than I expected. So the reason I'm saying this today is just where those of you are it's always long. I'm going to do my best to not rush through this, which is the opposite of what you usually hear. I mean, what I said in the beginning is true. I'm content wise, I'm going to do my best to make sure it's not just unnecessarily long, but I'm not going to rush through these topics. So if you have the time today, I recommend you watch through this because I'm going to get caught up on a lot of stuff that's going on in foreign policy conversation. But I'm going to start with a couple of things that I also think are very important. These were things that were pushed off from yesterday's show that have been added to. And that's kind of a lot of the stories I was building on over the last couple of days that I could have talked about probably 3 days ago, 4 days. Even the UNIFIL Israel conversation have, in very terrible ways in some of these topics have really fleshed out. So I want to talk about, to begin, a couple of interesting things. One quick point about some impersonation of TLAV that is just it's almost entertaining to laugh about how small and funny it is, but it's still want to point it out so you guys can report it out there. So that, there's somebody out there I'm sure is being fooled by it. And I want to start though with a point about the COVID-19 injections, or rather just vaccines in general, and a point about the mask mandate point. It seems to be kind of circulating that I want to make sure we understand where it is right now, the reality of that point. And I want to talk about the free speech is the best way to kind of frame the segment. Obviously, around the two-party illusion, the dynamic of whether left or right, Trump or Kamala, Biden or whatever, Elon Musk, they're all actively fighting against your free speech. And I'll make this as clear as possible today. But it's an interesting story that I want to cover around Elon Musk and SpaceX and California, where Elon Musk is apparently at least claiming he's going to be suing I forget the name of the board. I'll reference it when we get there. A board in California in regard to environmental aspects and the coastline, that they're violating his First Amendment rights, which I just find interesting, seeing as how that's not actually what's going on. You could argue censorship, and I'll get into why that might be the case, but even that is a pretty flimsy argument for the way that this is actually happening, coming from a person who's actively censoring your opinion around very clear topics right now. And who is exactly right now, even you could argue a part of the government as a military contractor or a contractor for the current government, the Biden administration. So Elon Musk works for Biden, but let's not talk about that till Trump's in there, and we'll pretend like that's always the case. But my point being is that he's about to join Trump's administration. And so there's an interesting overlap to how this plays out in regard to him being, the point overall is that him being a person with a company and speaking out around certain things, does that change the reality of who is willing to work with that company? Now, again, I'll go into this as objective as possible around the nuance about what censorship is, as opposed to First Amendment violations, First Amendment right violations, because they're different things and they both overlap. But it's interesting coming from a time where, let's just pick many examples. Donald Trump's the first of many supposed assassination attempts. And I'm not belittling the possibility of any of them being real assassinations. I just think there's a weird way this whole thing is being covered. One of the things that happened was that people responded with, some of them were just obviously almost threats on his life, but most of them were just bad jokes. Oh, I wish they shot better kind of stuff, which we see from the right just as much as we see from the left. But you saw a lot of these right accounts start going after them. saying that you don't have a right, they're rather getting them censored and so on. I mean, not to go too long in the beginning, the bottom line is we got a lot from the right, essentially being that, yes, you have a right to say what you want, but then you also have the right to deal with the consequences of what the speech is doing. And I just found it interesting as we swing over here in the other side of the conversation, as Elon Musk is framing this as a violation of his rights, even though it's technically not, because we're not dealing with a government action. Again, we'll go into it. But the bottom line being that it's interestingly the same argument from the other side of it. And I want to go over how, one, what really free speech is in regard to the First Amendment rights and what censorship really is and how its different realms are, and then how it gets used by the power structures, both sides of it, to act like, corporations are having the rights or I'm allowed to say what I want as a politician, but not over here. Like they play it when they don't care about any of these things. And that includes Elon Musk. And I want to make this a really clear point today. And again, around free speech in a general sense, make sure we understand how that works, and then go over the overlap with how all of them are actively censoring right now around Israel in particular, but a lot of other things. So it's kind of hard to take seriously somebody praising the First Amendment while not respecting yours. But we're also going to get into an interesting overlap of Elon Musk and some of the Epstein overlap. And from that, the lead into the conversation of, as I framed, Elon's Great Reset. I find it really interesting that he is rolling out, and I mean like explicitly every point, rolling out right now in the midst of this weird partisan, hyper partisan situation we're in, all of the things that are currently aligned with the Great Reset. Like literally talking about driverless cars and cities of, autonomy cities where you don't have, like, literally you'll own nothing and be happy. And there are some Republicans are going, yay, Elon. It's just kind of hard to take seriously. And we're going to go, I'll be one of the first to tell you that, of course, these things could absolutely better some people's lives. But that's also coming along with the government control of those things, as Derek Burrows has laid out very clearly. And I think we can easily see, as somebody currently abusing those rights in First Amendment situations, why would he care about your rights in other contexts? Or the bigger point to point out that once that becomes in somebody else's control, obviously the reality is these things lead in the same direction. And I'm hoping people can see that. We're going to go over that extensively today and how concerning it is, as well as an alarming government overlap with Elon Musk and non-disclosure agreements with the government in building some of these locations, just showing you yet again how immersed he is with the very government, or deep state, if you will, that they pretend that they're fighting. Then, of course, we're going to get into the bigger conversation around the foreign policy. We're going to start with Jeremy Alfredo, and we're going to get into how nobody's in the government or anyone screaming America first seems to really care about an American journalist being taken by Israel because it's Israel. Well, we're going to go over a lot of stuff in foreign policy today. We're going to go over the West Bank. We're going to talk about Gaza. We're going to talk about Lebanon. We're going to talk about UNIFIL. We're going to talk about the obvious famine ongoing and the seemingly rising again conversation about how somehow it's all a hoax, that nobody's starving. In fact, they've never had more food in their lives. That is actually yet again happening. And guess who's right in the middle of it? Your favorite Elon Levy moron is out there trying to scream at you that everyone is fed and happy and it's all a bunch of Hamas lies. It's just incredible how desperate they really are and how much evidence there really is. And we'll go over this one last point, the reactive propaganda of the Israeli government, as even Kamala Harris, I think just as an act of opportunism, pointed out that no food has gone into Gaza since October started. And then because that got so much attention, oh my God, they roll out a new plan, surrender or starve, which interestingly starts to sound like we'll not give you food until we get what we want, like they've been doing since the very beginning. But let's not connect the dots. Let's keep going. No, we've been feeding them like crazy, but only now are we going to tell you we'll starve them unless they do what we want. Only now, though. Hasn't been happening for a year. It's pathetic. And they know you see them, guys. That's what's so crazy. And yet, weirdly enough, your government will keep holding water for them. Ask why that is. But I'll stop there. There's so many things in today's show. I recommend you stay tuned. It's going to be a long show, but there's so much to get to. And I guarantee you things you'll see in this show that you won't see anywhere else. So I'm going to start with this point. And again, I apologize for even having you look at the stupid things this person is doing. And we're not even really going to do that. But I just think it's such a testament. And I could probably spend the next 4 hours showing you things like this that are going on in my life. And weirdly, not even necessarily connected to TLAV, but through my personal life that I know is because of TLAV. It's everywhere. everywhere. But you know what? As I said before, it's not even worth wasting time on. I accept those consequences. I accept them for doing the right thing, for standing up for what we need to be doing at a time when it's never been more unpopular, because I believe in it and it's the right thing. And I will take it, even if, let's say, hypothetically we fail, whatever it looks like, I'll still be proud that I stood the line and deal with the consequences of whatever that may be for the rest of my life. I will own that. And so these are one of the small, petty, dumb things you see. My point, though, is that it's just a waterfall. And that's not me alone. There's plenty of people out there dealing with the same thing. And that's the point. Now, this guy, by the way, because I've engaged with this, this is the same ridiculous person that I've mentioned before, or at least the account or entities behind what this is, because I keep, they reference certain old jokes that we've gone back and forth about from like a year ago. My point is that this is the same kind of thing, and it's just always been there. So this is an ongoing campaign of multiple accounts. So this could just be one idiot person, but I don't think that's the case, and you'll see why. And I was going to say, admittedly, a Zionist pro-Israel person. So this account, which is, again, I'm going to show you this right now. It's like, I think, actually, you can see by the letter, have gone all the way through the letters. Now, this is the third or fourth time this account has shifted what it looks like. So first, it was like some Aisha / W _ A, B, C, D, Q, and it went all the way through them. A all the way to Z. Every single one of them, I blocked it, and made a new one. I blocked it, and made a new one. I blocked it, and made a new one. And every single time, actually, I bet you it pops up right here. Nope. It used to when I was searching for them, because I would look for them. And the point was, every time I would report it to Twitter, and I would say, this guy is and my point was really to demonstrate that I knew that they wouldn't care. But the point being that it was a bot that was clearly abusing their terms of service, which is that they were making multiple accounts to continue to troll or spam. That is against their rules. And I knew it wouldn't happen. But my point is, I would put it in front of them, and they'd respond with all the evidence in front of them that there was nothing they would say there's no violation, which is obviously not the case. But that's the least important part. But I want you guys just to recognize that these Zionist bots being funneled through the CHEQ company that they're working with, that Israel controls, that is absolutely allowing this to happen on Twitter while they pretend they're using that company to fight bots. It's a perfect analogy, a microcosm of everything Israel's doing in the world right now. The point is that they don't care. That's from the Twitter side of it. Now, this person is going around relentlessly commenting under every single person, because I've already blocked them, every person around my peripheral conversation, and commenting really stupid things. Now, you can see, I'm not even going to say it on the show. This is what it says, which is really silly. And it's obviously not my account. But when it comments, you can't see that. And that's by design, as well as the actual name, which still says TLA Vagabond, but then _Q. And just to show you really quickly, going back to A, it's already been suspended. Go to B. Now, for those in the podcast, the URL says it's x.com, TLA Vagabond _A. Then you go _B. And that one's been suspended. _C. You get the point. That's been suspended. I'm not the one even reporting all these. I went from I think D to all of a sudden Q. So that means you guys have been reporting it. I didn't even notice. My point, though, is that they are either muted or blocked. I'm not even paying attention to these people. But when I started to notice somebody pointing it out, I thought it was worthy of pointing out, especially in the light of what Whitney's going through, which is way, way more serious. She's got a whole thing going on where people are like building major it's crazy, but it's the same kind of dynamic. It's all trying to either waste our time, which in a way this is doing to some degree, but also trying to get people to think differently about you. Because you look at the comments they're making. It's all about sign up for this, or I think Muslim people are terrible, much, much more derogatory, but that's what they're doing. And so you go all the way to Q, which is the current one, and that one is, at least right now, I have blocked. So please, first of all, mass report this for me, just so this person will just have to go through more hoops. But if you look at them, you can see that right at the top, it says, as I continue to fight legal lawfare, right? They're trying to make it look like me, and they're tagging this on different people. And as I said, this doesn't show up when it posts. But then, of course, it says, so if you have basically saying I've made an OnlyFans account, they're just trying to embarrass me, which I think it's funny. It's stupid. It really is a silly, small thing. But if you look at the replies, you'll see that it's under all sorts of people's accounts, Kim Iverson and if you scroll down, I've been responding under comments, James Corbett, or whatever else. So all I'm showing you this for, first of all, is to recognize this is there. So please, first link in the show notes when I'm done, report it for me, just so they have to go through the process. But I want you guys to see how often this is happening. And and realize this is happening to a lot of people. And it's not just some dumb thing on Twitter. It's about trying to manipulate you, whether it is the legal law, and by the way, the lawfare, not the legal lawfare, you infant-minded moron. It's called lawfare. It's not legal lawfare. That's redundant. It just shows you how dumb these people are. They're not very bright, but it's all just about mass, clogging up the system. On that note about, really, I guess just starting points, but really just to see that this is other ways to support TLAV. Our shirt, actually, I'll open it. Oh, I got it right here. Perfect. The website. Our shirt store is going to close soon, at least in regard to Truth Clothing, and that's just because Nathan and the rest of the and his team are moving on. They're not going to be in this business anymore, so this will go away. At the moment, everything's discounted. So if you want a discounted shirt from all the ones we currently have, now is the time to get it. And on top of that, the point is that the main point is that once this goes away, we're going to go exclusively to Big Frog Clothing, which is a great store. Right now, we only have these two shirts on there. But what we're going to do is essentially, because I mean, technically, we had an agreement with Truth Clothing for some of these, and they were the ones that really kind of designed them. So what we're going to do is ultimately try to recreate them. Ultimately, if they're not okay with it, we'll just use the same designs. But otherwise, we'll just slightly alter them just enough to where it's our new thing. I'm willing to bet you Nathan won't mind that much if we just do them on the other store. Nonetheless, the point is the shirts might change a little bit, like clothing wise or cloth wise. Hopefully not. We're going to do our best to recreate it perfectly. So all I'm saying is if you want to get these now, there's a limited stock at Truth Clothing until all these are gone. We might not even be duplicating all the designs. So just throw it out there for you guys. I love these shirts, by the way, both the style and just what we're putting on them. So most of you probably don't even know how many we have, stickers and all sorts of stuff. So that's out there. So and honestly, this is more about just getting this out. It's so discounted. We're not even making that much right now. It's just about getting this out of the way, the old stock. So it's a good time for you guys to take advantage. And then again, here are the new ones, which are at current normal price. The they shirt, the hierarchy enslaving you, as well as free speech absolutist. Shout out to Big Frog. They're outstanding. Now, one other starting point I wanted to make sure you saw before we show you the other show. This is just interesting to me. This is from today. Mysterious drones swarmed U.S. military bases for 17 days. Pentagon was unable to stop them. Of course, trash and garbage platforms like New York Post use the word UFO because they just can't miss an opportunity to freak you out about things, misinform you in subtle ways. That's just so much crap. It's all mainstream media. My point is that obviously it means unidentified flying object, but they well know that people will read that as alien. The point, though, is we don't know. Mysterious drones for 17 days, but they weren't able to stop them. Cool. So they're bound by all sorts of laws and regulations when they want to tell you a nice, neat story. But of course, they'll just commit genocide, just murder people, families off the face of the earth, or starve entire generations. In other words, don't care about rules and laws when they just don't want to. I'm just making a point about how dumb it is to pretend that the Pentagon, we weren't able to shoot them down because laws. I think that's really, really stupid. And it says the drone side has continued for 17 days. Because here's what it says. Oh, and then, raising suspicions of Russia, Chinese, or whatever they wanted you to think when they wrote this story. Mysterious drones have been surveilling. So we're told. They're not giving you any more information other than what they want you to think. There's no images. There's no source material. It's just the government's sad story that makes you think things they want you to know for agenda. That's what the headline should say. But it goes on to say, oh, I grabbed it really quickly from another article that I had highlighted. Let me find it again real quick. Saying federal laws, this is the joke, so get ready to laugh. Federal laws, which they never care about in just about any context, currently prevent the military from shooting down drones due to the risk they could pose to troops and civilians. Oh, yes, that makes perfect sense. So it could be a Chinese drone about to bomb our country, but you know what? We can't shoot it down. It could fall and hurt somebody on the ground. But meanwhile, we're murdering people all around the world, but we're super concerned about a drone that might land in your yard. Do we really believe that? Are we this stupid? I don't believe for a second that people are this dumb, but I'm willing to bet you people will fall for stuff like this because it aligns with a partisan mentality. Must be Iran. Israel says, so I bet you that's what it is. Let's go forward pretending that's the case. Come on. I'm being facetious to start, but let's realize how just outrageous that is. We could go off for the next 25 years talking about whether it's health, environmental stuff, or whether it's drugs they're forcing on you, or whether it's the fact that they're indefinitely locking people up, even in this country. Thanks, Obama. All sorts of different things where they don't care about your constitutional rights or the law. But let's pretend like they wouldn't shoot down. This is as stupid as saying that the Secret Service couldn't open fire when that guy was going to shoot Trump because we have to let them shoot first. And then the next time they didn't do that, though. They shot first. Let's just ignore that huge opening It's all like this, guys. And guess what? Partisan people will ignore it. Most of them anyway. Okay, so that I just wanted to talk about because I found that to be hilariously stupid. By the way, that's not to say that maybe there's drones. Maybe there was something going on. I just don't believe that they chose not to shoot them down because law. I don't believe that. Not for a second. It's most likely that it was there's more to the story, and it's not about, and they just want to use it to use for an agenda overseas. But also, don't miss this important show. This is a probably one of the more important shows that I think I've done. I mean, genuinely. Conyers or Connors, I've heard people pronounce it both ways. Georgia, so the locations, Connors, Georgia, the biolab fire, which is, remember, it's just the company's name. A lot of these things you'll find in different restaurants. It's a company that makes things, not necessarily a biological laboratory, right? That's why the L is capital. But, quote, according to Scott C. Smith, could be the greatest dioxin disaster in history. And he only says could be because we're waiting on the results to come back to find out the actual amount of compounds that were there, as well as the amount released. And this is the two things we're going to find out. Remembering that in East Palestine, according to Scott, 2 million pounds of chlorine compounds were burned. And that's in the vinyl chloride, which again, Norfolk Southern lied about, which is why they blew it up in the first place. Even though it was treated vinyl chloride, then that's what his own experts told him that he withheld from the fire department. All on the record now. Funny how nobody talks about that, except TLAV. In Georgia, he says at least 12 million pounds of chlorine compounds, possibly 20. He says 6 times greater than East Palestine. I mean, I go over a lot in this that I think is very important to understand. Only 2 hours. It's just short for us when it's a deep conversation. But I'll tell you what, the amount of information in this to show you not just that this is dangerous and that people in these areas need to be testing themselves right now because East Palestine is already going through it. And it's not about keeling over dead, even though that is possible. It's about the long-term, decades-long issues of reproductivity, immune suppression, cancers, irregularities, and I mean, all sorts of stuff. And we go over the Seveso disaster that Time Magazine calls one of the biggest human disasters in the environment in history. And guess what it was? A dioxin release. But weirdly, they're all confused about what that word even means today. And the point was, based on the amount, which I think, if I remember correctly, was 15 to 30 kilograms per 18 kilometers squared. That's of dioxins. That's a number they're using. So once he gets these results, we're going to be able to compare this to what on the record is called one of the biggest environmental disasters in history back in 1976 in Italy. And when you compare the overlap, the point is they're dealing with the same things. The chloracne, which was prevalent in East Palestine, is a sign of acute exposure. And they then use the chloracne in this study to say, okay, if they had this in 1976, therefore we know they had acute exposure, so we're going to study them versus those that didn't. And all the ones that had it are suffering from reproductive issues, immune problems, cancers. I went over the study. So if you had that in East Palestine, well, then you should be speaking with your government because they're responsible, as well as what I think is happening here. Or the fire in Richmond, by the way, which was also a huge release of dioxins. It was a plastic plant. So please take the time to watch this. I think it's very important. So starting on the point of just, I guess, more the mass mandate point, but really a couple examples of the injection conversation, I wanted to highlight this important move in Australia, which I haven't really been covering every development in the positive direction of what's been happening because of the COVID-19 illusion. Even though if there was nothing else going on, I absolutely would. It's just choosing what is to, there's a lot to cover these days. There always. My point in saying that is that there are, I think we're all very well aware of what's going on. Most people. And we are seeing positive moves like this from certain locations, whether opportunism or not. It's still a good thing to point out, where you have places, and this is Australia, who are removing these things or trying to from the market. And I think we need to see that this is happening all over the world. And yet the central parts of every dynamic are still pushing the ultimate game, the ultimate agenda. Or ultimately the point being the injection. They're still holding on to the idea of that and the future mRNA platforms, despite everything pointing in the opposite direction. So my point in saying is that I haven't really followed up on a lot of them other than just to continue to highlight the research and what we know. Because what's important to me, I'm skeptical even moves like this because I don't know whether this is a kind of a sleight of hand. I just want you to know the facts and what is dangerous, what isn't, what we know about what happened. And if you're armed with that, the rest of this is less important. But my point in saying that is that we just need to understand it, but we should still point to the positive steps, but only really hail it as a big thing when we know something has changed, because that's not what this is just yet. It says new historic moment in Australia. The action that results from this could end up sweeping the world. And it simply says a new motion brought by the Port Hedland Council in Western Australia gets a 5-2 majority vote to, quote, call for an immediate suspension of the Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 products. So just the mRNA. But all it is a call for an immediate suspension. But it's a huge positive step. My point, though, is that we need to make sure we're not missing the fact that these are still there, they're still being used, and that they are very dangerous, despite what Trump says. But it's nonetheless a very positive move. But I guess if we were in a position where these were being forced right now, like before, that would make it, in my mind, much more pressing to make sure we're, that's, again, it's such a hard dynamic of what is more pressing in the moment. For me, I'm sure you can tell, the idea of children burning alive as I'm speaking kind of takes precedent for me. But it's not like one is necessarily less or more. It's just about what I think is most immediately pressing, right? And so right now, that's what I'm talking about. But with these things, we can't lose sight of. Now, on that same note, Brad Miller, huge respect for Brad Miller. He was the first person we interviewed in the new studio. Andrea Lynn, who is I don't even know. I look at her account to see how she might frame herself. I would argue Republican, conservative, probably more likely, who has been speaking out against Trump, saying Trump's Operation Warp Speed was the largest medical disaster in history. True. And not one person has been held accountable for crimes against humanity. Now, all they have is excuses, narratives, and they misled him and they tricked him and blah, 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 despite how that's nothing provable. And on top of that, how you can even pretend that's the case while he still promotes that as a positive thing. Both the entire thing, we did it faster than anybody, and the injection itself. That's a special kind of willful ignorance right there. That's a dangerous kind. Brad Miller says most Americans have chosen to forget Op Warp Speed even occurred. Sad. December 8th, Trump signs executive order, Operation Warp Speed. Why would it even have to be an executive order? Because the bottom line would be that both sides supported it. Aside from the partisan games they play, well, they ultimately still support it. You see how that works? They come out and go, well, I'm not going to take it, like Biden famously said. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take it? Well, you guys did, including Biden. But what's funny is that was a quick little moment where it made it seem like they were against it, but what they do, but narrative was all that changed. Oh, well, now it's our vaccine. Alex Jones called it sugar water. They called it dangerous. And now it's ours. Now it's good, right? They're all playing the same game. What actually happened was they all supported it and they all used it. That's how we have to start looking at this. If you're aware enough of the dynamic to, whether you believe in Trump or want to vote one way or the other, if you are objective, you can stand back and acknowledge that. Even if you think, well, despite that being clear, I read it differently, right? I still think he did it. Okay, fine. But we still have to acknowledge, and if you do this every time, you will begin to see a pattern. Despite the narrative, it all still went the same direction. I hope we're making progress for a lot of people with those kind of comments. Now, here is what Brad said. And on top of that, follow up, he says, whenever I hear the words, this is what I mean, and we all know this. Every time you're making a point about, look, Trump said this, does that matter? You get these responses. And by the way, vice versa. Because I'm seeing somebody like Tiberius, for example, who I greatly respect, who is more so leaning on the other side of the conversations, because I guess he's more tapped into the left side of the paradigm in his circles on Twitter. And he's kind of going at the same argument, going, if you're all you saying that Kamala is the lesser of evils, here's what she did today, right? I agree. Same point, either way you look at it. My point, though, is that's what you get, is Trump's not perfect, but, right, Kamala's not the best, but she's better than, same thing either way. And he says whenever he hears those words, it's a cue that full-scale brainwashing is coming next. He says millions of Americans still defend his key role in the COVID op, to include warp speed and buying the world's supply of remdesivir. Do we forget about that? The same remdesivir that we all know, seemingly largely Republicans, that it's very dangerous, according to the New England Journal of Medicine study. That was the origin. 50% of people died in that study. They still use it anyway. Even, I believe, Trump got it when he was going through his treatment. Of course, that would probably be used to argue he didn't know. Just because somebody might not be aware that they're playing the role as the bad guy does not mean they're not accountable for those actions. That's the argument of unwitting stupidity is not a good argument for a president. But it says his continued lies about COVID shots saving 100 million lives. That's my point. He says that to this day. So even if you want to pretend he was fooled, why is he maintaining the lie? All that 45D chess we're talking about, right? So every time it just kicks it down the road until another time comes around. Well, he's still lying about it. Well, they're still playing the game. How long will you hold that lie for him? He goes on to say his unmitigated Zionism, that's both sides, all of, or just your government, and other huge red flags by just shrugging his shoulders and giving the conditioned response of Trump's not perfect. But in my opinion, he says, of course I could be wrong, Trump was put into office in 2016 to do a job. He was already bought and paid for. He's now been selected for president again. And what we're seeing is merely the creation of the backstory to get the public to believe that they have elected him on November 5th. Sadly, I agree. That doesn't mean that's how it has always been or has to be, but that's where I think we have been stolen from, obviously. It says that's why so much energy is being put into building such a cult of personality, which we all sense. Even Republicans sense it. It's a special kind of crazy right now. Cult of personality around this carefully crafted demagogue. For those in control, the public consent is important. This is why his opponent is completely unelectable. That's exactly what I think. She's just a decoy for people to focus their frustration on. The narrative of Trump being the great opponent of the deep state was always a cover story. It works because we Americans demonstrate over and over that we can be made to believe anything. I think that's important to think about. And the cover story, the fighting deep state. And again, whether she's just, I mean, we'll talk about the free speech point next, like actually making arguments, which by the way, you've gotten from either side of the paradigm going back to a decade. And I point to these on this show. But now you've got, I think, an Atlantic article, and they're going, we should just get rid of free speech. Like they're literally just clumsily making these arguments. And I think it's meant to be that shockingly dumb, even though you can watch him as I play to start, by the way. Now, yes, that's from years ago, but I don't know how you go about changing it. But either way, today, he's clearly, so we're going to get rid of those Jew haters, right? And the point is, even if you think that that's what he's actually talking about, he's not. That doesn't, somebody who has hatred for somebody because of who they are is not deportation worthy, or it is protected under your First Amendment rights. And I'll be the first to tell you you're a gross person for thinking that based on someone's religion, but you have the right to feel that way and say it out loud. Just because you disagree with people who feel certain ways, even though, again, he's pointing at simply Palestinian supporters, does not mean you can just, okay, we'll just omit that from the rules we like to pretend or shall not be free. It's the same thing we every time, like with the trans conversation. Shall not be infringed. Oops, except those people because we don't like them. Now, not every conservative did that. Whether conservative or Democrat or liberal, honest people didn't do that because you recognize a contradiction. Shall not be infringed is obvious. You can say, well, maybe we should alter this conversation a bit and discuss whether I'm always okay with that, even if I may strongly disagree. I don't think we should even the idea of altering God-given rights obviously doesn't even make sense, but I'll have the conversation. Like, give me your pitch on why these things shouldn't be there or why I should be limited free speech. You see my point? We can have that conversation, but they come out and just pretend to be fighting for it. We are fighting free speech while we censor people, right? We fight for shall not be infringed Second Amendment except for trans people. Like that's the kind of thing we need to highlight as left or right, as dishonest. Now, High Impact Flicks put out a clip of Trump a while back talking about the amazing shot that saves everyone's lives. He says, I must tell you, no one enriched the big pharma industrial complex to the detriment of America more than Donald J. Trump. If you disagree, he says, let me have it.
Of Joe Biden, because he got his shot, he got his vaccine, he forgot. It shows you how unpainful that vaccine shot is, so everybody go get your shot.
Wow. Think about that. This is the first one in the compilation. Think about that. Yeah, 2021, sure. We knew it was, this is the whole thing Republicans are saying about the doctor. We knew, you knew. Okay, why doesn't Trump know? And if you think he does know, that's even worse, guys. That means he's been pushing this for years on children and women and elderly and everybody else to get elected or to hurt the Democrats. Anyone that can be okay with that kind of a logic is a bad person. You're hurting people for your benefit.
Incredibly well, 95%, maybe even more than that. It works incredibly well, and I would recommend it to a lot of people that don't want to get it, and a lot of those people voted for me, frankly. But, again, we have our freedoms, and we have to live by that, and I agree with that also. But it's a great vaccine, it's a safe vaccine, and it's something that works.
I recommend you take it, but I also believe in your freedoms 100%.
When you have the vaccine, people that do, and it's a very small number relatively, but people that do get it get better much quicker. That's a very important thing to know.
Now, see, the point is, this is always the kind of last grasping effort. Well, he didn't force it, but yeah, he did, though. Words are one thing. Allowing this to happen as a president, whether the same thing. It was funny how in reverse, when it's Biden's administration, everything anywhere that anybody does, left or right, is Biden's fault. But of course, when Trump's in power, the governors made their own choices. Well, yeah, both of those are in a way right. The bottom line is you don't split it down the middle. The reality is, yes, the president is responsible. But yes, they also do have a level of responsibility for those choices. He initiated the level of emergency that created that ability. He rolled out the Defense Production Act, which allowed them to manufacture masks and ventilators to kill people with. All of this actually happened. Right? The idea clearly. Hold on.
For me, frankly, but again, we have our freedoms, and we have to.
Right. So they're saying that, well, he didn't force it. Right? Clearly, you allowed the situation for that to be the case either way, but that's not even the main point of this. It's about how it hurt people, how we know today that it's deadly. And he still pushes it then and now. Even just saying it's okay. How are you okay with that? So when a mother gives it to her infant child after she hears this today, are you okay with that? Is that an acceptable loss so you can defeat the Democrats? Or how do you factor that in? That is a bad thing. Now, he's either misguided, which then how is that possible with everything we know and everything his base says, or he knows and he's doing it for any number of reasons. Those are the only options that make sense here. Or I guess you could argue that he somehow doesn't know, and that's almost more alarming than anything else.
Live by that, and I agree with that also. But it's a great vaccine, it's a safe vaccine, and it's something that works.
I recommend you take it, but I also believe in your freedoms 100%.
When you have the vaccine, people that do, and it's a very small number relatively, but people that do get it get better much quicker. That's a very important thing to know. They don't get nearly as sick, and they get better. Lindsey Graham's an example. He said,
provably false. Every single thing he's saying is so shockingly the opposite of reality.
if I didn't have this vaccine, I would have died.
And you know what? I believe totally in your freedoms. I do. You got to do what you have to do. But I recommend take the vaccines. I did it. It's good. Take the vaccines. But that's okay. That's all right.
They boo him. They boo him all the way back then too, and all the way to now. But then just 40 chests and whatever, and just ignore it. You get that kind of pass in reverse. I mean, you could have a Democrat saying literally every single thing that they wowould want to hear, except that, and they would be like, "No, he's on the World Economic Forum train. He's the bad guy." Same point that people make in any other context. I think Brian Peck Flicks made the same point in a post. Right? If you had Biden come out or any of the rest of them, and you said these certain lines that you were hearing from them, you would go, that's all it would take for you to not want to vote for them. But of course, the other side of it, you ignore that because that shows you that's not even about what they're saying or the policy. You just made a choice.
Your freedoms, but I happen to take the vaccine.
The vaccine.
Okay, that's all right. You got your freedoms.
You got your freedom. Like he talks to you like you're a child, right? I love your freedom. You don't like your freedoms or respect your freedoms. They're just ever present. They are God-given, inherent. But the way they talk about it always acts like he's the one letting you have those things, and it's good.
But I happen to take the vaccine.
The vaccines do work, and they are effective. And here's my thing. I think I saved many. I don't think. I know. I saved millions and millions of lives throughout the world. We could have had another Spanish flu. We could have had, in 1917, close to 100 million people died, they say. But it was really bad. And now other countries are using our vaccines and, tremendous. They're tremendously successful.
You're playing right into their hands when you sort of like, oh, the vaccine. If you don't want to take it, you shouldn't be forced to take it. No mandates, but take credit because we saved tens of millions of lives. Take credit. Don't let them take that away from you.
Okay, so the president.
Right, because they did it, right? It's all your fault now, Republicans. He told you it's your fault. You don't let him take your. It's about trying to. I think in this moment he's very aware that these things were hurting people. I genuinely do. Again, I already don't even know how you could possibly argue the opposite. And yet he's saying that. He's trying to hoist over it onto you.
Made news.
Do you agree with that?
Right? Both the president and I are vaxxed. And did you get the booster?
Yes.
I got it too. Okay, so...
don't.
See? He's shouting you back down. So he got it. So he got injected. He got the booster. Of course, you would argue he's lying. He's trying to trick Bill for his whatever. You go ahead and manufacture whatever narrative works for you to ignore what's right in front of you. And I'm only speaking to the people out there that, I guarantee we have conservatives and liberals in this conversation, in this chat, in this show watching that are, maybe don't like that. They think Trump's better. They don't like that I don't think voting matters, but they see it because they are honest with themselves. More than you think out there, guys. Now, on the point of the mask, I just want to highlight this. This is, so again, it's important to know this is happening, but it's already kind of been just like this for quite a long time. There's already different little small examples like this around this country, which I am 100% not okay with. The reason I'm saying it like this is because, as usual, the partisan media has been, the last couple of days, the mask mandates are back, and everyone needs to stand up. And it's like, look, even if you think there's a positive side to mobilize people using a half-truth, I don't. I think being dishonest about what's going on is designed to hurt the truth. There's lying for your truth dynamic. It's lying. It's just like lesser of evils. It's evil. So the bottom line is when people are screaming, I don't think that's what's actually happening yet. Now, of course it could. I have no question, no doubt that they might roll this stuff back out. And there are places like in California that have these to some degree already. So here's what's happening as of the 10th of October. It says mask mandates are coming back to the Bay Area. Here's where local health orders requiring face masks to be worn in hospitals, which, by the way, don't do it. Protest. It's harmful for you, which I'll play a clip from Denny Rancourt in a moment again to show you the science. Requiring face masks in hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and other healthcare facilities. Okay, so currently only for people in the hospital and not even necessarily everybody coming into the hospital. And it says the orders, which I disagree with wholeheartedly, it says the orders are aimed at reducing the spread of flu, COVID, and other respiratory viruses, none of which it has any effect. All statistically, none of them are statistically significant in reducing transmission. That's directly from all the body of peer-reviewed evidence going back decades. We went through this weird, it's just like we're seeing with Israel. There's these weird moments of chaos where it shows you that facts don't matter to any of the people in the ultimate power structure. And they're somehow able to just run roughshod right over the top of people that want to point that out. An entire conversation. The point is that now it's drifted down a little bit. Don't forget that at the same moment, you had somebody on the left and the right. Remember, it was, what's her name? Lena Wen, I think, or both came out within a day of each other on left and right, different CNN, Fox News. And they said, oh yeah, by the way, cloth masks don't work. Remember all that? Despite not giving any acknowledgement to those of us that have been screaming that from the beginning of COVID-19 illusion, being called ridiculous, being called crazy. And then they just came out and said, oh, guess what? We just found, no, you didn't just find out. The science has been there for years. And yet still people didn't reflect that. It's mind-blowing. And here we are just with this just still being drifting in the background. Now, I don't know whether it will roll back out as some kind of mask concept or, weirdly enough, about to roll into what I think will be a Trump administration. Be interesting if it came back out again around that. Either way, the point is to be on guard about it, be aware these things are harmful and do not have statistically significant effect in reducing transmission, period. So the benefits do not outweigh the risks. Best way to look at it that way. Their best way to look at it through that art. Because look, the idea that benefits outweigh risks is a general concept that can be applied to some things. They lied about it, though. They were taking things that were shockingly more dangerous and applying it to situations that had very little risk and using that to trick you, like everything else they do. Now it says, but 2 local jurisdictions, Santa Clara, San Mateo counties, are also extending the requirements to visitors. Santa Clara County is asking patients to mask up. So go somewhere else. If I were you, if you can't in California, then I would just try your best to resist because I think this is dangerous for you. I know the science says that. But what's interesting is that this is select locations within California, and then most of them are only about people that are in there, not even everyone coming into the hospital. So for people that are screaming that mask mandates are back and using that to rise your hype, to get you all worked up, ask why they're doing that. And maybe you think that's okay because you think that anger will be you. It's dishonest. But here's a study from 2024, September. New study, by the way, to add to the monumental and never-ending stream of peer-reviewed science that is showing you these things have been dangerous, going back to the 60s. And it says face masks and protection against COVID-19 and other viral respiratory infections. Assessments of specifically children. The ones they were really forcing it on despite having the least risk of anything in the conversation. There is a lack of robust evidence of benefit from masking children to reduce transmission to SARS-CoV-2 and other respiratory viruses. Yeah, you don't say. The highest quality evidence available for masking children for COVID-19 or other viral respiratory infections has failed to find a benefit impact against transmission. This is Science Direct, a peer-reviewed meta-analysis of all of this. They're telling you it's not there, but you already know if you watch this show. Mechanistic studies showing reduced viral transmission, which we saw during the whole hype of this. Mechanistic studies that showed reduction of viral transmission from use of face masks and respirators have not translated to real-world effectiveness, meaning that you can't reproduce this in the world, which, by the way, is what is one of the major steps in actually verifying whether something is legit. So much for the peer review process, right? The point is effectiveness of child masking has not been demonstrated, while documented harms of masking in children are diverse and non-negligible and should prompt careful reflection, which they're not doing. So the trust the science crowd, as always, is ignoring the science because of cult-like minded, just like it's partisanship, guys. It's what it is. People who are not blinded by their political views are able to reflect on new information. That's how I believe that. Here is the one that I've shown going back a long way. Remember, this is the one from 2015 from the British Medical Journal that I was highlighting the moment this conversation started. And this is the same one, by the way, that for whatever reason, Tucker Carlson misrepresented and claimed it's from 2020 and left out the most important parts because that's what the mainstream alternative media does. Cloth masks had significantly higher rates of influenza-like illness, which includes COVID-19, compared to the control arm. The conclusion says this study is the first random-controlled trial of cloth masks. Remember, in the beginning, that's the only thing they were telling you to wear. They had an entire page about cloth masks they've now deleted. So ask yourself how the study was there, the science was there. This is one of many. Before they did this, they knew it was more dangerous. They knew it would increase your illness and then said only use those until they've released later that it was the one you shouldn't use and then went forward. How do you not see that as deliberate? At some level, somebody decided they wanted this to be used, just like with the Spanish flu conversation, which is actually the Kansas flu, which is where it actually started. You can look that up in Wikipedia. They call it the Spanish flu because Spain was the first one to speak up about it. And guess what the U.S. did, like they did today? Spanish flu, Wuhan flu. It's the same damn thing. Hopefully you're connecting these dots. Moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in increased risk of infection. Increase. So like everything else they did, it increased your risk. And then they told you that it was your fault. Research and further researchers needed to inform cloth masks globally. So they didn't care. So what? 7-8 years later, they didn't do any more research and lied to you about it. However, a precautionary measure, cloth masks should not be recommended. They did anyway. Then here is this Brownstone Institute telling you the same thing. For focus, this is from 2014. Oh, this is from the October 1st, this month, this year, October 1st. Study confirms the truth about masks in children. Forcing anyone to mask, given the substantial, robust evidence base showing conclusively that masks don't work. The better way to say it is not statistically significant reducing transmission, which I would argue means they don't work, was an indefensible policy decision. The reason it's better to say it that way is that you could then debate what working means, right? And that's dishonest people will always try to find a way to skirt around the facts. And not just because it was a pointless exercise in pandemic theater with zero evidence of efficacy, but because it was actively causing harm, as the new study shows. You guys know all this, but it's important to see. Let's not forget, as James Melville points out, all the people screaming about the carbon problem, even though we are definitely hurting the planet like this, they're pointing at the illusion being given to them by their government that makes them think that they're not the one doing it, even though they're the primary polluter of the planet, the governments in general. The point is, people that were screaming about the environment were using 47 masks a day and 14 pairs of gloves. And that's what happened. During the COVID mask mandate era, 129 billion disposable masks were thrown away every month. An estimated 3 billion masks that take 450 years to biodegrade. Think about that. Now pollute the oceans. And yet this is overlooked by many politicians and so-called environmentalists, as well as the fact that we're all now overrun with microplastics more than ever before. And, they saved you, didn't they? Thanks, Trump. Or Biden or whoever else. The point is this all began under Trump. Mises, Florida, masks never worked. It's okay to admit. And the reason I said thanks, Trump, also is that he praises still about the idea of using Defense Production Act to mass produce masks and ventilators because we needed those, right? And then here's Denny Rancourt reiterating this as of the 13th. A great clip from way back in the day, speaking with Highwire. 4 years ago, he says, he was going berserk that masks don't work. He was early in the conversation. Here is an under 2-minute clip. He was writing the WHO and posting everywhere that they didn't work. Literally exactly what I was saying from this conversation. And I'm proud of that because I didn't know Daily Wrapup at the time. I didn't know. I just simply looked into the research and was like, oh my God, look at what it says right here. This is peer-reviewed, random controlled trial. It says they do not work. It actually makes you more sick. And it blew my mind. Shouldn't have, though, seeing as how obviously this happens almost everything we've ever investigated. But the reality is, yet again, they lied to you. And it's important to recognize that doesn't mean that everybody was aware of that, even within the government. And it could speak to stupidity or it can speak to willful ignorance. But the point is that it's never that everybody involved everywhere is all collecting to do. It's rarely that. It's more so that you have people in the know type position that just decentralize the way that information works. So people below them know just what they need to know to execute their part of the agenda, but nothing else. That's how this works. And this is how we end up in a position where you're still being told to wear a mask that is actually hurting you.
To look at randomized controlled trials, but with a verified outcomes where you've actually measured whether the person was infected or not. Not, ask them if a week ago they had the sniffles and things like that. You have to measure it. If you look at those, and there have been dozens of them, or at least, many of them over the last decade, none of them show a statistically significant advantage to wearing a mask. And this caused us to write to the World Health Organization and say, what the heck are you doing? Why are you now recommending masks? Forever you have been not recommending masks for use in the general public because you've admitted that there's dangers associated with that. The masks collect and gather all kinds of pathogen-laden materials near your face and eyes and nose and everything. And then you touch the mask and you touch the rest of your body. So it was thought that there was danger associated with that concentration of pathogens. And that's why the main World Health Organizations did not recommend mask use in a general population. It potentially was believed to be a dangerous thing, making matters worse. Evidence from 14 randomized controlled trials of these measures did not support a substantial effect on transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza. We similarly found limited evidence on the effectiveness of improved hygiene and environmental cleaning. So here's the latest, best study in the sense that uses only these very bias-free studies that says, look, it doesn't matter if you sanitize surfaces, it doesn't matter if you're washing your hands, and masks don't work. That's what the science tells us. And there's good reason for that. And the reason is that we know, and we have known for a decade now, that the main transmission route of all of these types of viral respiratory diseases is very fine aerosol particles that are supported as part of the fluid air. With those kinds of particles, they're going to get through the sides of the masks, even the tiny wrinkles you have in your skin and so on. There's no way you can prevent these aerosol particles from either entering or coming out. So masks are not going to work under these circumstances. But the top scientists have known this forever.
He's right. Again, I've shown you studies going back to like the 60s and 70s that talk about surgical masks in operating theaters and how they actually found in more than one study that by removing them, they actually saw an increase in positive effect. Like it just doesn't make any sense other than realizing that we don't truly understand what we're dealing with. And that's why it's so difficult for people that are invested in the current paradigm to change. Like, what's that classic clip we play? Like, it says the best candle makers in the world back at a time before electricity could envision what our world was like with, and the point was that resisted the change until it was forced upon them because their industry relied upon not seeing that possibility. And this is the way it always works. We're in this position now. Now, talking about the partisanship, which I'm convinced is the largest reason that we're unable to push away from these things. It's just that it's a cult-like mentality that gets people trapped into a certain line of thinking that, in fact, undermines their own logical perception. So one of the things we keep seeing, and this overlaps with the Elon Musk conversation, and it's all of it, and it completely, in my mind, ties in with the larger foreign policy point. But we're watching these people that we just made this point the other day about the atrazine point, which everyone seems to be hyping again. It's a common reality that people like myself and others have talked about for a very long time. Endocrine disrupting chemicals, which we just went over as dioxins, being one of the worst, it seems. A potent endocrine disruptor that is everywhere. But instead, of course, being focused on by Alex and making it about frogs being gay, it got turned into a comical, something that people would dismiss, which is their fault. Even though it's stupid, and I think deliberately so, it's still their fault they chose not to look into it. But this is how it works. So my point is that it's easy to see how these roles are played, even if maybe they don't know it, to get people to dismiss information, to keep you on partisan sides. Camus points out what Megyn Kelly, one of the many independent media, right? Funny how many of the independent media are half a step removed from the corporate media, who are billionaires, who are, like, it's just pretty silly how some people can't seem to recognize how obvious that is. But it says, Alex Jones was right. I get one of my favorite memes. This is a few years ago. I interviewed Alex Jones and sat down with him. One of the few things he was telling me was about fluoride and about early puberty and about frogs when exposed and went from male to female. Okay. So he's talking about fluoride, first of all, and she's conflating the idea of fluoride when what we're talking about was actually atrazine. But either way, because who cares about facts at this point? It's about saying he was right about things that everybody who had a brain has been talking about for decades. Fluoride has been an open, like, it's because he is pointed at as this pinnacle of the conversation from people that want you to look at people like us as ridiculous, doesn't mean that he was right about something that literally everybody was talking about. And in fact, he was not, though. If you actually look into the way it was being framed, he is missing the forest for the trees on almost every one of these topics, because it is hyping things that are, in most cases, the unprovable part, or the reality is designed to keep you looking the other direction. That's my opinion. I guarantee people in my own conversation disagree. But the point is that, look, he was telling me all these things all this time ago, so we should be looking to what he's saying now. I went back to NBC, she says, and we had all these fact checkers. It was all true. We found out that all this stuff he was saying was true. And here I am across from you, Harvard-educated, John Hopkins attending physician saying, yeah, fluoride, just like Alex Jones was saying, not good. Really? I mean, it's just so stupid to act like that statement, despite literally everybody this is an open secret. The only people that have been pretending that we don't know that are people that are in a partisan position or people that are invested in the lie. It has been, and again, I mean, the average grouping of people that just don't care, right? The going through their lives and aren't caring about what's going on. They just have the mantra in their mind that this is safe and effective. For her to push this forward is obvious to me. Another mainstream alternative media pointing to another mainstream alternative media and saying, we all knew it was right, and you got to keep listening to this sphere. That's what I said. And the cycle continues. If you want more than just half-truths and hyperbolic statements, there are plenty of us out here, just not in the mainstream alternative media. Now, you can look somewhere else than TLAV. All I want is for someone to consider and look to other sources than people that will give you part of the story without any source material, despite the 40,000 pages of paper all over his desk that never seem to be given to you, even though they're just printouts from what's on screen. But I think that's important to consider. And as this person points out, Alex Jones made everyone think that anyone talking about atrazine was crazy by screaming like a psycho, they are turning the frogs gay, making a complete joke out of something very serious. And I showed you the clips the other day. It's embarrassing. Dressing up like a frog. Look, I mean, you could pretend like maybe that does get more reach. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it had the effect of actually diminishing what we could have talked about a decade ago and maybe changed. Now it's everywhere. Glyphosate, dioxins, everywhere. Endocrine disrupting chemicals are literally on you right now. It says, here we are a few decades later, and now that the damage has been done, suddenly people want to claim Alex was right. It's the same difference as having your government suddenly go, oh my God, Israel's doing bad things. Yeah, we've known that for 40 years. How about you acknowledge that you've known that and didn't do anything about it? It's the same kind of dynamic. This false awakening is really something to behold, he writes. I agree. All I'm asking is that people consider that you're being corralled. And if you're objective, ask for source material, right? Ask for things that are, or dig further than the partisan lens on these things. And you will very quickly see that this is almost designed to lead you in a half-truth direction. Now, speaking of that, I think one of the central roles in this current manipulation of the partisan field, this is really fascinating to me. So Elon Musk came out, this was yesterday, and says, incredibly inappropriate. What I post on this platform has nothing to do with a coastal commission in California, which is the central, what is it? I'll give you the full title. It's a coastal commission in California that's deciding that they don't want SpaceX. Now, here's what's interesting. Even the article he cites, which I'll go, of course, doesn't give you a link, of course, but I'll read you the article, says more than what he's saying, of course. And the New York Times seems to be framing it as entirely about environmental issues that they're not dealing with. So on top of the story I want to highlight, he seems to be leaving out a big part of the story. Big surprise. You know, I think it's interesting. Let's remove this from everything else we're talking about. You have somebody like Elon Musk in a position right now. Let's just say you think everything he's ever done is in good intentioned and honest. And suddenly he recognizes a position where he might lose something important to him. Now, it doesn't even have to be this, just hypothetical. And you recognize that, man, I've got this entire momentum behind this right now. That if I point over here and say they're after this or the left is coming for that, this whole thing goes crazy. Right? So you can easily see somebody like Elon Musk deciding to go, you know what? I want this here. So if I flob this allegation about a First Amendment being under attack, even though it's really about environmental issues, these people will lose their minds and they'll go after them and they might pressure them to. Now, as much as you may not want that to be the case, and that may not even be the case, I think we can all acknowledge that that is certainly possible, whether especially for Elon Musk or a Trump type of person, somebody who is overwhelmed with hubris, who has been shown to lie around very clear partisan angles. And that shouldn't be unique to the right. It's not. So all I'm saying is, first point, it's certainly possible that he could be using you and your willingness to blindly believe whatever he types out on Twitter. Then he says, filing suit against them on Monday for violating the First Amendment. Well, I say straight out of the gate, that's not the case. The First Amendment, I don't believe, is involved at all in this conversation. I'll show you why. Censorship, you could argue, because that doesn't have to be the government. But let's read the article first. California officials cite Elon Musk's politics in rejecting SpaceX launches. Now, even the article simply, it's one of the things they point to. It's not the only thing. And again, I am the first person who will tell you that corporate media should not be taken face value. But what's interesting to me is that people that would say that to this conversation, why are you listening to what they're saying about it? Oh, fair point. I'm not. I'm considering all viewpoints, including Elon Musk's. The question could be put back to you. Why are you blindly taking what Elon says is the reality at face value? Aha, now we have the obvious point from either side that neither of them should be, right? It should be that you question all of them. But what you can see, obviously, is that people will say they just want to go after Elon because they don't like him in the deep state. Well, maybe you're right. But why do you believe that he would say the truth all the time, no matter what? Now, what's interesting is they'll give you links and so on, but I don't trust corporate media no matter what. But all you get on the other side is what Elon typed out on Twitter. How do we know he's telling the truth? You get the point, because you decide to. But it says the California Coastal Commission, that's the full title, on Thursday, rejected the Air Force's plan to give SpaceX permission. Oh, that's right. I forgot about one of the most important parts of this. You're going to love this. On Thursday, they rejected the Air Force's plan to give SpaceX permission to launch up to 50 rockets a year from Vandenberg Air Force Base in Santa Barbara County. Quote, Elon Musk is hopping about the country, this is what they're saying, spewing and tweeting political falsehoods, which, by the way, is 100% true. I'm sure we may disagree on what those are, but we can prove, like Venezuela, for example, he put out at least 4 things that I remember that were patently false, which were even fact-checked by Twitter, and some of the people deleted. So that doesn't mean that everything he does is false, but yes, he is spewing falsehoods, like a lot of people do in the partisanship. And attacking FEMA while claiming a desire to help the hurricane victims with free Starlink access, which turns out is not free at all. In fact, an opening, first month free, give me $400 for the device, and we'll pay $120 a month after that. What a help you are, Elon Musk. Seems to be taking advantage of people in the area. But overall, the point for me, we'll come back to the discussion about something from North Carolina. We'll come back to that. There's one thing I'm going to read about this next I find interesting. But remembering this, they're simply going, he's lying about the hurricane, he's lying about this and that. Whatever your thoughts about whether he's being honest or not, the point is that they're saying we don't like what he's doing here, which, of course, as an individual, he has every right to lie, to be wrong, or to say things that they claim are false. That's free speech. As an individual, absolutely. That's no question. It says the agency's commissioners appointed by the governor and legislative leaders voted 6-4 to reject the Air Force's plan over concerns that all SpaceX launches would be considered military activity, shielding the company from having to acquire its own permits, even if military payloads are not carried. Okay, so we're 4 paragraphs in, and it seems to be the exact opposite of what he's saying. It says explicitly, the reasons they gave were because SpaceX launches will be considered military, even if they weren't doing something military. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? Okay, so hold on. Let's go back. So what is this right here? This is being stated by one of the commissioners in the meeting. So Of course, these people are petty and about small partisan politics. That's just how everybody seems to be. They're trapped in these positions. But interestingly enough, what gets plucked out is that it's only, right, again, that's what he's saying. Even the title, he highlights, is Musk's politics. Well, I think it's interesting and obvious that that's not what they're saying. Now, clearly, as they read further in the article, it says that's part of the conversation. But there's the cited reason, which at least has to be pointed to, is that there's an interesting overlap that he's abusing the military dynamic. It says, quote, I do believe, or rather that he could, I do believe that the Space Force has failed to establish that SpaceX is part of the federal government, part of our defense. That's what Commissioner they're saying, that he's not, this is not part of the military. And by doing this, there's the potential risk and overlap there. And it goes on. The commission ultimately approved the 36 launch plan. Now, this goes from before. This is from before about in May 23, the DoD asked to increase SpaceX satellite launches to 36 a year. Now, it says they ultimately approved that plan on the condition that Space Force, the government side of this, undertakes 7 measures to improve environmental protection and coastal access. Now, whatever your belief in that or thoughts or whether it matters, the point is that's what they want. And they're saying that we care about the potential environmental fallout from where these things are launching, which I think most people would argue is a valid point. And it says, but military officials didn't commit to following them during the hearing, drawing fiery criticism from commissioners. So now you got the government side of this, who are simply going, like, essentially like usual, acting like what they do is more important. The environmental concerns are not their responsibility. It says, quote, Space Force came here and intentionally disrespected us, says the commissioner. Now, yes, I'm not going to argue or deny the fact that I can almost guarantee there are petty partisan politics involved in this. But it says, but the goodwill evaporated after commissioners raised concerns. Now, the goodwill being essentially, getting this process started after that last discussion. And so the goodwill evaporated after commissioners raised concerns about his political rhetoric. So it seems this is a secondary point. As much as it still matters, it's important to see that it's about at least as they're stating, the military overlap, meaning that SpaceX and Elon in particular will be able to essentially act under a military guise, even when they're not doing things for the military, which seems pretty crazy to me, especially. And then now here's why I would think this would even make sense, considering Elon Musk's political views. Doesn't that seem a little bit concerning that he's been taking action very politically motivated in very dishonest ways, according to anybody objective? And now he's going to have the ability to conduct things through the military despite using them. That does seem interesting to me. And then they cited environmental issues that seem to come more from the government side, but because of their rockets. And then they say the political dynamic. And that does seem to make more sense. But I'm not even getting into the part about free speech and everything yet. I'll get to that next. It says, slam the company. It says, but goodwill evaporated after the Musk's political rhetoric. Concerns about that. Slam the company's labor record and question the Department of Defense's contention that the launches should benefit from the military permitting exemptions, even if military payloads aren't being carried. All right, so think about that from a side perspective. All right, should SpaceX be benefiting from having military access even when they're not using military dynamics or payloads? Now it says, I really appreciate the work of the Space Force, said the commissioner, but here we're dealing with a company, the head of which has aggressively injected himself into the presidential race, true, and he's managed a company in a way that was just described by Commissioner Newsom, which Gavin Newsom's an absolute monster, that I find to be very disturbing. So what's interesting is this is how this tends to work. And you could even take a step back and argue this maybe by design, like we're talking about, to drive you in a clear direction. I'm not sure if I feel that way. My point is, by Newsom coming out and going, bad, Elon, we don't want him for that, suddenly you get Republicans who are willing to overlook literally everything else because that becomes a partisan agenda. That's just stupidity, in my opinion, even if there is a partisan agenda. We have to acknowledge the big picture here. And especially for those like myself that can see that it's all just your government and the whole partisan game is a kindergarten level, that we should recognize that this is how easy it is to drive us in a clear direction. But it says Commissioner Justin Cummings voted to approve the plan, but said he was still uncomfortable about a lack of data on the effects of launches and that he shared concerns about SpaceX's classification as a military contractor. So what does that change? Not only we already have him as a military contractor, now his company is actually a military contractor itself. At what point do we recognize that he's part of the government? He is the point, especially once he becomes part of Trump's administration. So bringing this all the way back to the main point, a little bit more nuanced than just attacking your First Amendment rights because Elon said bad things on Twitter, which is how it's being represented in the partisan conversation. Why? Twitter files. Because look, a screenshot, it's highlighted. That's all we need to know, right? How much you want to bet that 90% of people in this conversation have not even read the article? You know I'm right. It's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think you know I'm right. And I think that's important to consider. Now, the other conversation here is this the violation? So here is just from Congress.gov. First Amendment. Congress, which is the important part, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And this all stems off that first point. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting free speech exercise thereof. Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of speech. Congress shall make no law respecting of the press. The point is abridging of the press. The point, I'm just trying to make it clear that the Congress shall make no law is what that point is about free speech, about freedom of the press, and make no law that will affect the right of the people to peaceably assemble, make no law to stop you from petitioning the government for a redress of grievances. So it's pretty obvious to see that a company, SpaceX, and Elon's company, being turned down for three reasons, one of which is the idea that he's saying things on Twitter that don't align politically, even though that seems to be pointed out in a way that means that aligns with whether he should have be seen as a military contractor all the time when that's happening. Even if you think that's an invalid point, it's just to make sure you understand the context. So you have SpaceX trying to get a contract, and they cite environmental issues. They cite the overlapping issue with the military contractor, and they cite his political views and saying, we don't want to work with this company. Where in there is Congress making a law stopping him from doing anything? He's able to say these things out loud. He's able to speak out loud. He's able to speak to the press. He can write an article. He can peaceably assemble, and he can redress the government for a grievance. So just to be clear, nothing about this is violating his First Amendment rights. If you think otherwise, let me know your thoughts. So I think that's important. So what this needs to show you two ways is one or two possibilities. Either he doesn't understand what the First Amendment means, or he's trying to convince you that this is another attack on their free speech because that's part of the partisan game right now, or simply just mobilizing all of you to go after the enemy of Elon Musk's venture using the idea of the First Amendment. See what I'm saying? I think that's important. So secondarily, though, censorship. Just something to look at. I mean, we all know what censorship ultimately is, but here's what it says as the Free Speech Center. Censorship occurs when individuals or groups try to prevent others from saying, printing, or depicting words and images. Okay, so that's not happening, right? But I would argue there's more nuance to what that could mean. Like I'll finish that thought in a second. I would argue that you could argue that what they're doing might be some abstract level of censorship at worst, though. But so at the moment, based on this general point, I don't think that's happening. Censorship occurs when groups try to prevent others from saying, printing, or depicting words and images. Censors seek to limit freedom of thought and expression by restricting spoken words. Now, that's what I'm right there. You could maybe argue if the only thing they were saying was they don't like what he's saying online, therefore you can't have a contract with them. But it says printed matter, symbolic messages, freedom of association, books, art, music, and all. When the government engages in censorship, that is when you have a freedom of speech issue or a First Amendment issue, right? So I don't actually believe that's what we're dealing with here. But I'm sure he'll make a case in the lawsuit that may not even be happening. Like if we end up seeing no lawsuit ever put forward, I would argue that it was all about trying to use this politically. But private actors, for example, corporations that own radio stations can also engage in censorship, but this presents no First Amendment implication. Now, this is important for other conversations. I'm always trying to break this down for people. So, for example, when you're in the chat and somebody removes you from the chat, that's not censorship. Right? There's or rather specifically, no First Amendment right violation. Now, you could argue that that individually you're being censored, but the point is about the First Amendment implications and free speech. I just kind of mixed up the words. So censorship versus free speech. I think those are different conversations that overlap constantly, right? But it says as no governmental or state action was involved. So when people are constantly going, you're violating my free speech. Well, that's not the reality. But censorship might be a part of it. Various groups have banned or attempted to ban books. That's the general point. So back to the overarching point. If you have a government entity, which is what they are, the Coastal Commission, denying him a contract because of what, in one part, what he's doing online, does that constitute a censorship dynamic? Does that constitute a violation of the First Amendment? I say no. I think not at all, in fact. But on top of that, the other point to make, and that's just to make sure we're clear on that, because these are separate. That's important to stand on principle in regard to what these things mean. But then the other point, in more of a broad way, as I pointed out before, about the Trump assassination point or whatever else, where the idea becomes, I point out, you're doxing that person. Libs of TikTok, where they're going after and getting people fired from Home Depot and elsewhere because they made a crude joke, distasteful, yes, but a joke nonetheless about somebody who should have shot better. And I call them out for it because it's the same thing. You're the woke right. You're doing the same thing. And they say, well, free speech, but the point is then they have to deal with the consequences of free speech. Okay, then. If that's the argument, then how is this any different? Wouldn't this be the consequence of free speech? If you're going to go get hired at a job somewhere, aren't we being told today they can look at your social media and be like, I don't want you to work here, right? I mean, doesn't that almost become even more the case when somebody is actually part of the government or at least tangential to it? I mean, you get where I'm going with this. It's obviously a hell of a lot more nuanced than what he wants you to think it is. And nonetheless, he will censor you all day long on Twitter. They will work with the ADL and APAC and the rest of these groups to absolutely censor your speech and to suppress or Donald Trump or the rest of them, all of them, in fact, telling you they're going to remove your speech for anti-Semitism or whatever else. And yet they want you to be upset because he is claiming his First Amendment's being violated, which should matter if it actually was. I don't think it is. I think that's important. Oops. Did I move? Hope I didn't lose that. Hold on. Oh, no, that was the one we just read. Okay. So Elon Miles Chong, this guy that just seems to kind of just follow along behind Elon Musk, right? Just you get the point. He says, this is what lawfare against Elon Musk looks like. Is it lawfare? It's lawfare now because he's suing them. Do you understand what lawfare means? And they aren't even hiding it. The California Coastal Commission voted to reject their proposal. And then he goes, citing in part, at least that's honest, political activities of Elon Musk. Now, to be even more fair, the way the article read was simply quoting what one commissioner said during that conversation out of 6. So think about that. It's not even everybody they're all just going, it's because of what he says online. One commissioner, led by partisan lens views, said that. The stated realities were environmental issues and the military contractor part. So it seems that they're trying to pluck this out to make it, but it was stated. So it is valid to include, but to make it seem, at least he said in part. The rest of them are making it sound like Elon Musk, that's the only thing they're talking about. But it says these petty bureaucrats are targeting Musk's business operations due to vocal political stances on the platform. Okay, so let's be clear. Elon Miles Chong does not understand what lawfare means. Lawfare, legal action undertaken as part of a hostile campaign. No one's taking legal action. Elon's taking legal action against them. But you see, this is my point. These things just get lobbed around because the lawfare point is what they're saying about Trump. So they're trying to make this all seem like they're all a unified front fighting for your democracy or your republic or freedom of speech and liberty. No matter what, just we're on your side and we're all being attacked for it, even though they're literally the machine. It's pretty sad and clumsy, I think, but a lot of people seem to be falling for it. In fact, what TLAV is dealing with, multiple lawsuits aimed at unjustifiable accusations, that is lawfare. Or even what Trump is dealing with, I agree, is lawfare. Elon just says, Trump must win or this will get more insane than you can imagine. See the point? Exactly. It's all about that. You are being played, and I think most people are starting to feel it. Do something about it. Stop letting these morons in the partisanship drive you into the ground. Now, Carlos Maza, this guy is a clown, comes out and says, free speech, in quotes, which I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean, was and is an unmitigated disaster. Well, what's it in quotes for? Does it not exist? Is that what there's a reason for that, guys. This is undermining it in every way, even if they contradict each other. It wouldn't be in quotes if it's a thing you're saying was a disaster. That would mean that it does exist. It's just a disaster. Not that it's not real. There's no other reason to quote it. It's lazy. I think this is so clumsy, it shows you more my point. You realize this is a constitutional right. You understand that, correct? This is a inalienable right. God-given means that doesn't matter whether they wrote the Constitution, it was there, is what the point was. And yet they're telling you it was a disaster? because they want you to believe it was some kind of governmental program, guys, and they want you to believe they can take it away. They cannot. So the idea that they want you to believe that they're going to take away your free speech, that's what they're telling you about the left, that's ridiculous. Now, they can sure as hell not respect it, just like Elon is doing and just like the right is doing as well. But to take it away, they're playing on your ignorance, or hoping to. So this, I think, is meant to be so bombastically stupid that it drives you to think, well, I know Trump said he's going to censor for this, but he's not as bad as that. Funny how easy it seems to get through to some people. A lot of people just don't know where else to go. Then that's what black pill looks like, where they just give up and go, well, screw it. She's worse. I'll go with him. Think about how depressing that is. Now it says, I know it sounds inflammatory, but every piece of evidence points to the fact that we need really aggressive government regulation of speech platforms. Oh, so violating constitutional rights. Period. You understand, as Mayberry versus Madison, anything that is repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. Doesn't matter whether they pass it in Congress. Doesn't matter whether it's a law. It's unconstitutional, therefore illegal. Simple. And that's why I point out quickly the reality being that the Constitution and then its first 10 amendments, or the Bill of Rights, none of that's contradictory. That's why it makes sense. Amendments can be added if they're not contradictory to what we outlined as inherent rights. That's why it makes sense. Because if you're in it, look, and you can feel free to argue that you just don't agree with the Constitution in general. That's plenty of people don't. But if we are standing by it, which I believe deeply in, the idea of how this could be something that is powerful and is, if actually engaged with honestly, and that's why they call it a living document, because you can add amendments. But if those amendments contradict something else in the Constitution, it is legally null and void. That's Supreme Court precedent. So when they try to pass a law that says we're going to regulate speech, doesn't matter. That's that is null and void. Or we're going to take away your guns, null and void. Look at the Bill of Rights for yourself. None of those contradict anything else in the Constitution. They're just hoping you've forgotten all this by now by acting like it's so unimportant. Yet they swear an oath to it every single time. Because the free market doesn't work and it never will. Wow. They just want you to lean into your government, which, by the way, I think that's what somebody said. No, I didn't grab that part of it. You know, the point is, this is the most embarrassing argument for more government I've ever seen, is what I think might have been Alan McLeod, I forget. But the article is, I'm running out of ways to explain how bad this is. What's happening in America today is something darker than a misinformation crisis. They are actually arguing for the idea that we should remove free speech. Meanwhile, so is the right, in different ways. The point is, this is a lot more clumsy, obvious, and in your face. So you think the other side's not doing that. Derek wrote an excellent article on the 11th. The Republican Party platform under Donald Trump is pro-Israel and anti-free speech. Now, had you had the wherewithal, the objectiveness to actually read it before dismissing it because it's bad against Trump, the first half of this article is about how bad Kamala Harris is on free speech. They're all the same thing at the point. But the reality is, because they're so clumsy, because it's so flamboyant, it drives people, as he writes, to think, well, he's the better choice, but that's not the reality. They're the same. Now, you may not like that answer, because then you think, well, then what do we do? Well, there is a lot more options than just left or right. The fact that you're stuck in thinking that's all you have, that is the problem. I don't care if it takes an entire election season for us to get past it. If you think that allowing the bottom line is and this is why every single time they tell you it's the most important election of your lifetime, because they want you to think if you don't do it this time, nothing will be the same. Everything will change. It will all be over. Like he keeps saying, right? Elon Musk. We can't let this happen. If Trump doesn't win, you'll never have free speech. If Trump doesn't win, they'll remove all these things and there'll be no more elections. If Trump doesn't win, all the Democrats will rule. It's just this childishly stupid, dumbed down arguments about what most people laugh at this stuff. I really believe that. Now, some of them because they think that he's lying for the right. Some of them because they're just objective to see that what he's saying is completely absent of factual basis. The bottom line is there's a lot of moves happening. And your government as a whole is actively doing whatever it can to have more influence and control over your life. Just the government. So if you think the left will do this, then that's just your government they're pointing at. And that's how they get you to ignore the picture by thinking only part of it's doing something. Read this. Sadly, it's so obvious, and I think most people are starting to see it. Now, I'll include this thread again. There's now more videos added to it if you haven't seen it. Now, all this is about multiple clips of Donald Trump saying on the record that Israel should control Congress. He says they used to, quote, rightfully so. And then talking about how if people, when the Israel lobby was in its heyday, then nobody could be in Congress if they didn't want them. Like the AOCs, they wouldn't be there today if Israel was in control. Yes, that's the point. He keeps admitting to you repeatedly that Israel should and does control Congress. Now, I agree with that or not, it's irrelevant. He's saying that is the point. On top of that, many different times he discusses how he will censor you. We're going to get rid of anti-Semitism. We're going to get people like this out of the country. And famously just recently said, we'll, quote, remove the Jew haters from the country. Deport them. The mass deportation he keeps talking about. I'll say again, no matter what you think about people who he frames as being Jew haters, when that's not the full picture, there are plenty that are just Palestinian supporters that don't and are actually protesting alongside Jewish people that I guarantee he knows. The point is that even if you think they're whatever he calls Jew haters, you can't deport somebody for having an opinion, no matter how grotesque you think it is. So if you want to pretend like he's the other side going after free speech, this is the most obvious on the record stated action against free speech that I can see on the table right now. You have articles written about this, but I'm on a point is I see it the same thing in Kamala. But where is her saying stuff like that? Saying we're going to stop you from being able to say what you think. I don't see it. My point is not to say that he's worse or she's worse. The point is they're the same. And if you can't see it in Trump, you're lying to yourself. They will remove your ability to say what you think. And they'll apply it to Israel, they'll apply it to whatever narrative they want. Next thing, it'll be the agenda they want to hide from you next. Jay Bhattacharya says, why would anybody oppose free speech? It's a good question. He says the excuse is always the protection of the public from wrong or harmful ideas. Exactly. But that is nonsense, he writes. I agree. He says the goal of the censors is to obtain power by force because they have failed to obtain it by persuasion. Now, I don't even know where he stands on the election or whatever else, but the point is 100% right. And if you could acknowledge that, then also be able to acknowledge that they're currently censoring on Twitter. No matter what you want to say, it's provable. And that he's telling you right now that we're going to censor around anti-Semitism. As Josh Hawley just openly was calling out, you condemn this completely legal statement that everyone can say because it's within their free speech, but also doesn't even mean what you're pretending it means. It simply means revolution. The bottom line is they are actively trying to build a narrative to censor you. And as Kaylee points out again, Donald Trump explains it right here, which I played in the opening. I'll play it again because I think it does. It's quick. I do think it has, power. It's powerful. This is 2018, I think.
Because we're losing a lot of people because of the internet. And we have to do something. We have to go see Bill Gates and a lot of different people that really understand what's happening. We have to talk to them, maybe in certain areas, closing that internet up in some way. Somebody will say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. These are foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We've got to maybe do something with the internet because they are recruiting by the thousands.
Okay, so my point is that was what ISIS was the point. So there's your current narrative that's just shifted today. Same point though. Whatever the current narrative is, that's why we need it. That's why now. Now here's the other reason. Same point though. Always the same solution depending whatever problem they're creating. Now, I don't see how you could pretend that somebody who can say, oh, free speech, so many stupid people, and just suddenly have a different opinion. Certainly, I hope so. I do believe people can change. But based on the fact that he's currently telling you he's going to censor you because of this new narrative, pretty sure it's the same thing. At the very least, acknowledge that this is who he is. He's made this clear. He's acted the same way despite narratives. Just look at the track record. And Kamala is doing the same exact thing. And then this is the other thread with that link, that video, for you can check it out, which talks the same one. This is one of those other clips, but this one is about him again saying the vaccine saved lives. This one is him saying Congress should be controlled by Israel, rightfully so. This one is saying take the guns, due process later. This one is about free speech. These things should matter to anybody objective. Now, this was the part going back to North Carolina that I found really interesting. Now, I think this might have more to it than we realize. There's a few ways to look at this. The title is, and this has been reported by Daily Beast and a bunch of other platforms, armed militia, quote, hunting FEMA causes hurricane responders to evacuate. Now, this is coming from the government report, so there's many ways to look at this. It could be completely fabricated in a way to sort of make it, like almost from a political angle, you could argue this could have been manufactured to make Trump's, the perception of the way he's doing right now around all of this, or rather just what Republicans are doing, which does involve a hell of a lot of lies. That doesn't mean that everything that's being said about it that they're denying is misinformation. See, nuance, somewhere in the middle of the lying paradigm. But the bottom line is that it easily could be on top of those things being used to hurt Trump's perception. But I think what jumped into my mind about this is the idea of, like, let's say January 6th. It's funny to me how already, by the way, there's already examples of people in the conversation calling MAGA people racist and anti-Semites again, even though you're currently taking this line that somehow Kamal is the one that's going to end Israel and they're all bad anti-Semites, but you're literally being called anti-Semites by part of the conversation for wearing a red hat. So just recognize how subjective and stupid this all is. But that they're trying to, like in January 6th, it's undeniable. The evidence is clear. They were trying to draw in an element from the Republican side of the conversation to sort of frame them. And again, if you don't know, if you haven't looked at the evidence, I mean, it is a smoking gun. It's ridiculously obvious. So much evidence shows you that this was a manufactured event. And the reality being that if, like, or like the trucking call, all these different points where they tried to make this, the domestic terrorism rise, just like we saw with the anti-Semitism manipulation, where it's already been, even the ADL people within it admitted that they just simply called any Palestinian flag, any Palestinian protest, whether violent or not, anti-Semitic. Therefore, we 400% in anti-Semitism. It's a manufactured lie. You wouldn't have to make them up if it was what they were saying. Same thing happened with domestic terrorism. Every single thing that they looked into around January 6th, whether it was a grandma with her phone or somebody sitting on the bench, they called it a domestic terrorism investigation. And then they turned around and said, oh my God, domestic terrorism is through the roof. They're all playing you left and right. So my point is, in this context, I wonder whether we're dealing with something similar. So for all those out there that currently, because of the focus on the election, pretend that TLAV is somehow against the Republicans, I'm not. I'm fighting for all of you. I just recognize that whether you're in the partisanship or not, well, rather to say that I'm fighting for everybody. And if you're trapped in the partisanship, depending on what the current topic is, that seems to oscillate around me. Right? During the COVID-19, we're all lockstep together fighting the Democrats, right? Now, that's not how I viewed it. I viewed it about fighting the government, but that's how it gets perceived. My point in all of this is that right now, I think it's worth considering for conservatives that this might be an effort to trap you. Like legitimately having, because when we're going to read through this, the point is that you have individuals who are going to North Carolina, as they're claiming anyway, which also just could be a lie, but there does seem to be evidence around it, of militias, or at least people with guns, who they're calling militias, who are claiming they're hunting FEMA members. Now, look, you know as well as I that this could very easily be real. Just like we saw people hunting immigrants or around the Haiti conversation or Venezuela. Like, we've already seen how this very dangerous reality of the Musk sphere and Trump and all this are manipulating people's perceptions to actually taking real world action. That is what they want from you. That's what I said during January 6th. They're trying to trick you into being what they said you would become on Twitter and in real life. Don't fall for it. I know you're smarter than that. And so if this is actually what's happening, and this is not just the precursor article to get it to happen, it's kind of scary to argue that, or to see that there are people going there under the argument of whatever they're reading online and actually hurting the dynamic here. Again, the alternative would be that they actually just pulled it all away to make it look bad, which is all certainly possible. So take it with a grain of salt, but consider how easy it would be for the partisanship to manipulate people into creating this kind of situation. Now, it says federal emergency response workers operating in North Carolina's Rutherford County in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene were told to evacuate on Saturday over concerns that an, quote, armed militia was threatening workers in the area. An official with the U.S. Forest Service, which is supporting recovery efforts along with FEMA, sent a message to numerous federal agencies around 1 p.m. on Saturday, warning that FEMA has advised all federal responders in the county to, quote, stand down and evacuate the county immediately, which goes without saying that despite the obvious incompetent nature of what it seems to be every aftermath, going back as far as I can look, there is still at some level good things happening. There are still people that are receiving things from FEMA, even if you could argue that maybe it would be exponentially better if they weren't the ones controlling it. But nonetheless, there are still things happening. If you can't acknowledge that, then you're trapped in your partisan lens. Now, I'm the first that will point out that these groups genuinely would care more about their own liability as a body and allowing the right things to happen than actually helping people. I could be wrong. That's what I think. But on top of that, you can also be objective enough, even with something like USAID or National Endowment for Democracy, despite them being such obvious vehicles for regime change and just straight up espionage, you can still point out that there are examples. That's how you cover these things well, because you do conduct some level of operation. So my point is, there are people there, if they did in fact pull them away, that are probably going to suffer even more because of this whole dynamic. Now, that's not to say that maybe you could argue that the militia actions were justified. I'm simply pointing out a consequence of whether the action were justified or not. And that's interesting to think about. There's one side's going to say that they're the responsible party for this happening. The other side's going to say FEMA was hurting in the first place and we're fighting for good things. I think that everyone's being deceived by the partisan angles in all of this. National Guard troops had come across 2 trucks of armed militia saying they were out hunting FEMA. And that's from an email. I'd love to find more into that, to actually be able to prove whether that was something that actually happened. The IMT's incident management teams have been notified and are coordinating the evacuation of all assigned personnel in the counties. My point is that will diminish the things that might need to be done. The Post reported that 2 federal officials had confirmed the email's authenticity, but it was not clear if the threat described was viewed as credible. Whatever that's their interpretation, whether they meant they were going to hunt them. It's weird. An unnamed Forest Service official told the newspaper that personnel were moved to a safe area and some work in the area was paused. They were back in place by Sunday afternoon. So it was only a brief stop. So it seems interesting to me. I do think we should take it with a grain of salt. But my point in saying that I think they're all being played about it is that you have partisan angles in all of this. Like, so do you think the average FEMA worker on the ground is in the know about some larger dynamic? Probably not. So I think at the end of the day, if we could remove the partisan games from all of this, you would begin to see, like, there are lies being put out by the kind of Republican part of this conversation. We've proven many of them, but there are also things that are being pointed to by that same conversation that are true, that are being denied by the other side of the conversation. That's the only objective way to highlight all this. And so it should matter to you that there are people who are dumping nonsense into the conversation. They have a right to do it, but you can also say it's irresponsible. They're hurting the process. And then the point is, by pointing at some of those lies and saying that they're not doing anything about it and then acting on those lies is what I worry about. And we know there are people like that. In any conversation where people who get, let's say, radicalized by the corporate media and act against Trump, or in this sense, act against the other side of the conversation. If you can acknowledge one, you should be able to acknowledge the other. And I think all of that matters. And this is my point back to the beginning of where I think the government as a whole is trying to get you to do that. They want you to do these things. So that's what I was saying at the beginning. This could just be kind of a placed article to get this to happen. Maybe it's already beginning. They want to use this as a way to be able to justify shutting you down. And maybe it'll start with only Republicans with red hats, but eventually it'll become anybody in any time of, emergency. Suddenly everybody in a 20-mile radius has to shut down this or do that. Where's your digital ID? We got to make sure that you're supposed to be here. You guys know where this is going. Every single point of control is being used to justify one of the steps that seems that Elon Musk is building right now. So keep that in mind. Now it says Helene killed at least 230 people as it moved north, leaving a trail of destruction across 6 states. Since then, misinformation and rumors about the response have been rampant, and I agree. But like I said, some of them are actually true that they're denying. Some on social media called for FEMA to be targeted after a rumor that the devastated town of Chimney Rock was going to be seized and bulldozed by the government circulated online, despite local authorities and news debunking the claim. Now, we've talked about the lithium. We went over this in the show. We've talked about Albemarle and its weird association with Israel making chemical weapons for both the U.S. and Israel, white phosphorus, which doesn't seem to fit in, but I still think that's weird and interesting. But on top of the fact that the BlackRock part got thrown into it, even though they only own a small amount, which is about kind of comparable to what they own in Rumble, but we don't point that out. All these things could matter. But at the end of the day, I did not see the evidence that they were about to bulldoze the town, which wouldn't even make sense seeing as how Albemarle already has the contract to do this, and they're already working towards it. It's just none of this made any sense to me. And maybe, who knows, maybe in a month or a year from now, it turns out the point is right now, what they're saying does appear to be false. The idea that they're seizing and taking the town, there are people on the ground that are telling you that's not true, that live there. And yet right now, all the people that are in the height of the partisan Republican conversation will never admit that was false. And a lot of them may be the ones that are there with guns. Just as a hypothetical point. You know that's possible. And that is what I worry about. And again, that's not even just your government. Those might even be unwitting agents of the partisan manipulation. And those are the most lost people in the conversation. The ones that are out there leading the charge for the partisan lies that don't even know that they're part of a lie. And they're everywhere. So that's pretty interesting. Oh, and there's one more part. It says FEMA, who has also been accused by Trump and Republican nominee Trump and Vance of being not being able to respond well enough to the hurricane because it diverted disaster relief to immigrants. Which again, as I even said myself, that's a very dishonest way to frame that. Now, we could point out that a lot of money was spent on immigrants, not necessarily all illegal. That was also always how they lumped these things together. But that wasn't the right. The point would be, if we're going to talk about any kind of spending, why don't we reference the trillions that go overseas and all the different wars when this is happening? Or really to sum up the point, as it says there, which I already pointed out on the show, these aren't the same conversation. FEMA administers, as they write, administers the Shelter and Services Program. Funding for it comes from a separate pot of money funded by Congress. So these are separate funding mechanisms. But so there's still a fair point to say we spent money on this, right? And we don't have it for that. That's a problem. That's how anybody honest is framing it. But of course, Republicans took it a step further and made it out to be they used the money that would have been used for this over here. Now, I argue that happens because people on Twitter share a screenshot of some talking point on Reddit, and all of a sudden they're repeating what they don't know. And it turns into this. It turns into a boiled down, misinformed point, which only helps your government control your life. All of it. Other false claims have been circulated include that people are taking federal relief money could see that their land was seized, or that the $750 and the most they'll ever get to rebuild. Now, who knows? Maybe that'll be the case. But the $750 was a slap in the face, but I didn't see any indication that was the only thing they were ever going to get. It might be, but see, this is your assumptions being framed as information. Or the idea that they took relief money, therefore they're going to have their land seized. Again, it certainly could be. I don't see the evidence for that. FEMA has pushed back against the false claims, which doesn't mean you should believe them either. It's government. Setting up an own page to combat the information. It says, we have thousands of people on the ground. And they say not just federal, but also our volunteers in the private sector. So if they have thousands of people like me, the bottom line is what I already said. End of the day, your government is always looking for ways to use you against yourself. Be aware of that. Another example. Donald Trump, his real account on Twitter, posted this on October 11th. It literally says, quote, America is being invaded and the occupation liberate America. I could promise you that that language is not by accident. And the occupation. I mean, you know how insulting that is for people that actually pay it. The reality that Trump and Kamala and Biden and all the rest of them, even RFK, are blindly and are openly supporting a 76-year occupation. They're all blindly supporting, because that's what it really is when you understand that it was occupied, whether all of it at once. They took control of these areas because Britain gave it to them, not because God said they could have it, but Britain, Balfour Declaration. The point is that's an occupation. Or the U.S. occupation of Syria, or the U.S. occupation of Iraq, or the U.S. occupation of Afghanistan, or the U.S. occupation, on and on and on, or Syria, or Israel's occupation of Syria, or the Golan Heights, or Lebanon, all of which are illegally occupied. But let's pretend that every single immigrant is now occupying this country. Now, to be clear, I've also pointed out these problems. The reality of weaponized immigration or migration, and clearly showing you Israel's making that happen in one part. But point being, most of this has to do with your government's foreign policy. But either way, the bottom line is to frame this as an occupation or talk about it as being invaded. This, you know what this does? It's a hyperbolic point that turns into immigrants are the enemy. And if you don't see that happening, despite the fact that this country in a lot of ways does definitely need that dynamic, and that's not because I necessarily want or don't want that. It just is the reality of the way this country works. Both sides lean into that. This is about trying to use this for politics. And of course, Elon Musk follows suit and says, if it looks like an invasion, sounds like an invasion, and uses guns like an invasion, then it's an invasion. What are we talking about? All you're going to see in this it's a bunch of fast-moving clips and dangerous music of images of things that we can't really connect for. Yes, there's problems. Yes, in Aurora, there's obvious gang dynamics, and some of them are Venezuelan. There's obvious examples. That's very clear. No one should deny that. In many cases, they're overrunning a lot of these apartment buildings, but the narratives around it has gotten cartoonish. And now, of course, the point is about it's all an invasion. despite the fact that what we're talking about in a lot of cases are people that have nowhere to go. Now, Lebanon has 1 million people that are surging into Europe and the United States because of what they just did. Are we going to start blaming? Yeah, that's the point. They're the enemy. And of course, the loomer morons of the world are going to jump in and tell you all military-age males, and it's all because the Lebanese and the Hezbollah and the Hamas are going to invade your country, despite the fact that all of it is being manufactured by Israel in obvious ways. But even if you don't want to admit that fact, it's to pretend that people that are suffering because of your government's actions are suddenly the enemy, even though there could be an overlap of that, is just insulting and dangerous. You are creating the very war and division that you claim you're fighting. Guys, this is a deep state agenda. If you need to recognize any of these things, and Elon and Trump are tag teaming your control structure. And here's what Sal the Agorist had to say. One of the biggest policy mistakes conservatives have made in the last 20 years is buying into Donald Trump's opposition to immigration. It's really the only policy proposal Trump owns, so he has no choice to push it hard. The fact is, though, Latinos are increasingly conservative. How long I've been making this point? This game they play where Democrats are buying votes. No, you're literally buying votes with your PAC, Elon, but let's forget about that. To claim that every immigrant that comes in is guaranteed to be a Democrat voter, in fact, that's simply not true. At best, it's completely up in the air. The point, though, is that they know that and just keep going with the old narratives, both sides, because there's a dynamic happening there. But he says the fact is, though, Latinos are increasingly conservative, especially second and third generations, who will greatly outnumber first-generation movers before long. A great example of this is Florida, where the only thing stopping native whites from confiscating guns, castrating little boys, and performing radical double mastectomies on healthy 12-year-old girls are the illegal Cuban rafters. The point is, it's just so embarrassing how so many people out there will just stick with the wedge issues, despite how clumsy. These things are from 20 years ago. These narratives don't even make sense anymore. And all they're doing is turning you against your neighbor or turning you against people that don't necessarily deserve your ire. Also, they can keep you in the mindset that you're under attack and that we need to do whatever we can to stop it, even if that means maybe taking away your rights. That's where we are. Now, the person that Trump seems to be leaning into more than anybody right now is Elon Musk. And it's pretty concerning for me for a lot of reasons, as we'll get to the whole Great Reset side of this, which I think is just so shocking to me, as the right seemed to be the most resistant and now seems to be blindly walking along with the new Great Reset. This person points out Elon Musk is going full force to get Trump elected. And this is his opinion. He says, because otherwise someone might find out what kung fu practice with Ghislaine Maxwell is code for. This comes from these emails that we've seen around the whole Epstein overlap. He's got a tweet image right there. We're going to read this article next. Interesting. Elon Musk's Twitter is reportedly resisting a subpoena in the Jeffrey Epstein related legal case. That's the truth. And they cite this Gizmodo article. So let's read that next. This is from July 19th of this year. Now it says Twitter is reportedly stonewalling subpoena requests related to a legal case involving the dead financier and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Why? Nobody knows, but it is sure weird. Now the point is that now to this day, it seems like there's no follow-up, which I find very strange. Is we're in a situation where anybody else gets subpoenaed and they don't do anything about it. Well, there's usually consequences to that. So here we are. Right? October. And nothing's happening. And that is, as far as I can tell, the current reality, that they've subpoenaed him in regard to a Jeffrey Epstein case, and he's just ignoring it. Well, I'm funny. Can you imagine if Biden was in that position, what they would do? Can you imagine if anybody even tangentially connected with the current Democrat position? You know as well as I, it would be the biggest story ever. It'd be like, we know it. He's part of the Epstein scandal, or anything else we're going to talk about next. Or as Brian even points out, like the digital ID, the biometric conversation, if they came out and said explicitly the way that Trump did what they wanted, that would be the only reason you needed not to vote for them. But of course, if it's somebody else, well, you give them a pass. This goes back even further. This is on May 2023. Elon Musk was subpoenaed in a JP Morgan Epstein lawsuit by the Virgin Islands. So let's just continue. Now, of course, the point, just like the Andrew Tate monsters or the Tate monster, the obvious, if you haven't seen the Milk Bar TV's breakdown of these or the many, many, many different examples of them openly, laughingly, gleefully talking about raping and manipulating women, it's very easy to see. It's very easy. They're everywhere. And yet, nonetheless, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson had this softball interviews where they let them just lie to everybody, to their millions of audience. They lied. You can go check by check and prove easily that they lied about all that stuff. My point is, they simply go, the Matrix is after me. And everyone goes, we're on your side, because they must be making it up, despite all the facts, because partisan melts logic. Same point here. Now, this doesn't prove that he's guilty. But my point is the same, that just because, well, he's the persecuted hero, they don't like that he's fighting for free speech, they say. So let's pretend that we can ignore everything else. It's pretty dumb. Here is Mail Online. Elon Musk names the rich Dems who are terrified of Epstein and Diddy files becoming public. Seems a little bit deflection, don't you think? Well, he's got subpoenas that he's ignoring around the Epstein case. And now the Diddy files come out and he's going, here are the Dems that are probably scared about that on October 8th. Oops, did we forget about the fact that he's a big buddy of Diddy, who we used to proudly talk about, who was also one of the found owners of Twitter? Funny how he's over there going, look at the Democrats, they're the ones. And clearly you seem to be deflecting away from yourself, my opinion. And of course, I pointed this out as well earlier. This person goes sickening around Diddy accused of abusing 9-year-old boy while spiking drinks with horse tranquilizer. 120 victims come forward. Elon Musk goes, how many people in the industry knew about this? Well, she goes, Elon, you've admitted Diddy is a friend of yours and also an ex-investor who helped you acquire Twitter. Is this why my account, sex trafficking survivors and other exposing elite pedophiles, is censored on Twitter? That's Liz Crokin. But you've seen all these. Diddy is a major, if not one of the leading shareholders on Twitter. That was recently admitted, but it's already been there. He helped Musk assume Twitter control. He says, I don't know if you know this, but Puff is an investor in Twitter. You know, he's a good friend of mine. We text a lot. Sure, you could pretend like he just said that to be nice, but how do you, the point is, it's always easy to err on the side that you want. The truth is that he does know him and that they are working together. And it seems like that would matter if it was anybody else in the conversation, right? You damn well know. Now, we have the Elon Musk Great Reset. Make sure I didn't forget something here. Yeah, okay. Which, again, the same point that I'm making across all this, that we're literally in a position where if this was anybody else, even another Republican that they'd probably call a rhino, like this would just be over. And yet here he is rolling out his Great Reset. You got, and don't forget, even recently just changed his icon to the We Robot thing for like half a day and then changed it, which is what all this is. You got just robots coming out. He's got these random, right from the iRobot movie, it seems like these same little autonomous driving cars that you don't control. I own nothing and I'm happy, right? Or these autonomous zones. I mean, he's even using the same language. So first one, as I simply tagged and said, the Great Reset, Elon edition. And it's all from this presentation. He's showing you these robots that come walking out, serving you and giving you drinks and washing your clothes and being your butler. Okay, so obviously you could make arguments about how this would be positive or help this or save you from but it can also do a lot of the other things we talk about. So if you're aware that your cell phone is being used to spy on you, let's pretend like it's impossible that a robot, an autonomous robot that's being sent, you're buying from Tesla, is not going to be able to do those things. Like, they're going to make all the same arguments. And then even worse, as somebody jokingly pointed out, but I don't see it as much of a joke, it's important. Like, it makes sense, of course, to have a device that can spy on you, but then also arrest you when you do the wrong thing and then take you somewhere. I mean, it's just amazing to me. Like, if we can't connect the dots to where, they were at a point where they're like, man, it'd be great if we could have spying devices on every American in this country, and then worked out a way to get you to buy it from them. Here we are again. How long until they're like, we all need a robot butler? And then suddenly you have a robot army that's in everyone's home. Yeah, I'm sure we could pretend like that sounds really stupid and crazy conspiracy theory. And you know what? I'm just kind of half kidding. But the truth is, that is obviously a logical step in how things have gone before. I mean, again, it's possible, whether it's crazy in your mind or not. And as Night Watch points out, that's it, man. Imagine people's reaction to Klaus Schwab or Bill Gates if they had their own personal line of robots they were trying to sell. Yeah, pretend that was Bill Gates. We're really going to pretend like you would just shrug it off like some new venture? No, you would be screaming out the Great Reset. Why is it different? Because you've decided for yourself that Elon is not that. Here he goes. Ever wanted your own personal R2 unit? Optimus is your personal. So what we're talking about here, that's just the first part there. First part, these are driverless cars. And I'll play the last one for you where he talks about how that plays into the community he wants to build. You tell me how this is different than 15-minute cities, than everything else we saw from the Great Reset, other than Elon pointing to it. Now, first, before I even go past that, he's talking about these little driverless cars. Just for a side note, I'm going to include this article from Survivorpedia. Top 10 vehicles for your EMP survival. This is where my mind is going. And there's some pretty cool trucks in here. All of them before the time where, I mean, arguably there's still possibly some effect from an EMP, but it's not the kind that will shut your car down entirely, especially if it's turned off. They're less likely to be affected as much. So I'll include that for you. But last one, autonomy will create the world we want. It's literally called autonomy. And it says so much green space potential in cities when vast parking lots aren't needed. Huh. Okay, why? And this person says, own nothing and be happy.
So one of the things that is really interesting is how will this affect the cities that we live in? And when you drive around a city, or when the car drives you around a city,
of course, whether you want it or not,
you'll see there's a lot of parking lots. There's parking lots everywhere, parking garages. So what would happen if you have an autonomous world is that you can now turn parking lots into parks. And so we're taking the ing lot out of parking lot.
Right. So the point is obvious. Take away what he said. It is literally what you see on the Great Reset website, World Economic Forum. And then on top of that, in case we forgot, he's also personally involved in every aspect of everything else too. The mRNA microfactories, the neurochip brain implant. So he's a walking one-stop shop for the Great Reset, but we pretend he's on your side because Twitter and Trump and stuff. This person responded, oh, look, it's Ian Miles Chong. I wonder if he's going to be show some criticism. Yeah, you know that's not going to happen. He says, tell me about it. It's hell to drive in cities during rush hour. How much more awesome would it be if we could just go from one place to another without even having to park? Oh my God, you're so cool, man. These people deserve to be made fun of. He says, so much green space potential in cities when vast parking lots aren't needed. It's funny to me. Totally cool, man. We don't have to drive anymore. Like, it just seems like a child. And at the end of the day, obviously there's concerns here. I don't know, freedom, actual autonomy, not your pretend autonomy, but my choices in the city. But of course, the people that are his fanboys want to be like, you're so cool. That's exactly what we all asked for. No, it's not. Totally not. And I'll tell you what's the classic line? Those who would give up security for a little safety, or you could also say convenience, deserve neither. Paraphrasing Benjamin Franklin. And that's the reality. You're going to go, oh man, I don't have to drive anymore? Cool. You can own me. This is pretty much where this goes. Here's the other one. We constructed a futuristic world, and it's called We Robot. That sure sounds fun and warm and fuzzy, right? We Robot, autonomy, freedom city, right? Here's your MAGA freedom phone, and here's your freedom city. And guess what? You have no rights to do anything, and we own everything, and you're happy though. That's exactly where this is going. But as long as Elon presents it, we all pretend like it's the best thing ever. Welcome to the future. I mean, guys, this is exactly, if this was Bill Gates or anybody else, you would be freaking out about it. Now, here's the last one. Oh, I think it's the one I showed. Yeah, just the same picture of that town. And I simply said, slowly, he pulls the right into the agenda. You know, the very same right that was the most resistant 30 seconds ago. Did we already forget about the Great Reset? Or are we just pretending that Elon or Trump points to, or are we just pretending that if Elon or Trump points to it, that makes it okay? Two-party illusion. Now, lastly, to make the point about how obviously this person is a government, like part of the government. I mean, or if not, he already is. My point is that this is showing an immersion with the government. He is interwoven with it in ways that we don't even understand. Sarah Emerson points this out. Elon Musk, his AI supercomputer team has been secretly courting government officials. Like Memphis police, hey, look in my backyard, and FBI agents. Memphis police, FBI agents behind NDAs, and a shell run by his fixer, Jared Burchell. So we have government non-disclosure agreements with the guy that's going to save you from the government. It says, we obtained the NDA through a public records request, which argue the point they make in this is that is how the ultimate being that their NDAs don't even supersede the public domain. Ultimately, as a government aspect, that you have a right to be able to see these things, but he's trying to hide them behind NDAs. Apparently, I'll read the article. That seems to be a common thing that he does. The point, though, is we're talking about this is the one that we're telling you is fighting the deep state, or that they're telling us is fighting the deep state. Or, I mean, we're talking about like every example of the machine I keep pointing to, and everywhere you look, he is interwoven with it. And this person says, Charles AI Cyber says, looks like Musk's XAI is mirroring his other company's playbook by keeping government officials in the dark with NDAs. A classic move to silence discussion about a massive data center, concerned about data protection and government surveillance. Now, that's the part of it is the data center, which is going to take I'll cite the numbers exactly from the article. Water resources from these locations. Is that what the people there want? Part of the reason why he keeps it under NDA so you don't know what's happening in your backyard until it's too late. But this is the guy who wants to save and fight for your freedoms, though, except for the freedoms of people in Memphis, though. We don't care about them. Now it says how Elon Musk muzzled government employees from talking about his XAI's new supercomputer. This is from the 11th of this month. For months, XAI met privately with government officials to bring its massive data center to Memphis, keeping those discussions secret by requiring the signing of non-disclosure agreements with the government. Now, how is that even allowed? How is the government allowed? Frankly, I think there's a legal dynamic there that is a little bit skirting the law, where how they're allowed to sign non-disclosure agreements about public domain issues. Because we're talking about locations in Memphis, which the people of Memphis have a right to have a say about. Because if we're going to pretend that your government are simply your elected representatives that act in your will, which we all know is not how this works, then the reality is that's your decision. We don't want this in our community, but they don't allow the government who's supposed to be acting for you to be able to speak about it. Doesn't that seem a little uncomfortable? Now, this will broaden out. Actually, on that note, I'm going to save this article because I'm going to be having a discussion in the near future about another follow-up discussion about Prospera, the fake libertarian technocratic haven. It's a fake libertarian city that is a technocratic hellhole in Honduras that Peter Thiel owns. And it is terrifying. And they're even using it as a reference point in the things they're calling Trump's freedom cities. And this discussion very much overlaps about the idea of public domain and what you as the individuals would want in your backyard and whether you even have a say in it if they work around that. But it simply goes on to say, nearly 6 months ago in Memphis, before residents or even city councilors knew that Elon Musk was building, quote, the world's largest supercomputer in their backyard, the billionaire's team met secretly with a host of local and national law enforcement agencies, including the Sheriff's Office, Memphis Police Department, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and Federal Bureau of Investigations. All the people, I mean, isn't it funny how often they represent themselves as being like against all of this, like fighting the FBI, except when they don't want that. Homeland Security, FBI, Memphis Police. The covert meeting, which has not been previously reported, concerned Musk's growing AI startup, XAI, all X, which is weird, coming from X Corp before. Now you've got X for Twitter, XAI, WeChat, X new dynamic. It says, according to the Greater Memphis Chamber, an economic development group that had been steering the deal behind closed doors since March. Now it says, she offered them a tour of Musk's new facility, the chamber chief, economic development officer Gwen Fisher, on one condition. Talking about the people, hold on. Wait, this is the third paragraph. How are they saying she offered them? Who's them? To a group in the email. Just bad writing. I mean, I know the point is we're talking about the entities that are there to the government, local, and larger entities we just discussed. But I'm just saying it lists them right there. But it seems like the way they wrote that, this is my mind working. I shouldn't even be saying it out loud. It's just poorly written because it doesn't explain as well. The bottom line, though, is that they offered the FBI, police, tours, but on one condition. They had to sign non-disclosure agreements with an entity titled CTC Property, a mysterious shell company controlled by Musk's fixer and personal banker, Jared Burchell, who's got a kind of a weird, spotty background. I shouldn't say that. More so specifically, there was one example, at least accused of mishandling something, and it's just in reading this, that's the report, let's say. I'm not even going into that. That's just what the general reporting is about this background. But my way I read this is I don't even think we're supposed to be seeing all of this. It says a former financial analyst. Oh, I think it maybe says right here. Yeah, right there, improper correspondence with a client. It's small stuff. But it says, and even if maybe that's not even true, but it says Burchell has been Musk's right hand for nearly a decade. He got fired from Merrill Lynch for the improper correspondence, according to Reuters. It says since that time, he's been named an executive at SpaceX, an executive at Neuralink, an executive at the Boring Company, and an executive at XAI. He manages Musk's family office and foundation, oversaw the billionaire's takeover of Twitter, and controls Musk's expansive personal security detail. Should we maybe ask whether this guy is Elon Musk? Whether this guy is, and Musk is the front man of whatever we're dealing with here? Pretty weird. Because I, quite frankly, the more you actually watch Elon Musk and watch and look at the background, I don't think he is what everyone represents him to be. I don't think he's as smart as he claims he is. I really just basically looking at the way he presents himself, I have questions at the very least. And when you start to see this stuff, it's going, well, that's pretty strange. Maybe there's something bigger. Maybe he is literally a front man for something darker going forward. Sure, you can sense my own opinions bleeding through in there, which are my opinions. But nonetheless, I think it's interesting to see how this is going forward and the fact that they're getting people to sign NDAs so you can't see what the government is doing on public property. And it says that government agencies consented to XAI's confidentiality terms is unethical, says Scott Bonbury, conservation director of the Sierra Club Tennessee chapter, who believes their primary accountability should be to the citizens of Memphis. Doesn't say believes, that's the reality. The game we play where the government is supposed to be the representative, of your living will. That's not the living embodiment of what you want. That's clearly, if they have to argue about that, then that can't be the case. Obviously, they're supposed to be acting for the people of Memphis, not for a billionaire oligarch technocrat and hiding it from you. But the sad thing is that is what is going on. The lie is that they're fighting for you. Now, we can change that. That's not how it should be, but we need to be real about that and stop looking at it as the anomaly is that. The reality is that's all they do. They're always looking for ways to screw you over for their immediate benefit. And that's sadly because we've allowed that to be the case for a really long time. Now, it says that government agencies consented to XAI's confidentiality terms unethical. Musk companies have a long history of using NDAs to silence government officials about projects in their towns. And Memphis appears no different. Now, here's what becomes interesting. They claim, as it talks about next, the idea of proprietary research, but then go on to prove that's not even what's actually happening. Now, that doesn't mean there's not proprietary research, but what it means is they use that claim to justify why a government official who's supposed to be acting for you would sign an NDA for a company. They go, well, we can't disclose their financial or their proprietary information about the tech, but then go on to use it to hide things like the fact that they're using their water so it's an illusion with an I. It says the FBI and Shelby County Sheriff's Office declined to comment on the meeting with XAI, and the remaining law enforcement agencies did not respond to Forbes' multiple outreach attempts. That's pretty weird, don't you think? However, documents show that both the police department and sheriff's office signed NDAs to XAI corporate security chief Logan Beach. So they've got 9 disclosure agreements with a company, even though they're supposed to be acting with you. Don't you see a conflict of interest there? What happens if something they're supposed to do in the field of duty regarding this building or with what they're going on in this area comes into conflict with that NDA? What happens then? Well, the clear argument legally would be they ignore the NDA because that supersedes it. But do they know that? Do they act like that? Maybe there's financial incentives. How do we know what's going on? Now, it says one of the things the article writes is that they often use these police or unmarked cars and unmarked official. That's what they reference. It's possible the police department will be moonlighting for them as security. Then what happens? Then now you've got them working for him and sign NDAs. You think they're going to enforce for you over him? This is the reality of where technocracy goes, guys. This is all being done right in front of us. Now it says XAI's push into Memphis has come with aggressive demands on area resources. The data center has requested enough power to run 100,000 households and will draw more than 1 million gallons of water daily from the Memphis aquifer. Okay, so here's why it matters more than anything. Up until now, you might have argued that they have no right to know what you're doing, whether it's local or not. Well, when it does affect your municipality, when it's taking water and energy from what you might need in times of crisis, then you have a right to say. So if we were going to be okay with this, maybe we should say, okay, well, that's fine. Then they have to build their own energy. Like, so this is them taking advantage of the current infrastructure of the area as opposed to doing it themselves, which is what most companies do. But not most companies are building a massive XAI data super center, which is probably something we've never seen before. Not really. Now it says these companies expect to be able to sail through without anyone knowing anything about what they're doing. It says fears that local power grids and vital resources will be stretched to their limits. Yes, obviously that should matter. Like with Nestle stealing water rights or Flint or any number of an endless amount of examples, and we're just doing it again because nothing's changed. And I'll make this point again. Or actually, I think I forgot that I was going to make it about the North Carolina point. I should have said it then because now it's going to be lost on it. But the point is the same as always, is that because of all the BS and the lies, what actually happens? We're focused on the bigger hype about the story and the town being bulldozed instead of just the incompetence of the government. And then it goes on again. The next disaster, we'll do it all over again. And this is what I keep harping on in these conversations. We shouldn't be ignoring or pretending that because they call it misinformation that it's false, but we should also look to the other side too, and the partisan game and the people in the paradigm who are lying around it, not just the other side. And the same thing we're doing here. We should care. Fears that the local power grid and vital resources will be stretched to their limits. Gosh, I've just lost it on that. So anyway, back to the North Carolina point, which I know somehow connects to what I just said, is that ultimately we're in the same position where we miss the forest for the trees. We are focusing on a bigger story instead of recognizing, which we should consider, but recognizing the immediacy of what needs to change. And the same thing we see with East Palestine or anything else, the story just continues down the road. Oh, that's what it was. So like Nestle and Flint and the rest of it, instead of actually dealing with those problems, we all get pulled away in something else. And so they just do it over and over. And they know that. They bank on that. And I'm not talking about left or right. I'm just talking about the power structure that is your government who are doing the same thing. Memphis should not have to decide or explain or argue with XAI about taking their resources if they don't want that. That's why they're signing NDAs with the government that's supposed to be acting for you. If this isn't alarming for you, I don't know what you're looking at. Yet state privacy laws and NDAs have often allowed these projects to withhold state privacy laws to withhold key details from the public as trade secrets or confidential information, which I might even argue there's a level that would make sense. Let's just say you're working on some specific thing where if you were to give information, it would divulge proprietary information. I'm going to say I can understand how it might make sense. Yeah, I have to see all the information before the point is that I always err on the side of what we first talked about. But logically, you could argue it would make sense. But here's where it goes crazy. It says Google's water usage. So Google, their water usage in the Dallas, Oregon, for example, or the Dallas, Oregon location, for example, was guarded by the city. By the city. Until the Oregonian, the local newspaper, sued for its release under public records law. Public records law. So this is the government deciding to hide public records from you, who they're supposed to work for, in favor of a corporation who is paying them. That's as simple as it gets. That's what's happening here. Now, you can even argue that his AI supercenter is what we all need. Either way, it's showing you that they're dishonest. They're abusing the area of Memphis, or they will, in order to get what they want at your expense, and then turning around and telling you they're fighting for you. That's always how this works. It says, when Forbes asked TVA about its other data center customers, the utility declined to share any information about them, claiming contractual agreements protected that sensitive business information. See the point? That has nothing to do with utility usage or using water usage. They're hiding behind proprietary information, whether that's even necessary. It says it would not say whether it had signed an NDA for the XAI project. Additionally, Memphis's economic development agency, EDGE, denied Forbes' request for public records relating to XAI by citing trade secrets. So again, in real time, you've got Memphis government entities turning down your right to see public domain information, citing trade secrets. Think about that for a second. That's terrifying. And this is where we're going with this this is the point about Honduras. At what point until suddenly government exists, but it's not even really in charge anymore? Which is not, my argument is we should be gone. I'm not going to cry about the government not having power, but I will be worried about if a worse entity takes control. But it says EDGE's board members are appointed by the city and county, while the board of TVA, which is federally owned, is nominated by the U.S. president and confirmed by the Senate. And yet, to the highest level of government power, this entity is working for a private corporate entity, as opposed to you. Quote, "It's just unprecedented," said Memphis resident Ward Archer about the NDAs. But seemingly nobody cares because, my point again, obviously it's against the law. Obviously, on the face of this, they're doing the opposite of what we're told they do. And we cry about it, or we rather complain about it. We say this shouldn't be okay. And then nothing happens. And because the partisanship comes in with some kind of nonsense angle to this, where it's going to be, they're trying to stop Elon from saving the world with AI, all of a sudden it goes forward. We don't change it. Every damn time. Yeah, it's obvious that the partisan angle of this, the two-party illusion, is the central problem to how we are getting past these things today. I'm convinced. Archer is the president of the local conservation nonprofit Protect Our Aquifer. So they're arguing this is a big problem. They're going to hurt our water source, which is exactly what they should care about more than ever today. It says, which has been pressing local agencies for details about XAI's water demands. It says, quote, "How can you do that and be an elected official or an appointed official? That seems weird. And what's the need for secrecy? I don't get it." Well, we do, though. It's obvious because they don't want you to see, because if you were aware of how much water they're going to take, let alone a lot of other dangerous things, in my opinion, then you wouldn't want it there. And then you'd have the ability to petition your government and stop it from happening. Instead, they throw money at it. Money and influence, and get your government officials who are supposed to act for you to turn a blind eye because something, you can decide what that might be. In Nevada, Tesla has used NDAs to prohibit state officials from disclosing information about tax breaks the company would receive. See my point? So Tesla, another company where Elon Musk does the same thing, has used the lie of the non-disclosure agreements with government officials to hide their tax breaks. Is that proprietary information? Obviously not. Several government entities in Brownsville, Texas, including a public entity board, a utilities board, were similarly required by SpaceX to sign NDAs. This is technocracy right in front of you, expanding. The contracts were only released through an attorney general's order. And in Bastrop, Texas, where Musk's tunneling venture, the Boring Company, has built a manufacturing plant, one resident claimed the company asked them to sign an NDA before viewing planning documents that were technically public records. Do you think they don't know that? They'll take whatever they can get. Buy whatever they can get. Deborah Fisher, executive director of the Tennessee Coalition for Open Government, told Forbes that NDAs don't supersede the state's public record laws, but have been used to gum up access to information. So the point is, if pursued long enough, eventually, it would seem, you'd be able to get the information. But I would argue, even at this level, if it goes to the top, somebody could ultimately put their foot down and say, proprietary. And then what are you going to do? Even if it's illegal. The point is, they don't care about the law. My point, though, is that gumming it up is really what matters. Like, just keep this drawn out until we're built. Then they can complain all they want because it's too late then. If you're in Memphis, you should be speaking up about this. XAI has reportedly refused to engage with the Memphis community that it's been so eager to join. Why would that be? I mean, guys, the whole point is I don't think they wanted this to even be discussed. They were hoping that it would be built before we even knew what was going on, like they've done before. The facility's closeness to historically black neighborhoods already exposed to industrial pollution and chronically underserved by public utilities, has caused residents to worry it may worsen their problems. Now, of course, as always, anything even related to this conversation we framed as woke, even though there is elements to this that are accurate. The idea about whether it's black or anything else, that poorer neighborhoods are always the ones that get abused. That's without question. They don't put things like this in Martha's Vineyard, guys. There's a reason for that. Now, you could argue it's because they don't take care of their community. You can fall into that trap if you want to pretend that, because that's like saying immigrants are the problem because we destroyed their home. No, it's always the way this works. If you want to look at the history of why these things are the way they are, that's important to do. It doesn't matter whether you rationalize why it's the unfair thing should happen. The point is still that this should not be the way it works. That people who are already in positions where they get less than everybody else, and whether black or white or whatever else, or already in positions where most of the pollution circles around there, they shouldn't be the ones that continue to get it just because they don't have the wealth and influence to stop it. But here we are. As the one pretending he's fighting for those people, are the one taking advantage of them as we speak. Same what's going on in North Carolina, by the way, as you're getting tricked into paying for an expensive device. All the secrecy around XAI's facility has some residents eager for more information. One told Forbes they parked outside the data center on a public road and tried to shoot drone footage of the site before they were visited by a pair of armed guards who showed up in an unmarked vehicle. Maybe Memphis police, for all we know, maybe the FBI. They signed NDAs. I guess we'll never know. Point, though, armed guards in an unmarked vehicle. Now, maybe you think that's normal today, just any company, but that's not what I see. There are major companies that, I used to live right next to an Intel, like a Google. And the point is that you walk right up the front door. So what's the difference? Well, they're working on things that might be a little bit more contentious. I think that's the point, and I think they know that. Consider that for yourself. Lastly, on this point, it turns out that a lot of the people that might be perceived as more on the right of this conversation are starting to turn against Elon Musk. Kind of hard to see. It's rather kind of obvious why. You're marching out the Great Reset, and it's kind of anybody with even a fraction of integrity is going to go, whoa, hold on a minute. So what's funny is even on like the whole Tim Pool chaos, the one person who seems to, look, I've had plenty of criticism over the years. I would love to see the Luke Rudkowski of old, the one that used to be doing more real journalism, in my opinion. But he's been the one person in that conversation who has at least pushed back on some of the absurdities that we see in that like about Israel or Trump or any of this stuff. And he has. He gets a little pushback from them in that conversation. Or he was the one that pushed at the idea of the Operation Warp Speed mattering because it does. And Tim Pool's like, I'm so tired of hearing this. Yeah, who cares about people being murdered by Operation Warp Speed? But he writes that he does this video called Elon's Tesla robotaxis are a Trojan horse. Interesting. And Just a Thought, who wrote a recent article for TLAV, says Elon Musk, along with Trump, RFK, Tulsi, and the entire Rescue the Republic and Team Unity squad, are a Trojan horse for all WEF policies and more. Not to mention Carlson, Brand, and all the other globalist cheerleaders. Here is 5 Times August, who, at least for the most part, which I love his music and I'm a big supporter of him in general, he's been more on the Trump side of it, supporting that, I think, in a lot of ways, at least more so on the Republican side of it. But he came out and said this, which I think is important. Follow me here, he says, because obviously, no, people are going to push back. Elon buys Twitter. Everyone celebrates free speech again, in quotes, earns trust of the people, brings on Yacarino, World Economic Forum Yacarino, who talked about mask mandates, forcing vaccines, censorship, working with ADL. That's who she is. Changes name to X. X becomes the, quote, everything app for chat, purchases, and entertainment. That hasn't happened yet, by the way. So that's the WeChat argument. And as far as I know, even though I do think that's where it's going, the only thing we know is that he said that in one meeting that was tweeted out about we should do that. All right, turn it into WeChat. And we all laughed about it. But I think that's what's happening. But just to be clear, I don't know of anything else that suggests that is what's happening, but I do believe that's coming. He said, then it says, Yacarino now discussing a social credit score under the guise of brand safety, awful lawful. Quote, everything app eventually ties to social credit score. Everything app plus social credit score rolls into Neuralink. Neuralink mandated to use Twitter. Now, that one seems like a bit of a stretch to me, but you could see it could be the way this goes. Morons actually do it out of convenience. Voila, microchipped and controlled population. It's a trap. So what's funny is that it's such an obvious procession here. Like we can see where this goes. If you just like 5 Times August have the integrity to point it out. Now, whether it becomes you have to have a brain chip to be able to use it, I find that if we're talking about, so many years down the line, maybe, or maybe tomorrow. I don't know, but I feel like that one might be the hardest to kind of get to happen. But you could stop short and just simply say credit score, digital ID, access to these things, and that will be the next step. I completely understand that. Here's another one. Oh, no, this one's not negative. So there's a lot of them, though. You're going to see some people out there that you might not expect who are beginning to see concerns with Elon Musk. This is Kanoa the Great saying, Joe Rogan says the establishment is terrified of Donald Trump and Musk and their plan for government efficiency. I just can't not laugh and saying that out loud. That's why I think they're really terrified of Trump, Joe Rogan says. Palm face. And I say this selection season, in particular, seems to be separating the wheat from the chaff. Now, whether you ever thought Joe Rogan was wheat instead of chaff, the bottom line is that I think a lot of people, whether they might just not be fully, they are being pulled by everything to the side of Trump. And it seems lazy. It seems like to me, it seems like them coming out and saying, you know, like somebody in a middle position going, Trump, what's the right way to frame it? Coming out and saying the opposite. And we go, then it must be Trump. Like, it seems that clumsy to me, that by saying one thing, we assume the opposite. How in the world, with everything we know, we pretend that they're afraid of Trump? You mean the guy that literally rolled out the biggest agenda we've seen? Who is actively involved with every deep state agenda that we know about, despite the fact that we just ignore that because Trump or Elon? Seems kind of sad to me, but people are falling for it. Here's an old video on the platform banned.video that I was banned on, by the way. In case you forgot about that. Check this out. Still pops up, I think. Look at that. Hold on, Nick. Watch what happens. Oops, nothing there. Now, it used to pop up and show TLAV in the background. And for those that don't know, I definitely had this channel, and it definitely was being used. And I even showed videos on it before. And then banned.video, a supposed free speech platform, banned The Last American Vagabond. Very easy to see. I did a whole show on it back in the day. That should matter to you if you care about free speech. But on this not free speech platform, Greg Reese put this out on 2021. Elon Musk exposed, it says, the fake genius to help lead humanity into the abyss. Now, seems like things have changed since then. Lastly, I mean, it's just so cartoonish. Like this cheesy, cartoonish way. Vivek Ramaswamy says, we live in a 1776-like moment in America. And there's little doubt that Elon Musk is the Benjamin Franklin of our time. It's just crazy. I mean, look, I would have said that was stupid before he was involved with the Republicans and Trump. That's dumb. That's a really dumb thing to say in every possible way if you actually look at the information as opposed to the narrative around Elon Musk. That's sad. I mean, and even like Gerald says, you should get his autograph. Like, it's cheesy. It's sad. It's very small. And the point is, I said, I refuse to believe that most people are this naive or this stupid. Two-party illusion. First of all, could you argue we're in a 1976-like moment? I mean, maybe in the sense of government overreach, but we're not in that moment. Do you know why? Because in the 1776 moment, at least assuming we have the information correct from that time, we were talking about people in positions of influence and power that were risking everything they had to fight for your liberty and freedom. Now, yes, they love to frame that as what they're doing. All these billionaires and wealthy elitists pretending like they're the independent media. They're not doing that, though. In no way are they risking anything. And secondarily, they're fighting for the same things as the Democrats. You just tell yourself otherwise. I mean, I literally just went through half of it. So it's not even remotely that. This is like pretending that the other side of the British government is going to save you from the British government. That's not what's happening here, guys. We are not fighting against them. They are the government fighting for more control over you. And Vivek knows that. These people are all playing their roles. So let's shift into foreign policy. So we've already gone very long. So there's a lot to get to, guys. So please stick around. We have a lot to get to. I'm going to finish this out. I want to talk about everything else that's going on in foreign policy that I think you need to know about if you haven't seen it. And I guarantee what we get into next is some of the stuff you probably haven't seen anywhere else. In most cases, especially if you watch only mainstream and mainstream alternative. But let's get into it. I want to start with this. I mean, I'm still kind of blown away how little this has been talked about. Jeremy Lafredo. So if you don't remember the story, very recently, I forget the exact date. I think it was just after this. He was arrested by the Israeli government. I'm going to read from you the tweet here from Andre X, who breaks this down, who's one of the people that was arrested alongside of him. Now, Jeremy was kept. They released everybody but him and kept him for another, I think, 3 or 4 days, and then released him, but made him, as up until this moment, as I understand it, are making him stay in Israel. I think it was supposed to be maybe until this day, or at least when they were ruling on something. I'm looking for any updates, and if you have any updates in the chat, let me know. Because the crazy part about this is they're not only arresting an American citizen for doing journalism because he was inconvenient for them, I argue because they know of what he's doing. Because it can show you the mainstream journalist or reporter who was pointing to the same things, who was not arrested, who was mainstream journalist, reporter. So it went much further, had much more influence. And all they were reporting on is that they did hit military targets and it was targeted and Iran didn't kill anybody. And yet they went after him. I think it was, and they used the argument that he was there giving information to the enemy. I think this is about trying to suppress people that are actually going to reveal the full picture of what Israel is and what they're doing. And yet your government has not said a word. They have, as far as I could tell, they have not spoken up. I mean, even The Guardian wrote an article about Lafredo. I'll get to that in a second. Where are all the America First people? Can you imagine if this was an Israeli? Can you imagine if this was on the other side of the conversation? Oh my God, we wouldn't stop talking about this. The sad thing is that I guarantee he has suffered. My opinion, but I mean, I don't know how, look at what everything else we've seen. The people that were released had suffered. I'll read it to you. Now, this tweet was on the 6th. While on the ground in Israel, he says, I was able to track down the impact sites of Iranian missiles on key Israeli military and intelligence installations, including the Navatim Air Base, which they seemingly definitely hit, and Mossad headquarters, despite the Israeli military censor's official ban on publishing the locations. Now, remember the Mossad headquarters part. We're going to come back to that. So then right after this, he was arrested, beat up, and put in jail. Now, on the 11th, Andre X was released, and he says, was posting this. I was illegally detained by the Israeli army with 4 other journalists, he says. Here's what happened. On October 8, 2024, at approximately 1 p.m., a car with 5 journalists, an American journalist, that's Lafredo, a Palestinian journalist, a Russian-Israeli journalist, and a Canadian-Israeli videographer, and an Israeli photographer, was stopped. Now, think about that, too. So 3 of these people were Israeli. And that's my point about it's Zionism that they actually care about. It doesn't matter what you will say you are if you're doing the wrong thing. That's Zionism will attack Zionism if they're doing the wrong thing. And it says, they were stopped at a checkpoint in the West Bank. The checkpoint separates areas C and B. All the journalists were allowed to be on both sides by Israeli occupation law. They were held for an hour and a half in the car, despite being allowed to be where they were, while the IOF collected their documents. The IOF searched their car, going through personal items. The photographer later discovered that her underwear was removed from her bag and placed on top of her belongings. Because what else would happen? I mean, do we really need to pretend that we haven't seen the thousands of videos of these creeps going through people's lingerie in Gaza after murdering their families? And that's not every Israeli or every Jew, but there is an obvious dark overlap here to what's going on in this country. That's not my opinion. As we've seen Haaretz write articles about the rape epidemic, or the fact that it went from 1 in 4 women in IDF are sexually abused, and 3 years later, it's 1 in 2. I recently went over this. There's a problem in all of this, guys, and it's not secret. The report from Haaretz said that literally 100% of the foreign agriculture workers reported being sexually abused by an Israeli Israeli citizen. 100%. Like, I don't even know how that's possible. Right there. Jerusalem Post. 100% of foreign agriculture workers were sexually assaulted, according to Israeli experts. I mean, there's something very bad going on here, guys, and I think the world knows this by now, what we're seeing. So back to the story. Even when they're just casually stopping an Israeli journalist, they take her underwear out of her bag because they're creeps. The soldiers then illegally requested that the journalists hand in their phones And when they refused, the soldiers pointed a gun at one of the journalists, hit him with their hands and the barrel of a gun, then dragged him out of the car, slammed him into the concrete. When lying on the ground, they pointed 2 guns at his head. The rest of the journalists exited the car, and the military raided it, confiscated phones, cameras, and personal items. Now, I don't know if that was Jeremy or not. Something tells me it was. The journalists were told to sit in the sun in 35 Celsius degree heat, so very hot, on the side of the road. And after an hour, the Palestinian journalist began to feel faint and requested an ambulance to be ordered. The soldiers refused and didn't let anyone move to the shade, shouting insults and Israeli nationalist slogans. After 2 hours, the soldiers handcuffed and blindfolded the journalists. The Israeli photographer had a panic attack and started throwing up, and after stating that she was Israeli, was allowed to remain without a blindfold. Now, why do you think she's getting so worked up? Think about this for a second. She's an Israeli journalist who's being detained, and now seemingly the process she knows well, blindfolded, beat up. Where are you going to go? You're going to go to a rape prison. You're going to go to a torture prison. You're going to go to the places where we've already seen all of this happening. Now, those are actually accurate terms based on what we have now learned through Israeli media, that there is an epidemic. So she probably is starting to have a panic attack because she knows what's going to happen if she gets taken. That's my opinion. That's why I'm Israeli. And now, okay, we'll pull back on you. Interesting. The Palestinian journalist was left in the sun for 2 more hours. Then he was released. In the meantime, now it's really interesting. They released the Palestinian journalist and the Israeli journalist. In the meantime, the other 4 journalists were stacked on top of each other into a military jeep and taken to a military base. All because they were journalists. They were held blindfolded and handcuffed to the floor for 2 hours while being insulted and interrogated by the soldiers. The soldiers told the female Israeli photographer, the other one, so one was released, that she should have been raped by Hamas. So whatever this one said that got them to release on her, the other one didn't. So now she's there, and they're saying you should have been raped by Hamas. Clearly the good guys in the conversation, right? She's an Israeli, mind you. See, it's about Zionism, ladies and gentlemen. At approximately 4 p.m., the IOF passed the illegal detained journalists to the police, who took them to the police station. The 2 male journalists remained blindfolded until arriving at the Mal Adem Shah police station in an illegal Israeli settlement 1 hour later. At the station, the journalists were forced to be photographed in front of an Israeli flag with a nationalist slogan on it, while the officers were insulting them. A journalist was threatened with physical violence for smiling. The journalists were interrogated in regards to their political affiliation and work, refused the right to see a lawyer, denied food and water until many repeated requests. What a democracy. And then it says the 2 male journalists were denied food completely. The 2 female journalists were released without charges at 11 p.m. The Russian-Israeli journalist was released at midnight. The American journalist was held for 3 days and released Friday. So that's the point, is released, but made to stay in Israel. That's what we'll come to next. October 11th. So that's when he was apparently let go from their immediate custody, but they removed all of his devices and they said he legally had to stay in Israel until they were done in, I guess, manufacturing a story about him. The army confiscated 2 phones and 1 camera that they have yet to return. This marks a precedent for IOF treatment of Israelis and internationals, but this is the standard procedure for kidnapping Palestinians across the West Bank. That's important. So DD Geopolitics has an update, and this was an update as of the 10th, simply saying that he, actually, I think this one, technically the 11th was the other one after that. I pulled a lot of this in together from other shows. Independent American journalist, was known for his work at the Gray Zone. He published the information openly and fully without... His arrest came after he revealed precise details of the bombing. He published information openly and fully without attempting to hide anything, it says. If this information constitutes aiding the enemy, many other journalists in Israel, including Israeli reporters, should also be arrested, said attorney Leah Tasselem, who is representing him in this defense. Quote, a spy would not have acted so publicly and transparently. That's what it was for. So the point being is that he posted this very publicly, knowing he was there. Everyone can see. Why would a spy do that? You see how dumb this is? It's just clumsy. And on top of that, so too did a lot of other people, including another American journalist. or at least a mainstream journalist. It says Lafredo has been charged with, quote, aiding the enemy during warfare for documenting missile impact sites. Think about that. His arrest came on the same day that Al Jazeera cameraman was shot in the neck by IOF forces, who we recently reported on. The U.S. Embassy claims to be monitoring the situation closely. What a bunch of cowards. Absolute cowards. Thomas Melanin, he says, in war, you want to control the narrative. And points to this post from Sprinter that says an American reporter was arrested. This is on the 13th. In Israel for publishing a report on the locations of Iranian missile craft. Now, he's talking about Jeremy Lafredo. I don't know why. It seems funny. On the other show, I read something about a Jeffrey right before I talked about Jeremy, and then now I can't stop doing that. The point is that he's talking about Jeremy, but yet nonetheless shows you an image that is not Jeremy, and that's the mainstream journalist, the one we were talking about. But it says in his report, he also said that Iran deliberately fired one of the missiles into an area 500 meters away from the headquarters. That's what they're using to argue they bombed civilian locations. So he didn't do that. Jeremy did not, because that's not what happened. The proof actually is very clear about what they did attack, as everyone seems to be reporting at this point. But for whatever reason, you can read it for yourself, whatever, Sprinter is misrepresenting this, and shows you an article from Ynet, the Israeli platform. American journalists disclosed secrets during Iran attack, and saying Jeffrey Lafredo. Now, again, people make mistakes. I don't know. I don't know whether that's this or not. But I think it's important to recognize this person put this together without checking to see that this was or was not Jeremy. Due diligence is important. And this person responds by saying, and this is their opinion, you can decide for yourself. Sprinter is lying here and lies constantly. The video of the reporter examining the impact site is this person, Nick Schifrin, who is from PBS. That's the one that was reporting the exact same things that Jeremy was, but didn't get it. And in Israel, but nobody arrested him, and on a mainstream platform, and is reporting in Israel to this day. Sprinter is just trying to trick people like always. That's what they think. So I just think it's important to consider. He could just be wrong, is my point. But either way, you make it look like Jeremy was reporting that they more conflating it with a mainstream journalist that makes it seem as if he was doing something he shouldn't have been. That's not lost on me. Oh, and I forget what this was for. Oh, it's just the updating to see if there's anything new. I don't see that. So reading into the Gray Zone article about this, they put it on the 11th. Now it says, Israeli soldiers arrested, and this is important. It's weird that nobody's mentioning this. The Jewish American reporter. Right? So Jeremy Lafredo is a Jew. That matters, doesn't it? Again, it matters because if it was about Judaism, then it would make a difference to them. It's not. So the point is that it's about Zionism. So here is a Jewish reporter who is reporting the truth, and they attack him for it. So if he was, the obvious point as always is that Zionism is what's most important to this conversation. The Ethiopian Jews in Israel are treated like second-class citizens. The Orthodox Jews that protest Zionism in Israel get beat up every day. The Jewish reporter that highlights the wrong thing gets arrested, beaten up, and possibly worse. I hope not. I just want to make sure we don't miss that point. And it says the Jewish American reporter and 3 other journalists at a checkpoint in the American West Bank on October 8th. Now, what's funny is that wouldn't it be the, anyway, it doesn't matter. So it goes on to say, while Lafredo's colleagues were released after 11 hours, the West Bank division of the Israeli police opened an investigation into Lafredo for supposedly aiding the enemy in a time of war. According to the police, Jeremy had revealed the locations of missile drops near or inside sensitive security facilities with the aim of bringing this to the notice of the enemy and thereby assisting them in their future attacks. What a fabrication. And it says on October 9th, an Israeli court declared it had, quote, reasonable suspicion to extend his imprisonment. See how easy that is? For Palestinian children, 20 years later, you're still in prison. That's not a joke. During this time frame, post October 7th, I've seen at least 2 examples of people released that were there for 20 years. 20 years. That's not a joke. Never charged with a crime. Imagine spending 20 years in a administrative detention, probably being beaten up and raped, as we're now finding out. 20 years. Now, I'm sure it'll be different, seeing as how, as an American, which it shouldn't make any difference, he's just a human being. But from the American government's perspective, it's pretty uncomfortable. And people like myself, who are Americans, are screaming at my government for not. I guarantee it won't be as bad. My point, though, it could be if nobody was talking about this. Oh, we want to extend it indefinitely. So, by the way, your government has the same things if they really wanted to. Indefinite detention, should they desire that. Should they say national security. Now, Judge Shara ordered Lafredo's release, stating that since Israeli military censors agreed to allow Ynet to publish both, quote, word of Jeremy's arrest and the publications that led to his arrest, then there's no longer justification to continue detention. Think about how funny that is. So even the court is going, well, hold on, you're telling us that you need to keep him because this information might get out, but you published it. You literally published that you arrested him and the thing that he said. You published the information he published. So what are you talking about? And they still go, well, they appealed the decision and said that we're looking for more, essentially. The police also complained that Lafredo had refused to unlock his phone for them. Now we're getting to the meat of it, insisting they needed more time to crack the device. In other words, we don't have any evidence. We need to keep searching for evidence. That's what they're doing. Or really, I think it's also about the fact that this is a person who they would love to make a big deal about in regard to the gray zone, in regard to people calling out Israel. So they are digging through that as best they can. He's under no right to give them the code. This is my point about why I think he was the one that was beaten up and dragged out of the car because he refused to hand over his devices, like I would. It says, we believe that we will find things on the phone and we will be able to link them to an alleged crime. So you don't have any evidence and you're hoping to find some. So why'd you arrest him again? It's incredible how bad they are at this. Like, it's just so easy to see the contradiction in logic, everything. And that's not just online propaganda. They just seem to be this stupid and bad at what they do, at least in the government perspective. And guess what? You won't surprise Ryan by telling you the governments are incompetent. But it goes on to say, from the detailed investigative actions, there is no fear of disruption from Jeremy. And in light of the reasons stated above, the case of the danger is also not clear. So they let him go. And they're demanding he stay in Israel. It says, though they ordered the journalist be released, she gave police why until October 20th to continue their digital strip search. Until then, Lafredo will remain without his passport and will not be permitted to return home until to see his family. Where is the U.S. government? At what point in the world is a foreign government allowed to seize your passport under no stated grounds? We were looking for a crime. Can you imagine if that was Iran? Can you imagine if it was Russia or China or anybody they could make a stink about? Even if this person was caught spying, as we've seen, they would still make a case about it. But when you have a legitimate case of a foreign government detaining him for no justified reason, which is a violation of even Israeli right, they don't say a word. These are bad people, guys. These are the bad people of our time. Now it says, just what Israeli officials hope to uncover in their search of Lafredo's cell phone remains a mystery. Also unclear is why the investigation focuses exclusively on Lafredo and not on any number of numerous other reporters who reported the locations of the strikes in the same way and the same time. Again, citing Nick Schifrin right there. Isn't that interesting? They're picking him out for some specific reason. Suggests that the Israeli government views the American people and the free press itself as a legitimate target. Guys, it doesn't suggest that. They do. And frankly, the Israeli government sees literally anybody anywhere as a target should they decide to. And they've made this statement publicly. They've said many times in the Knesset, we can legislate anywhere in the world. International law does not bind our actions. Netanyahu and many others have said this publicly about the West Bank, but they make it a general statement. They're saying, look, the international law does not bind our actions. We can legislate anywhere in the world. The U.S., and again, I was going to search for it real quick, but the show's too long today. Just type that in. Exactly. You'll find it. They've publicly said this. Now it says the U.S. has an obligation to defend its journalists without political prejudice, particularly when they are fulfilling the vital task of providing the public with facts on the ground. But of course, your government is literally complicit in the crimes he's exposing. So, gee, I wonder why they suddenly don't care about American rights. Wild. Now, here's The Guardian. This was on the 11th. Why has Israel detained American journalist Jeffrey Lafredo? I mean, even The Guardian. Think about how crazy that is. You have UK media writing about this. Where's Fox? Where's CNN? Where's Biden? Where's Trump? Are we all about the whole idea that they have to come out and go, I condemn the thing, right? Where are they? They're not saying we support Israel. They're also not condemning it. They're meekly hiding from it. Of course, if it was a big partisan swing issue, they'd be all out there stating their case, and the Dems won't, and they're doing. Not when it comes to something that's not useful for them. They don't care about you if they can't use it. Here's what The Guardian said. Lafredo has reportedly been released from custody, but is barred from leaving Israel as authorities try to build their case. That's even what The Guardian writes. And it says, it should serve to highlight the plight of dozens of Palestinian journalists who are being held incommunicado in Israeli prisons, meaning they're again, that's what I was saying. Some of them for years, decades, not allowed to speak to anybody, being abused, being starved. If they're ever released, thousands, they have 10,000. And these are ones we know about. That's what they've admitted without charge. And they're saying, as we focus on this, don't forget about the Palestinians that nobody raises a cry for. They're still there. Lafredo's American citizenship makes it more likely, but by no means guaranteed that the Biden administration might actually care if he's being detained. Clearly not. We're 3 days later. I haven't heard a peep. Let me know in the chat. Have you heard anybody anywhere? Like genuinely asking in the chat. Have you guys heard anybody anywhere in the corporate media or the government of the U.S. speaking out about this? I want to know. Let me know if you've seen that. Now, the day of Lafredo's arrest, another Gray Zone reporter had a heated exchange, and you remember this, we showed you, with the State Department spokesperson, Matthew Miller, accusing the U.S. of recklessly risking nuclear war. Remember, this was the part where he said, we're done with this BS. He really called him out, said, we're done with all your lies. And maybe that has something to do with it. It says, but whether Lafredo's detention is justifiable has nothing to do with Gray Zone's editorial standards. It's solely a question of whether he was arrested for a crime or for reporting stories authorities didn't want to be told. Now, of course, even The Guardian, not even The Guardian as another mainstream media platform that's willing to lie to you, they had to make this point about, well, Gray Zone is propaganda for China and Russia, which, by the way, I don't agree. I've got plenty of issues I could point out about plenty of things. The point, though, is that the idea that they would lob that in is just an effort to give you the thought, oh, maybe it's justified. But yeah, then they pat themselves and go, well, even if it was, that's not, in my opinion, that's not what a journalist would do right there. You don't add the level of why maybe you would think they should be arrested. No. If you don't have that evidence, you don't float that as something to, the bottom line is you could say maybe Israel feels they have a justified reason for doing so, but that's how you would do it as a journalist. No, they're trying to give you an undermining reason to throw it out and say, well, he probably works for Russia, so who cares? That's what I genuinely think. So I just want to point that out. That's why it says, but whether his detention is justifiable, what do you mean whether it is? Like, what is crazy that is? It has nothing to do with Gray Zone's editorial standards. It's just wild to me. But it says, if Israel's theory is that reporters illegally share information with the enemy, whenever the enemy reads the news, that could criminalize a whole lot of journalism. The point they're making is that if, look, somebody reads his reporting and they go, oh, that gives me insight to what's going on, well, that's just journalism. And obviously, and they know that too. But it says, if Israel has proof that Lafredo did something more nefarious than that, it should say so and be specific. And that's my point. They don't. They're currently on a fishing mission to find something. And your government doesn't care about that. So much for your rights, whether international or otherwise. The Dissenter reports that several more mainstream journalists reported similar information and footage and to Lafredo, but weren't charged. And if so, why was a particularly adversarial journalist singled out? Well, we know why. It remains to be seen if the Biden administration platitudes about press freedom apply only to journalists they like. But more broadly, it's shameful that the U.S. has utterly failed to hold Israel, its close ally, and a recipient of billions in U.S. aid, accountable for even just one of the many journalists it's arrested, detained, or killed in the previous year. That's pretty crazy for The Guardian to write. And I'll show you some examples as we go through. The point is that obviously it is a platitude. If you're screaming about free speech and freedom of the press while ignoring all of the thousands of examples of people then you don't care about these things. Now it's an American journalist and all it's doing is putting a shining spotlight on the fact that you don't care. Now it says Israel has killed well over 100 journalists in the war. Strong evidence indicates that Israel is deliberately targeting some of the journalists it's killed. Not some, all of them. I mean, I think that there's no question this is all deliberate based on everything. I mean, there's studies, there's international entities, there's human rights groups. I mean, guys, we shouldn't be debating how obvious this is. And it's happening in Lebanon now. There have been multiple reports of journalists and their families receiving death threats from Israeli officials for their reporting. Think about it. That's like, I don't know, pick your official. Somebody in Congress calling you and saying, we're going to kill your family if you keep reporting on this. That's what's happening in Israel. You know how crazy that is. Including from Mohammed Malwish and Hassan Hamad, both of whom were subsequently attacked. Malwish survived. 19-year-old Hamad's remains had to be carried away in several boxes and bags. This is on The Guardian. Look at how much has changed since October 7th. They're telling you what these people are. But less discussed is that Israel has also arrested dozens of Palestinian journalists since October 7th, as documented by groups like Committee to Protect Journalists and Reporters Without Borders. As of October 9th, 2024, according to JPC, 43 Palestinian journalists remain imprisoned by Israel. 43, no charge, just because they scream the word Hamas. Many of them are held under Israel's administrative detention law, which allows for indefinite detention without charge or trial. What a democracy. In some instances, even a detainee's location is unknown. Now, before you start screaming it's because of October 7th and the war, this has been going on for decades. Despite years of criticism that this system violates international law, and again, I see it's not criticism, guys. We have a law that's a violation of that law. So if you cared about being objective, you would go, despite it violating international law, not The Guardian though, even though they're telling you some other things, like it's just so constant how you see this bleed into their coverage. It says, despite that violation of international law, Israel has doubled down on its use during the war, including against journalists. Even worse, numerous human rights organizations have reported evidence of torture, including cases of documented by CPJ, by Doctors Without Borders. Torture, rape of journalists. They're reporting this as well. Journalist Daya Al-Khalut spoke to CPJ after his release about his 33-day detention by the IDF, during which he says he was physically and psychologically tortured. Al-Khalut said he was interrogated about his journalism and subjected to physical violence, including being blindfolded for an extended period and forced to maintain squatting position. Now, that is actually documented as a form of torture. In I forget the name of the body, like the groups that kind of outline these things, UN being one of them, but there's another one. Being the way they do this with the hands behind, up in the air, squatting, blindfolded, like that's torture. Like, and make them sit this way for 24 hours. It says he also described daily ghosting, or, quote, being handcuffed with the hands upward or behind the back while blindfolded. That's what I'm talking about. He lost almost 100 pounds. Rights organizations have also called attention to the case of Mozam Amarna, a photojournalist detained by the IDF. According to a letter to the United Nations signed by numerous groups, Amarna was, quote, beaten and abused by IDF soldiers during his arrest. Now, right now is what we know about how prevalent even Haaretz has been exposed about the rape epidemic in their prison structure. And remember, they were debating on public TV whether it was justified to rape prisoners. So I think we all know what's going on here, is that when they say abused, I often wonder how many men don't want to admit that happened to them. Just my personal thought. But it says, the Doctors Without Borders has also cited a statement by Amarna's lawyer that the journalist have been subjected to repeated violence by his jailers, who have also deprived them of basic medical care. Undoubtedly, there are more stories just like these. Now realize, these are people that have been released. So they didn't even charge them with a crime, and they released them. So they can't even claim they're Hamas. And yet they tortured them, starved them, denied them care, because that's who we're dealing with, guys. It says undoubtedly, because it's about Palestinians. It's about Arabs. It says undoubtedly there are more stories like these among the dozens of Palestinian journalists who remain imprisoned and may lack access to legal counsel and outside world and The Guardian or TLAV to talk about them. So nobody even knows. Yet the United States, for all its claims about valuing press freedom, has done nothing of consequence about it. Crazy. Now, here is Aaron Mate's post on Instagram. Statement from the Gray Zone on Jeremy. This is as of 3 days ago. It simply says, Jeremy is an American journalist beaten and kidnapped by the ADF forces on October 9th. The U.S. State Department has yet to release his detainment. Address it. How is that even possible? It is when you realize that they are not what they pretend to be. Now, here is the State Department number, 1-888-407-4747. Call them to address your concerns. Now, also to include, on October 3rd, Israel killed an American. Funny how little attention that got. As indiscriminate strikes on Lebanon continued, an American citizen, it doesn't matter any more than any other human being, but from the American government perspective, they didn't say a word. Are we getting to see a pattern here? So all those people screaming at America first, while either side of your government is not saying anything about any of these Americans because Israel's killing them, maybe you should question what's happening here. As well as the fact that September 10th, 2022, Shireen Abu Akleh was an American citizen and a journalist and was killed in cold blood until they were forced to admit it. Israel covered up the murder of Shireen Abu Akleh with U.S. help. Here's just that casual image of them beating the legs of the men carrying the casket, because that's what democracies do, right? It's not a joke, by the way. There's no violence going on here. And the video is clear. You can watch the video. The IDF walked up in a mob and started hitting the legs of people carrying her coffin. You just can't misunderstand what you're looking at with these things. People just choose to ignore it. Lastly, B'Tselem, if you forgot about this, this is the leading Israeli human rights group. They put out the report called Welcome to Hell. The Israeli prison system as a network of torture camps. This is not a joke. This is not hyperbolic. It's much worse than we realize. Your governments don't care. In fact, I even argue they think of it as a benefit to themselves. They use these things just like they would use anybody else. Now, quickly to go over some, I think, bullet point, like larger discussion things I want you to see in that, kind of in that context, but to lead us into the other conversations. This Squirrel points out, if you haven't seen this, another UN report's come out. The latest UN report on Israel's destruction of hospitals in Gaza also yet again confirms systematic Israeli mass rape of Palestinian men and women in their dungeons, or as he calls rape dungeons, in their prison systems. Yet the entire Western media class who fabricated the mass rape hoax are still silent on it. So think about how crazy that is that we've proven that all of these pushing, I mean, even if you want to still be blind about it and pretend that there is viable allegations coming from October 7th, when there is not, as even the Israeli media has been forced to acknowledge. There's nothing but Israeli government forceful claims and things that have been debunked. But let's just even say, like I said too, that certainly possible. Okay, let's leave it there. Now, on the other side of the conversation, you've got a waterfall of evidence. Even Pramila Patent, the woman who they used to pretend they proved rape, even though she came out and said they lied about things and it wasn't an investigation, she has now come out on the other side of this and said that Palestinians are being raped in prisons. Yet you don't hear them screaming about that. I wonder why. The point is, there's that report, there's a UN report, there's human rights reports, there's video evidence of them literally raping people on TV. They've defended that and argued whether they should be able to. And yet you don't hear them talking about it. All you hear them do is screech about, as Piers Morgan would do, the evidence of rapes on October 7th that doesn't exist because they're disgusting hypocrites. Or just that bad at their job, probably both. The latest UN report, mass rape of Palestinian women and children. Here's the actual report. UN Commission on Inquiry of Occupied Territories, Israel has perpetrated a concerted policy to destroy Gaza's healthcare system. This is from the United Nations. As part of a broader assault on Gaza, committing war crimes and crimes against humanity and of extermination. We briefly pointed at this. Now here, the actual report, as you can see, the section that he was highlighting is just one part of it. That's just one section, rape and other forms of sexual gender-based abuse. That's very clear. And that's what he's highlighting for you right here. Systematic. It's not one action. It is an ordered system. And again, this is why when they had the conversation, they were debating it on live TV, that they should be allowed to rape prisoners. I mean, it's just the fact that we even have to have this conversation is a testament to how blind people are around this. Now, Mohammed Shihada adds, this is 72 hours later. Not one single mainstream media outlet covered this UN report confirming Israel's systematic mass rape of Palestinians. Think about that for a second. Now, you could argue that we don't blindly take it at face value. Okay, but when the UN says that we might have an indication about something Palestinian, it'll be across all Western media. You don't need to be confused about what that shows you. It's not Jews controlling the media. It is obvious Israeli government control over a lot of things in a lot of places in the world. And that comes down to Zionism, which is Christian, which is Jewish. In fact, there are more Christian Zionists today than there are Jewish Zionists. Either way, both overlap. Yes, there are Jewish overlaps with Zionism, but it's about Zionism. When we talk about that problem, in my opinion, it is simply Jews who have been manipulated by Zionism or Christians who have been manipulated by Zionism. Either way, the point is that we have to be able to acknowledge this and highlight the fact that nobody wanted to point it when it was happening for real, when the evidence was undeniable, as opposed to manufactured atrocity propaganda. Jonathan Cook highlights this, saying, so what we all saw, same report, UN finding that they bombed deliberately hospitals is the main part. What we all saw, and what Israel and other media kept telling us wasn't happening, was exactly what was happening. Deliberate targeting, bombing, controlled demolition of hospitals, churches, mosques, everything else. But now is the point, of course, it's too late. Gaza healthcare system is gone, which is the point, guys. That's what they wanted. You think at this point, I think accountability is they know that this is not going the way they want it to. But nonetheless, they're getting what they want done because the U.S. government is too meek and too bought off to actually care about the things they pretend they're fighting for. So now it's too late. This is the point we're making about a lot of these stories today. We can't get pulled away by the partisan BS because this happens. Too late now. They've already destroyed everything. Now, it's not partisan necessarily, but it's the same kind of dynamic. We're missing the immediacy of the issue because we're debating things. They're pulling you into the weeds. They're literally genociding an entire people. And the evidence is everywhere. Everywhere, literally everywhere. Everything everywhere is showing you what's going on. And all we can do is be distracted in partisan angles by people screaming falsehoods because they're invested in them. And if we can't see by now that the leadership or the rulership of this country, whether it's 99.9999% of everybody else, that 1.001% are the people driving this forward. Now, Muhammad Safa points out some other points that I want you to see in this. Number of journalists killed in wars. Vietnam War, 63 journalists in 20 years. World War II, 67 journalists in 7 years. Gaza, 176 in 10 months. He says this violates Article 79 of Additional Protocol Geneva Conventions, but international law clearly does not apply to Israel. I don't know how else you explain that. You just can't keep making up these lies. There's nothing that verifies anything they're saying. Yunus Sarawi also gives you the real world immediate examples of and this is not his opinion. They're posting these on their own platforms. And he proves all of this. You can go to his site and he has it all listed, all the source material. They're using his information in the criminal courts. This says, do not spare them. Put them to death. Men, women, children, and infants. He wrote that on, Facebook? He says, this is the directive issued by Lieutenant Colonel Adi Bakore. So this is an order given to lower underling IDF members. Systematic, guys. Genocide. It says, Deputy Commander of the 749th Battalion, one of the main battalions currently fighting in Gaza that has already blown up dozens of homes, including mosques, in the past weeks. Then it says, now go attack the Amalekite. How do you say that? Amalekites. Remember, that's a biblical prophecy or biblical reference about destroying everybody, even down to the animals, which is what Netanyahu and others have said too. And totally destroy them. Do not spare them. Put them to death. Men, women, children, infants, cattle, sheep, camels. That's what we're dealing with. And it's all right there in front of you, and your government doesn't care. Now, Common Dreams highlights the historic ICC war crimes complaint, which is naming 1,000 Israeli soldiers. The complaint is not only the largest ever submitted to the ICC, but it is also a milestone in documenting Israeli war crimes. So the funny thing is yeah, they're sure as hell breaking all these records, but not in the way they think they are. Most moral army in the world. No, I mean, it's like literally everything negative they're breaking everywhere. The amount of journalists, the amount of children, the amount of churches, the amount of death in a short period of time, the amount of bombs used, the amount of complaints for ICC, like everything. Because they are the most obvious example of everything we've always been told we're fighting. everywhere. That's why this is so confusing for some people. They're living embodiment of what we've always been told we are supposed to be stopping in the world. Now, Prem Thacker points out what that ICC conversation is about. It's actually the Hind Rajab Foundation that's been built because of her. The young girl that was killed in a car with 365 bullets, if I remember correctly, by the IDF. Now, he says the Hind Rajab Foundation has filed the ICC complaint against 1,000+ Israeli soldiers for war crimes. The complaint includes 8,000+ pieces of evidence demonstrating soldiers' direct involvement in these atrocities. I'm willing to bet you Yunus Tarawi, he's been doing an amazing job on this. So here's the Hind Rajab Foundation, and they are putting forward a massive account or a criminal a report to the ICC about over 1,000 Israeli soldiers committing genocide. Proof, documenting it with 8,000 pieces of evidence. Now this is gonna upset you, and it should. You realize how far away we are from this. Remember, Prem Thacker himself has asked at least 3 times to Matt Miller about what's the update on Hind Rajab. Oh, well, we're going to follow up. We have to come back to you. I don't have the information in front of me. I'll follow up with Israel. We'll ask him later. Day by day by day by day. And guess what? After the first week, they'd stop. They told you that. We didn't do anything wrong. I still reiterate here. You think Matt Miller doesn't know that? So what that should translate to you immediate from the American perspective is that Matt Miller and the U.S. government know that they didn't investigate, know that they didn't care to, or that they did and they don't find themselves guilty, and he just keeps kicking the can down the road because he's a coward. You hear that, Matt Miller? You're a coward because you're running from obvious accountability, which I get it. You're going to go to jail. I hope you do. The bottom line, though, is that we as the other people on the side of this need to see who they are, that he is allowing this, that they are allowing this, and they know what these people are. They're complicit with the murder of this young child. Here's what he had to say when this mainstream journalist asked directly.
Is today...
Oop, that's not right. This one.
It has been 253 days since this incident where Hind Rajab was killed. How long does this investigation take?
I can't comment on specifics. Each individual investigation is based on what evidence you have on the types of forces, who was the forces. As I said, there is no investigation, military police investigation in this case, because there has been no identification of wrongdoing on behalf of the military.
Did you hear that? Now, this gets actually pretty well done by Sky. So he just said we found no wrongdoing on the part of the military. The only person that could be possibly doing the wrongdoing is the military. That's because we have the evidence of the tank shells that they fired and the report that they put out saying they were there before they deleted it.
The incident itself is being investigated by a separate mechanism.
Tell us about this press release, which was put out to say that you were conducting operations in the area, that you were present there. We're just looking at that press release now. And then the press release completely disappeared off your sites.
Yalda, I don't know. If I would have known before the interview, I would have looked into it. I really don't know.
So, so basically, I just want to make it clear that the satellite imagery that
I just want to play that again. I mean, it's amazing to me that they can be so blithely dismissing of such an obvious thing. Like, she literally, for the podcast, has it on the screen. She pulls it up on the screen. Here is your report from your site that says you were there, and then just it vanishes. And he goes, well, I don't know. Now, if you had told him about it beforehand, he would have been able to manufacture a lie, which also would have been clumsy as usual, but nonetheless, he would have had a thing to say. Think about how crazy that is.
Release completely disappeared off your sites, which was put out to say that you were conducting operations in the area, that you were present there. We're just looking at that press release now. And then the press release completely disappeared off your sites.
Yalda, I don't know. If I would have known before the interview, I would have looked into it. I really don't know.
So, so basically, I just want to make it clear that
how does she not follow up on that? You have it on your screen. Call them out for it.
The satellite imagery that Planet, a very respected satellite imagery company that has conducted all sorts of investigations when it comes to Ukraine, for example, and some of the incidents that we've seen in Ukraine in places like Bucha. We've seen them conduct investigations in China and what's been going on with the Uyghurs there, for example. They have also given us this satellite imagery, and you're disputing what they're saying, that there was military presence on that day.
I'm saying that our investigation found that there was no military presence on that day.
Which is what Matt Miller blindly repeats. So let's be clear. You have their press release that they published that says we were there. You've got real-time evidence of the people on the ground who've all reported they saw the tanks fire on the car. You got the bullets that they found that they can prove are from the tanks that had fired. We've already played this. Matt Miller was told about this. And then what was the other part? Dang it.
No military presence on that day.
How am I just blanking on that all of a sudden?
So, so basically, I just want to did satellite, for example, Ukraine in places like Bucha. We've seen them.
That's the point I was going to say at the end. So then, lastly, there's the satellite technology. Now, to be clear, I can't. She didn't mention it, but I'm pretty certain by what she listed off, that's Maxar Technologies, which that's a CIA cutout without question. So. Doesn't mean it's false, though. You realize there's plenty of weird dynamics going on. So nonetheless, so now you've got like we said, the bullet information, you got local witnesses that saw it happen, you've got their own press release that says they were there, all this stuff. On top of that, you got satellite technology from a CIA cutout company saying, we saw them there. And all they do is go, that's not true. I mean, that's just perfect. That's exactly what our government does. You're wrong. Next story. Okay. Evidence aside, we can see you on video doing it with the gun in your hand. Fake news. Moving on. Next story. It's just lazy and crazy to me.
Conduct investigations in China and what's been going on with the Uyghurs there, for example, that there was military presence.
Mechanism to try and, despite that, we've passed it on to the independent. And
they're saying that there was military presence on that day.
I'm saying that our investigation found that there was no military presence on that day. Despite that, we've passed it on to the independent investigation mechanism to try and determine if there was.
No, and they didn't do that. According to literally everybody else, they've never shared anything. Now, what's funny is they say the same thing in reverse. The problem is that nobody believes that they're actually trying to investigate themselves, so it wouldn't surprise me if that happened. But as Matt Miller tries to use that as an excuse, they never gave him any more information. Why do they need somebody else's information to investigate whether they shot tank shells? Like, it's just so stupid. So let's just say somebody comes and goes, well, here's my video of your tank firing that shell. Well, your argument is you weren't even there. So what, you're going to be like, oh, I guess we were there. It's just, it's on its face, dishonest. Everybody can feel this who has a brain, but we just get drug along by all these morons goose-stepping to the future.
If they come to a different conclusion, they will pass it on to the Military Advocate General that will look into it. And if needs be, we'll open an investigation.
Oh, okay, good. Another investigation. So you can investigate the thing that you did. So they're saying we're investigating. We didn't find anything. So if you find something, send it through and we'll start a new investigation. So how exactly does that end up different if you already went through it? You found nothing? Like, it's just, they know they've got this cycle the U.S. government pretends makes sense. They begin a process where they never even do anything about it. They 30 seconds later say we didn't find anything and we're not guilty. The U.S. government goes on pretending like there's an ongoing investigation, and then it just never changes. This is really what we keep seeing, and everybody can see that. This smug indifference, the way he reports this, like, we'll keep investigating. It should bother you because they murdered this child because she was there and because she was a Palestinian. If you don't remember, she was in a car by herself after her family had been killed by Israel. And then as they were coming to rescue her, they had her on the phone, and she was murdered by Israel with tank shells on a car she was sitting in by herself. There's no question about this. So this, I'm reading what she wrote. This is the woman in the Sky News. 254 days ago, Henry Job was killed while trying to flee with her family. Her heartbreaking phone call, which is, it really is sad. The IDF denied being in there. A press release published 2 weeks later and found by our Sky team says 3 units were operating nearby. Now, here's what's interesting. They found it, and then as they were doing, the point is, this is what she stated. It was then deleted. So they found it, before the interview, and in the process of, they deleted it. Like, this is so clumsy and reactive. And it says, I put the Sky News investigation to the IDF spokesman, Peter Lerner. Oh, he's right down here. Tried to contact you directly last night after the interview. After looking into the issue of the announcement, here's the link to the website. Contrary to your report, it wasn't removed. There was a technical glitch due to the website maintenance. Look at that. These guys are so ridiculous. I just can't, you can't even make this up. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. We have to do this real quick. Okay. Okay, let's see what this says. The forces operated in the areas. So what is he saying? That we admit to being there now? Is that what he's actually arguing? Let's read through it real quick. We're not going to rush, we said. So now this is saying, and now to be clear, by the way, this was gone. That's without question. So what's funny to me is now that they're just going, oh, well, there it is again. Because you're mistaken. Like, it's just, so clearly it was removed because that's the clumsy reactive propaganda style they have. And then because they decide, well, that hurts us more, let's put it back up. These are my opinions, but the facts are that it was gone and now it's back. So what's funny is that he just, his response is, well, no, you're wrong. It's there. So it says over the last 2 weeks, IDF and IS forces have been conducting division level targeted raids. The forces operated in the area of, so he's saying right there. And approximately 120 Hamas terrorists were killed and 20 terrorist infrastructure. How interesting. So what does he say down here? Yeah, so as far as I can tell, they were there. So that's actually more important to the reality of the conversation. Because I think what he's trying to highlight, I mean, without saying it, because we're talking about a child they murdered, that they were terrorists. What I'm trying to do is see if I see any differences, but it looks pretty much exactly the same to what they're highlighting. So they were there. Here's the IDF press release that says they were there present while this was happening. So here's what's going to bother you even more. Here's Matt Miller telling you that they weren't there because this guy said so. And that's good enough for Matt Miller, despite the fact that apparently they've now put back the document that says that they were there. I hope Matt Miller gets fired for this, even though they won't, because he's doing the job perfectly the way it's supposed to be done from the mind of the government. Obfuscating facts.
A UK-based research group concluded Israeli tank likely killed 6-year-old Palestinian child, Hendra.
That's the point about the outside part. So they've concluded on their investigation that the tanks are what killed them based on the munitions.
Investigation revealed that Rajab's car was hit with 355 bullets, and it's not plausible that Israeli tank couldn't see children inside the car. Have you seen the reports, and do you have any updates on the investigation? It's been more than 4 months, and a lot of my colleagues have been asking about that.
So we have seen the reports, and I will tell you what our latest interaction with the government of Israel is about this. So we went to the government of Israel and pressed them for information, and they told us that there were no IDF tanks operating in the area, no IDF forces operating in the area at the time of that attack, which I believe is something they've also said publicly.
Imagine that being your response, right? So completely different story, side point, totally not related, right? You've got a murderer who's about to kill a child. Well, it's just, I shouldn't even make the point is that it's just it really gives me a physical reaction. These people can stand there and dismiss something so obvious. I mean, you know where I was going to go with it. The point is that the guy kills a child, and all of a sudden you go, well, I saw you kill the child. You got this still killed with the same weapon you're holding. And the guy goes, tells Matt Miller, I wasn't there though. Oh, well, the guy, I asked him. He said he wasn't there. It's like, well, what the F are we talking about? This is the person being accused of murder. And you're going to ask them if they're going to tell you if they were there committing the murder? Nope, I wasn't there. Okay, good enough for me. I just don't understand how anybody with a brain acts like that makes sense. You do not ask the person accused of a crime to investigate themselves. That's how governments do this. The U.S. does the same thing. This is why people in this room, like we saw with Liam, stop taking the BS. But the problem is they'll just kick you out of the room. That's access journalism for you. We need to stop engaging with them in general. But the point is that they get away with it because they just stand there and lie. We can't allow that anymore.
After further reporting, we went back to them and pressed them again. And so...
okay, why though? Why? So they said they weren't there. Then you went back and asked them again. Why is that, Matt? Didn't you believe them the first time?
What they told us is that they went to the UN organizations, they went to the Palestinian Red Crescent, they asked for information, because you've seen all those organizations quoted in stories. They asked for information that they could use to further an investigation, and no one provided them with any information.
Now, let's be clear about this. So they're investigating Israel. So the murderer comes to them and goes, let me see what you got. And they go, no, because we're investigating you for being a murderer. And they say, that's why nothing happened, because you wouldn't show me what you have on me. I mean, see, if you frame it the way it actually is, it seems crazy. Because why would they show what they have that might show that they're guilty? Because then they can make up a narrative that hides that. That's what they do. They are, well, I shouldn't even say the best. What they do that they think is the best is reactive propaganda. They just cobble together some nonsensical story 30 seconds after they hear what they're being called or what they're finding out. Oh, they caught us doing that? Quick, roll something out or roll 3 versions of it and we'll pick whichever one works. I'm not even making that up. They do this constantly. So we're going to pretend like it's outrageous that they wouldn't show them what they have on them. I think that's laughable.
The latest that we have on the
So who shot the 355 tank bullets?
I'm not able to, look, I'm not on the ground. I can't offer any kind of assessment about.
Oh, it must be the Hamas tanks, right? The Hamas tanks, right? Or what tanks? You mean the only tanks that exist there are Israel's? No way. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that we need to call right there. If I was that, you scream that over the top. Get that on the record. The only tanks that exist there are Israel's. Now go. There are no other tanks in the area. There are no other tanks that exist in the area. So what are we talking about? You don't let him get away with stuff like that. He is sidestepping an obvious point.
That's why we've called for we called for the government of Israel to conduct an investigation.
Matt got busted right there, because if he would have said an independent investigation, well, those are going on. Those are the ones you're ignoring. You're only listening to Israel. See, normally they want to say that because they want to give you the floated idea that we're going to look for an independent investigation. Too late. That's already happened 3 times. So let me play it again. Make sure you catch this.
55 tank bullets.
I'm not able to, look, I'm not on the ground. I can't offer any kind of assessment about this. That's why we've called for the government of Israel to conduct an investigation.
He almost wanted to say it again. No, it's not independent if Israel does it. No, you don't want an independent investigation. You ignored the independent investigations. You called on Israel to investigate themselves, and you blindly followed what they told you. Embarrassing.
I can't speak to what their internal processes look like. All I can tell you is what they've told us, and what they've said is they went to the UN and the Palestinian Red Crescent and asked them to supply information that would help them. And what they claim is that they were given none.
But it's not concluded yet, the investigation, or is it?
No, I would refer you to the government of Israel for that. I can only tell you what they have told us.
Okay.
He can't even tell you whether they've concluded it, even though they have, and they've publicly said that, and they're interviewing about it. But somehow Matt Miller doesn't know. These people are obfuscators, guys. That's what they do for a living. And he's actually not that bad at it. It's just that it's really difficult to hide this obvious of a lie. So again, back to the point. Remember, he followed up and goes, wait, never mind. Tried to contact you. After looking into the issue, we've put the post back up that says they were there. Let's see what the comments are real quick. Technical glitch. Everyone's making fun of him. So there we are. So Daniel McAdams says, we asked Israel to investigate Israel slaughtering a little girl that it knew was a girl, and Israel concluded that Israel did nothing wrong. So shut up about it, you anti-Semite. Exactly. That's what he's making fun of what Matt Miller's doing right there. So here's an interesting point. So as we're pretending that Israel just doesn't lie, right? Get this. This actually, I had to make sure this wasn't a parody. This is real. So, and it's almost like they, through some humiliation ritual, they keep putting Herzog out there to look like a moron, even though he can do a good job by himself. He's the one that keeps going out there and going rape instructions and a book about, what was it? About chemical weapons instructions. No, bud, that's a book from Amazon that you can look up right now. And they keep getting caught. A terror calendar. It's like, you guys are ridiculous. This is not a joke. This is Asa from Electronic Intifada. He says, this is sickening. Israel's genocidal president, Herzog, is promoting an exhibition about the, quote, horrific massacre of October 7th. That's this. With her hand on her chest. Like, why? It's weird that you guys, the weird, ongoing, constant, celebration of this horror that you clearly, as we all know, played a outsized role in. Like, you realize that they know what the Israeli government and the Israeli media have reported, right? Hannibal Directive was ordered. They killed most of their own people. They know that. And yet they're still promoting this. It's just crazy to me. But the point is, you know where that is from, don't you? All the ones in the chat, you've seen that before. You know where that is. That is not from October 7th. That is the sheet that Israeli hostages wrote on and were killed anyway. That's this story. Israeli Gaza hostages shot by IDF put SOS on a sheet. So this white flag belonged to the 3 Israeli prisoners who were shot by the Israeli army in December. I mean, think about how crazy that is. This is the article right here. So if you forgot, I've mentioned it many times. 3 Israeli hostages were, actually, I don't even remember if, I think this, whether they were released or got out, I don't think that was ever even confirmed. The point is you have 3 Israelis who were out. They have a sheet where apparently in food, they wrote SOS. They're all clearly Israeli. They're not Palestinians. And they're speaking in Hebrew. And they come out and say, we're Israelis. Don't shoot us. And boom, they kill 2 of them. Just like that. The one runs away. This is all in the article. 15 minutes later, they coax him back out. He's over around the corner going, don't shoot me. I'm Israeli. And guess what happens? If you haven't heard this before, it's probably blowing your mind. They come back out. Come back out. He's going, don't shoot me. I'm Israeli. He walks around the corner. 2 of those IDF members shoot him. 2 of them. This is either nothing leaves, kill everything, and these people are somehow okay with, or there's something much darker going on here. And then we know Hannibal Directive was ordered. They're being ordered to kill people. And this, again, make sure we understand this. This is not just that they killed their own people because they're trying to stop Hamas. They ordered the Hannibal Directive. That was by Haaretz and other Israeli media, which means they do not let people get taken prisoner. They murdered their own people. And then we have to realize how many things they lied about that happened on October 7th. Most of what we've heard is atrocity propaganda that has been debunked even by Haaretz. But people in random, USA over here people that who aren't immersed in the conversation, who only watch Fox and CNN, have no idea about that, which is crazy. So here he is lying blatantly, knowing that we see this, knowing that even though, this is what's so crazy to me is they know people like me. If it's a BBC article, people are going to know that. They are using it to claim it's about October 7th. Now, you could argue they're trying to make it some abstract ongoing thing about the event, but they killed these people. It's just grotesque, the whole thing. Now, Tiberius highlights, was it the first name I'm forgetting, Hussam Samlat, who I referenced early in this because he did a really good speech about this in the beginning. Here he is, again, making an excellent speech about why we can't trust the Israeli government to investigate themselves, which seems like a no-brainer to me.
I wish, Yalda, you didn't have to waste your breath with an Israeli military spokesman to really get...
And so it's clear, that's the same woman interviewing the colonel, and I believe it's the follow-up. He's talking about the same thing, why you're asking him to confirm something that they did. That's what he's referring to.
Israeli military spokesman to really get any sort of admission from them of any wrongdoing. And this is not just about Hind Rajab and her family and that horrific story, that evil that has been really inflicted on them, that shocked the world. But this is chronic. This is not just even the last 365 days. This is the last 76 years. That's more than 28,000 days. And have you ever heard of a real investigation by the Israeli army and real accountability? Can we all name an Israeli soldier who has been held accountable? We have followed only the last few weeks that the Israeli public and protests and outcries because there was some questioning about Israeli soldiers who raped Palestinian detainees inside Israeli jails. And there was a discussion in the Knesset. Can you imagine in the Knesset, in the Israeli parliament, is it legitimate to rape Palestinian prisoners? I mean, so you're wasting your breath. However, what is very important right now is what you have done through this investigation to establish the facts, because unfortunately Israel has denied you, the Sky and all international mainstream media, any access to the occupied territory, to Gaza particularly, because they want to do it in the dark, because they don't want you to document it. So let me commend the fact that you have invested in this and investigated this and came up with these proofs and worked with international institutions institutions to present these satellite images so the world knows that the propaganda machine is really what is at stake here right now. And what beggars belief here, Yalda, if you allow me, what really beggars belief is when you hear London or Washington after any atrocity, including Hind Rajab, calling for Israel to investigate itself. And after your report, I think I would not want to hear London or Washington or any other government, for that matter, to call for the war criminals to investigate themselves. They will not do so. That's the simple truth. It has got to be independent investigation. It has got to be international investigation. International media like yourself has got to have access to Gaza to report the truth. Israel and its army and its government are simply a machine of lies.
Hard not to see that. Dr. Mads Gilbert points out just a general point about this, as we're at this, all that we're talking about, all the crimes we're seeing. Stop arming Israel now, he writes. U.S. weapons supplied to Israel from October 7th to June 2024. This is crazy. Think about this. Despite it being illegal, based on what we now know that we can prove they knew they were blocking aid, which we'll get to soon. Over 50,000 tons of weaponry, including 14,000 2,000-pound bombs, 6,500 500-pound bombs, 1,000 bunker busters, 3,000 Hellfire air-to-ground missiles, 2,600 small-diameter bombs, October 7th to December 29th, 2023. Hold on, how does that make sense? I'm just looking at the framing. So he's saying October 7th, 2023 to June 2024. And then says October 7th, I imagine it's 2023, to December 29, 2023. It has to be. I just don't know why that wouldn't be included in the other one. Well, anyway, the point is the same. And it's saying the U.S. has 42% of the world's weapons exports, more than the next 6 countries on the list combined. Iran, 0.2%. Despite the fact that they're the leading state sponsor of terrorism. Yeah. Absurdly, obviously not true. The world's biggest weapons manufacturers are all American. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, General Dynamics. They make enormous profits from the genocide in Palestine or just any other ongoing war. I mean, guys, it's obvious to see who is benefiting, as the old question, who benefits from the ongoing wars that they claim they're fighting to stop while making lots of money. And blaming the people who are barely benefiting as being the ones keeping it all going. It really makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? And just lastly, I want to put this somewhere. Abby Martin put this out. I think it's important to think about. She goes, I keep thinking about how crazy it would be if an Arab country, your choice, kept 2.3 million Jewish people in a cage, half children, cut off their electricity and water, and then indiscriminately bombed them. Beyond comprehension, the anti-Muslim bigotry that makes the world applaud this as justified. It happening to Palestinians. I mean, think about that. It's not hard to think about the reverse. Every single part of the narrative was exactly the same. But you flipped the Arab country, or rather Israel with an Arab country, and then the Jewish people with the Palestinians with a Jewish population, or specifically Zionists in this case, or however you want to look at it, either or. I mean, you already know how it was going. There wouldn't be a question. It wouldn't matter how rational or justified you thought these answers were. It wouldn't matter. It's some people this will work. Most people who are aware of this don't need this point to break them through. But some people, it's hard for them to recognize how much they're being lied to. And if you can just flip the script and see how dishonest it is and recognize that it only becomes a problem when it's one way versus the other, hopefully that wakes you up to it. Now let's talk about Iran. Because obviously this is a central aspect of how this is all being played. And clearly Israel is desperate to get the U.S. government to go after Iran for them. The Cradle writes, Israel, this on the 12th, Israel's Channel 12 reports that the U.S. troops will now be deployed and operate the THAAD anti-ballistic missile system on the ground in Israel as part of the preparations for the attack on Iran. So not only are we seeing more U.S. troops deployed to defend Israel for its genocide, where are you, Americans? America first, right? Was that what we're being told? Or alternatively, just that we care about American national security, whatever side you're talking about, or just all of us. Why don't we care about that? Why would we deploy to a place that objectively the vast majority of us recognize as what it is, a genocide? And the fact that they don't deserve to be defended, guys. That's what the government. That's what I'm talking about. What they're doing shows you they don't deserve to be defended from anybody, whether it's legal or not. What they're doing demonstrates them as the problem. Everything we pretend we've always been fighting. There's no denying that. That's not every Israeli or every Jew, but the obvious reality of what this government is showing themselves to be. If you're denying that, you're part of the problem. This is an objective reality. The point is that they want this to bleed into something else. So Channel 12 is reporting that more U.S. troops are going to be deployed to work these munitions. So there's no level of lacking of complicity. This is a U.S. war on top of Israel. And that it's going to be aimed at Iran. They're telling you that. Now, Tim, and they're there to work the THAAD systems. Here's what's interesting. Tim Anderson pointed this out. Iranian missiles take Israeli THAAD air defense systems before pummeling Nevatim Air Base. Israeli missile strikes taking out their $500 million radar. Here's the video of it. You can see. And we've already reported on most of this, that these were precise, very precise military strikes. Remember, even Israel admitted 0 casualties, 0. 0. Think about how crazy that is from Iran. And yet Israel can't manage to bomb without killing 40 different people. You know, they're trying to do that. Not one casualty, and it was military targets. That's why they arrested Jeremy, because they were exposing the bigger reality. In one case, or at least that's what the statement is anyway, because obviously there were other mainstreams doing similar things, but I still think Jeremy's reporting was different, obviously objective and not just one slanted on idea. But the point is that their THAAD missile systems didn't stop the bombing. So either that means they didn't work or that they didn't know how to operate them properly, and maybe that's why they're bringing in U.S. troops. Either way, it's just showing you that you're more involved in this than you realize as Americans. Now, I forgot about this. Oh, man. Dang it. I was reorganizing today, and I was thinking it was just this tweet. I've been putting some of this off, but this one, oh, dang it. I have to go over this in the future. This is an interesting post from Gen X Girl. I shared this recently, and it's talking about the I'm trying to refresh my memory. Right. This is interesting. I'm going to go over this in a future show. So I'll include it in the show notes if you want to check it out. It's just the secret CIA operation that changed the Middle East forever. You heard a lot about our Israel-funded politicians mimic Israeli talking points about Iran. Here's a quick video based on the declassified CIA docs that help you understand what really happened. Damn, I'm glad this isn't today because it's already super long. But this is about the ongoing from Operation Ajax and into forward in regard to their manipulations around Iran. That we're going to come back to. Well, just since I had this there, the point is this person says it's really this simple. This faux leader who's represented by the deep state and U.S. oligarchy, peace. The guy that we want you to tell is bad, the war. The point is that the Shah's relative, who is the guy on top, is the guy who ran this country as a despotic country, only nice for the elitists that were allowed there from Israel and the United States and those that went along with the oligarchy. Everybody else lived in poverty and suffering. It's very easy to prove. They point at that and say, look at how great it was. And again, it doesn't even matter whether it was better or not. It was an illegal entity put in place by Operation Ajax. They overthrew the Iranian government, put their guy in place. Then in the Iranian Revolution, removed him, and they, God forbid, chose their own leadership. Then it became bad guys. And the bottom line is that these people are, whether one's peace, one's war or not, the bottom line is the guy on top is a dishonest puppet manipulator who is simply being acted through by very dangerous people. The guy on the bottom, you can decide for yourself. At the very least, there's an element of influence from the people that live in Iran. And at the end of the day, not even remotely a fraction of what we can see Israel and the U.S. doing around the world, despite what horror stories you might have heard. And Spectator Index reporting that this is on the 10th, mind you, Israeli security cabinet convenes to authorize strikes against Iran. Now, that could just be hype, but something tells me that if they could make this happen, especially involving the U.S., they would. And that would be a big deal. Arnaud Bertrand highlighting AIPAC. AIPAC saying the Iranian regime is working to undermine our democracy. And it says Iranian nationals linked to Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have been indicted for a hack and leak operation targeting 2024. They're just trying to hype this nonsense. You realize we're talking about, first of all, Iranian nationals, which does not therefore mean Iranian government. They just hope you're just lazy with your connections. Of course, it could be, but shouldn't we ask whether, I don't know, Mossad could work with some Iranian nationals to carry out an operation? Oh my God, that's impossible, right? Or vice versa, right? Just because something, always think like this. Or they could just be Iranian nationals and they did it on their own accord, or it doesn't happen at all. But the point is, they really need you to think that there's an influence on the election for the government's control, not left or right, but the government. And the bottom line is they need you to think Iran is doing it all, as well as whatever enemy they want to demonize for other agendas. But all they have, Director Ray condemns these efforts to sow discord. Oh, good, because if he didn't condemn it, then we would have thought he was okay with it, right? It's just all this political jargon. It's so funny. It's saying America asserting that threats from democracy will not go unpunished. 3 Iranian cyber actors. Anyway, so the point, the Iranian regime is working to undermine our democracy. As Arnaud points out, peak irony. This will be very hard to top. Meaning AIPAC, without question, is controlling the outcome of policy in this country. That's not my opinion. It's openly discussed. Even MSNBC did an entire breakdown about how AIPAC has become this unique entity, even in regard to lobbying. How they are just dumping money in everybody everywhere, regardless of what side you're on. And guess what they just proudly said? You might have seen it. I've shared it many times. I bet you it'll pop up. Look at that. Hooray, AIPAC says 97% of our candidates have won. Woo! And that's left and right, guys. So clearly it's about what? Politics? Well, they're funding both sides. Okay, well then what is it exactly about? How is this in Americans' interest? If everybody in America has an argument about how the other side's going to kill everybody, and yet here's AIPAC funding both of them. Take a second and absorb what that shows you. It's right there on the surface. So either they find it to be in Americans' interest to just fund everybody, which I don't even know how you make sense of that, or there's something else going on here and they're influencing decisions because they're giving them money. I know, unprecedented, right? I just think it's crazy that we can't acknowledge how loud that is. At least some people anyway. So, peak irony. I agree. Now, Casey Wright, or Bread and Circus now, again, says, I wonder if the most recent attack from Iran didn't facilitate this drone attack. So that's also what they were referencing, the one that took out their radar, right? So this is, Alistair Crook here is just quickly reporting it, is saying that Iran actually took out their advanced radar system, which does appear to be the case. And then to back it up, he's simply highlighting that it seems likely that they would have stopped something like this. Hezbollah drone attack kills 4 Israeli soldiers and injures 58. And seems to have happened in an area that they would have been able to stop. Seems reasonable to assume that they may have taken this out. I think that's backed up by other evidence as well. And so that I find interesting because we're going to talk about the response to that. So whenever Israel's made to look stupid, at least in their eyes, like they feel like this was they would have been able to stop it because they got the one up on them. They all, just like the U.S. government, they act like a child. So they go, oh yeah, you think you got the better of us? We're going to murder families in Gaza, which is what they did. We'll come to that. Mencho Sint points out spokesman of Kataib Hezbollah, or rather just I think the PMU is a general term in regard to Iraq, says in a statement they warn Israel and the United States that any targeting of Iraq or the use of Iraqi airspace to target Iran will be met with strikes on Israel, but also on U.S. air bases, to make sure I didn't read it wrong. Okay, so I guarantee that'll be called terrorism, despite the fact that the U.S. government is illegally occupying Iraq. There's no question. They invaded illegally based on the lie of WMDs that we all know is a lie, but we just pretended like that wasn't the case because they're still there. And now it's about freedom and ISIS or maybe oil or whatever you want to be told in the moment. Bottom line, it's illegal. We all know that. Nobody cares. Just like Syria, just like the rest of them. The point is they're going, look, if you use this, we're going to fire. And that would be a legal act. But they won't tell you that when it happens. Just a side point coming from Iran. Now, leave these for later. I'll get rid of those. Okay. So going into the larger conversation of just the West Bank and Gaza before we finish with Lebanon, Craig Murray pointed this out. And this is on the 10th, mind you. So this is my point in saying this is every day this happens. He said in the last 24 hours, this was just on the 10th, Israel had opened fire on UN peacekeepers. We'll get to that UNIFIL point, which we're ending with that. killed 28 refugees in a school in Gaza, killed 40 plus civilians in central Beirut. And Nelson Mandela's grandson has been banned from the UK for criticizing Israel. Dystopia is here now. Or it's kind of always been here. We're just finally seeing it. The reality is we can change it, though. And by the way, I meant to say at the beginning of the show that one of the main parts of the title was going to be all the way at the end. I apologize for that. But it's important, but I want to make sure we got to all of this today. So Mariam Barghouti says, there's no war. If you really follow the news, you would realize Israel is actively refusing to engage in direct combat, which is pretty embarrassing for them. After the early parts with Hezbollah, where they got just destroyed, pretty much what they've been doing is just carpet bombing. And she says, instead, they use wide-range weapons to destroy as much as possible. More so in Gaza is the point here, but also we've seen other dynamics happening in Lebanon, but largely they changed dynamics after they got pretty embarrassed. And it says, meaning in Gaza, you're getting killed whether you are a combatant, an artist, a journalist, or an elderly with Alzheimer's. The intentional targeting of civilians and life-sustaining infrastructure is not war. It's textbook extermination, which again is what the UN just found. But they're Hamas, apparently, so we'll ignore that. Oh, but here's Israeli media, by the way, entitled Investigation. Netanyahu's government not only permits Jewish terror in the West Bank, but also finances it. It's incredible. The contrast between Israeli media, leading Israeli media, and like the entirety of the Western apparatus. If I wrote that, they would call you a racist. I'd probably get censored from every platform. But Israeli media can write this about Netanyahu, calling it Jewish terror, and that they finance it, and we can't reconcile these things. It's because it's exactly what I just highlighted. There is controlling influence over these platforms to a degree, like we've seen everywhere else, to where this does not get seen or not even reported. Now, again, the point is, obviously, we're talking about, in my opinion, Zionism. There's plenty of Jewish people, even in Israel, that disagree with what they're doing. It's not the majority, not even close. But the point is then, if that is the case, which we can prove, then it's not ubiquitously Jewish terror. It is Zionism, in this case, Jewish Zionism. Always an important distinction, but it's important, just like B'Tselem writes in the article they put out about apartheid. Same thing, leading Israeli human rights group, and it says a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, which is true, but it's because of Zionism. It's Zionism using the Jewish religion. Since I say that, I will make sure I include my really important recent interview with Dan Cohen. I think this is the one where we talk about the idea of Zionism in particular, the manufactured Middle East plight, and the Zionism linchpin. It's a great interview. Let me add these real quick. Okay, so going forward, West Bank. Just quick points. I want to include the West Bank as well because it's ongoing, despite the fact. So let's not forget, they just raided the West Bank and just killed a lot of people and burned things down. And then we're like, success, military success, even though there's nothing going on there. The point is they did this in order to give themselves a win, but not even their own people bought that. Many people actually cried foul about that because it was just so blatantly over the top. But it says, the Savior highlights this this is from September 1st, but it says, this is what happens if you identify as Palestinian in the West Bank. Now, these are everywhere, but this one is especially obvious. Now, watch this guy. It doesn't matter what you think is going on. The guy is not responding, and they are chasing him down to just keep beating him. This is what it looks like to live as a Palestinian in the West Bank, where they claim you've got equal rights. Look at him, kicking him in the face. The guy's just cowering. Look. They want to hurt this person. Now, you can look into the story and realize that he was just simply a Palestinian in the wrong place at the wrong time that angered the IDF, but the reality is it shouldn't matter. Look at what they're doing to this guy, and this is every day. And you can listen to Gideon Levy or IDF member whistleblowers that will tell you this is what they do, and they laugh about it. It's intentional to put them in their place. Oh, look, a police member just looking on. Nothing new there. Now here, I forgot his name. I was just looking into him the other day. Basically, there's a book he put out highlighting that Israel's an apartheid state, and he is getting accused of all sorts of terrible things by Zionists online for, the very Zionists that are allowing a genocide and taking part in it. But here's what he has to say about Zionism, so you understand what's going on. And this is exactly what you'll hear from Avi Shalom, a Jewish Israeli historian, or any other, Gideon Levy, plenty of other Jewish people that are speaking about what's going on, who are highly respected, educated, academic level, or influential. Here's one of them.
You are on the West Bank, there are separate roads. There are roads for Israeli settlers and citizens of Israel, and there are roads for Palestinians. These roads are not separate and equal.
Is that it right there? Yeah. It's Tanishi or something like that. Tanishi Coates. I believe that's correct. You can see it right there on the screen.
Roads for Palestinians. These roads are not separate and equal. These roads tend to be separate and unequal. It tends to take longer to get where you want to go if you're Palestinian. If you enter a city like Hebron, for instance, Hebron is quite literally segregated. There are streets that Palestinians cannot walk down. There are streets that, Israeli settlers are giving complete and free movement of. Moving throughout the West Bank in general, there are checkpoints everywhere for Palestinians. These checkpoints are sometimes normal checkpoints that they know are there. Sometimes checkpoints appear out of the blue, what they call flying checkpoints. Your basic movement is constantly imperiled. The justice system, which is deeply familiar for African Americans here, is quite literally segregated. There is a civil justice system that the minority of Israeli settlers as Israeli citizens enjoy, and then there is an entirely separate justice system that Palestinians on the West Bank are subject to. You can be arrested, for instance, as an Israeli citizen, and you are do all the due rights that we are familiar with. You have to be told what the charges are, etc. If you are arrested as a Palestinian, you can just be taken. In another political context, we would call those hostages.
Right. Now, obviously, we're talking about specifically in the West Bank, but it's the same concept. Now, the same idea, whether we're talking about the Israel proper, the West Bank, the point is it's not about whether you're Jewish. Because you can show plenty of examples of that. Right? Ethiopian Jews I mentioned before, who are treated like they're second-class citizens. Right? So this is the same point, but about Palestinians. This is like Jim Crow era. It's exactly what it is, and people can see that. You have these segregated roads, everything. And this is the West Bank. This is not Gaza. They are literally treated as second-class citizens in Israel, despite the lies we're told. And anybody who cares to look can see that. Now here is another denial of this exact point, or rather the larger point about what they're doing. Howard Beckett is highlighting this, saying Israeli ambassador, who's been one of the worst, this woman just smugly goes around lying about this stuff, Tzippi Hotovely, denying evidence of Israeli settlers and soldiers in the West Bank attacking children and Palestinians. Like literally the thing that everyone in the world more than anything can see. Even Biden was forced to acknowledge it and pretend they were going to sanction them. There's been so many reports about Israeli settler attacks from Israeli media. And yet here she is pretending like, no, that's not real. It's fake news. This, again, I said this the first couple of weeks, how desperate they felt. Clearly people saw through their lies and they were erratic about it. Now it's at a point where it's almost acceptance. Like we're screwed. Everyone sees this, but what else could we have? We're just doubling down on our lies. We're going to say not true. We're just going to ignore what you're saying and just run right over the top of you. I think that's what we're seeing. They write, she's a propaganda wing of apartheid, racism, Zionism, and terror. She should not be any media platform.
Palestinians supposed to defend themselves when not only are the settlers attacking them, but IDF soldiers are actually watching on and encouraging them and egging them on, and even snipering kids with precision shots into their...
I've shown you videos of this happening. So this is real. As well as the sniper, I'll show you the doctors again and new stuff.
Their heads.
Is that true? Those are very hard accusations.
And even snipering kids with precision shots into their heads.
Is that true?
Those are very hard accusations that have no base as a matter of fact, because...
Save the Children have reported it. I've had Human Rights Watch, I've had Amnesty International in their Crossing Thresholds report. There are multiple reports from multiple NGOs and Israeli soldiers admitting to it live on TV with Matt Fry and their colleague.
Think about how crazy that is. Every leading human rights group, mainstream reports, investigations, and even Israeli soldiers publicly saying it on TV. Listen to her response.
I'm sure you're taking your information from sources you believe are reliable, but...
You mean IDF soldiers? Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the leading human rights groups. Like, what counterbalance do you have? Like, what? So give me the source that would be something you would listen to. It's just wild. Her only response is what Israel says.
All I can tell you is lying? No, I want to tell you what I know. What I know is that in the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, the way we call it.
No, it's the West Bank. Those are the terms they use to try to deny the reality of what Palestine was.
There has been increase of terrorism in Jenin. Jenin has become a huge terror.
Okay, so instead of addressing the things they said, even though she called them fake, she just goes bad stuff that we can prove isn't true. So you're telling me that it is real, but here's why it's justified? No. I'm just saying that if hypothetically, if it was real, that's why it would be justified, but it's false. They love doing that. What you're doing is clearly suggesting that it's happening and that's why it should happen, because there's terrorism, even though that's not true. And they've been lying about this from day one.
We are in a point where those in Judea and Samaria, the way we call it, there has been increase of terrorism in Jenin. Jenin has become a huge terror hub. We are in a point where
a terror hub.
Those terror hubs are threatening our people. I completely agree that if someone is committing a crime, he should be taken to court and pay the price for it. But definitely not familiar with any fact about killing children. No one is interested.
I'll play it for you again. But think about what she's saying. Yeah, charge him with the crime. Even though you're the one that will investigate and then hypothetically charge with that crime, so it won't happen. All this evidence is very, very prominent. It's everywhere. So you notice the same old clumsy narrative. Terror hub, tunnels, hostages, human shields, just Lebanon, West Bank, Gaza. Why? Because your cowardly governments have allowed them to think they can get away with it. Apply the same structure. What's different? Let's keep doing it. Let's move on to Jordan next. Let's go to Egypt after that. Greater Israel all day long, guys. They're right there.
And killing innocent children.
But it is a fact that there has been violence against Palestinians by illegal settlers around the West Bank.
I accept the fact that we are a country that the rule of law is very important.
Don't you love that little weird? So, but there are facts, and we have evidence. We can see them. I accept the fact that we're great people and we do good things. Like that's what she just did. I accept the fact that we care about the law. What was that weird? That wasn't like you would expect her to be like, I accept the fact that bad things have happened. But here, all she was doing was just interrupting as if she was going to address it and then just pulled it into something that was a praise of herself. You don't think we noticed that? Like, that's how bad these people are at this. As always, my point is that these are people that have a lot of power that have never earned that power. It's lazy.
No one is interested in killing innocent children.
But it is a fact that there has been violence against Palestinians by illegal settlers around the West Bank.
I accept the fact that we are a country that the rule of law is very important. So if anyone is committing any type of crime or violence, he'll be taken to the courts. Unfortunately, there is a lot of misinformation out there. People are trying to put blood labels on Israel, but
blood libels is what she's talking about.
There is a lot of misinformation out there. People are trying to put blood labels.
Now, here's what's funny. I don't know whether she was just clumsily trying to say blood libels, but it looks like she said blood labels. I just think so. They can't even get this stuff right. So what blood libel is an argument about some classic accusation of Jewish things that are supposed to be conspiracy theory from, even though what's interesting is a lot of the things they call blood libel, you can literally prove. But I've done that with, like poisoning the well, for example. Haaretz wrote an article about how that was a real concept and did happen to Palestinians. The point is, it's not about that. It's about them hiding truths under the guise that if you say things they don't like, you're suddenly attacking Jews. By saying that you're murdering children, and we can see you on video murdering children, it's not a blood libel. It's an accusation that we can prove. But that's the best they can do.
In Israel, but I'm telling you, if there is one thing I can guarantee you, no Israelis
with respect, Ambassador,
are targeting children.
So the one thing she can guarantee you is that none of them are targeting children, despite the fact that we just had a New York Times article about 65 doctors who all signed a letter saying that's what was happening. Or my thread with 30 different doctors who were all saying the same thing that I put out before that article came out.
Jay was quoting from different reports. He was quoting reports that my very respected colleague Matt Fry has done on the issue. Matt Fry is not somebody who invents things. He does not broadcast things that are untrue.
You'd never see that before October 7th. They would have cowered away because you're not supposed to challenge Israel.
And I think just to say, well, anybody who's committed an offense can be brought before the Israeli courts is a bit of a cop-out.
Yeah, it is. It is a cop-out. Glad you're saying that, because we already know, even if you pretended there was an actual court system going on, ignoring the fact that we can prove that there is no judicial independence. They lost it a long time ago, and it's clearly manipulated by Netanyahu's cabinet and the rest of the power structure, which, by the way, is the argument about why the ICJ and ICC don't apply, because they have an independent judiciary. They don't. It's been written about. But either way, even if you pretend that, you still wouldn't go, well, they can just be charged for it. Well, that's not the point here. It's that you are committing these crimes. Not that if they would be charged. Well, that's a ridiculous accusation. What if they haven't been caught? They are committing them, and the evidence is on the record. It's everywhere, and you know that. And by the way, here's an article that Robert wrote on June 21st of this year, because it goes back a long way. This is not just post-October 7th, but it's been prominently after post-October 7th. Israeli settlers consistently use arson attacks to burn Palestinians alive. I know it's an extreme statement, but it's very real, and it will blow your mind. What you're seeing on the screen is Ali, a young infant child that was burned alive in a home. That's this building that's the shot next to it, because settlers set the house on fire. Then they went on to dance and cheer in front of the family. Here's Times of Israel. Jewish extremists, those are the settlers, taunt Ali's on the grill at the slain toddler's relatives. They're dancing and saying, he's on the grill, as they go past them, the family who lost their child. Or the videos of them dancing around with an effigy of a young child and poking it in the eyes and burning it, dancing around saying, oh, he's on the grill. Settlers practice, and a video with Ben Gvir partnering alongside them. These are terrible, terrible monster people. Whether they're Jewish or not, whether they're Israeli or not, that's because of who they are. And that's what we're defending, or they're defending. She knows that. Now here is that article, rather Ahmed pointing this out. Here's the article itself. 65 doctors, nurses, and paramedics, what we saw in Gaza. The New York Times published a piece in which dozens of foreign medical volunteers who went to Gaza recounted seeing and treating children who were deliberately shot in the head and neck by the Israeli forces. They have x-rays of this stuff. Now, the whole article is very clear. Now, it's right here. 65 doctors, nurses, paramedics, what we saw in Gaza. I'll include my thread on this too, which again, I just have to say is something that we put out a long while before this. Is from August. How many doctors returning from Gaza telling you that Israel is deliberately targeting children do you need to see before something shifts? Funny how that works, right? In an honest world, this would have been a lot more prominent, and that's probably why they wrote the article, for all I know. But all of it every one of them are all saying the same thing. Here is Nazanin Naur saying, fellas, apparently now it's anti-Semitic for doctors to report their findings. Hen Mazig, one of the people who's blocked me because I was making him look stupid, says in a recent New York Times opinion piece, 65 healthcare workers reported that they saw bullet wounds in children, which they reported a hell of a lot more than that. He's hoping you read what he wrote, dismiss the article. In the article, it's not just they saw bullet holes and blamed Israel. They watched them shoot children. I'll play these clips for you. Or the doctors. I mean, it's so obvious that this is not just hypothetical situations. They're watching their own doctors get killed. They're watching their own people get kidnapped and returned emaciated and beaten up. They're watching children come in with sniper bullets from Israeli rifles targeted to the head. And it says a normal newspaper would highlight that they did not observe IDF soldiers shooting children, except that's not true, though. In some cases, they did. He's lying. They might have highlighted alternate equally possible scenarios that Hamas or anyone could have shot them. With, Israeli bullets, certainly possible. The bottom line, though, is we're talking about proof that we do see them doing this, and then an overwhelming amount of children coming in succession with bullet shots to the head from areas where they're being shot at from Israeli soldiers, while they can see them in many cases shooting them. That's the reality. So this is not an assumption, but this is what you get. It's anti-Semitic to point out what you're seeing. Now, just the opening part of this, I won't play the whole thing again, even though I should. It's always in this clip. Is always powerful. Frankly, it's hard for me to watch all the time, but I want to play the first part just because he's very clear about this. It is important to hear how certain he is, and and of course how hard it is for him to have to go over all this stuff all the time. I thought I had it in here. Hold on. There it is.
When were you in Gaza? end of April for the first couple of weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head. In the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
It means Israel, by the way.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head.
Every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years. Many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
Now that goes back to the Shifa hospital conversation. But if you look through this thread, every single one of these doctors, almost all of them not Palestinian doctors, from outside other places who are there seeing it, are telling you they're watching them kill children. They're watching them execute doctors. Not every one of them saying that, but many of them that. There's more than one doing that, but then others just simply saying how many dead children they're seeing and how often there's, and every one of them are saying this is Israel. Again, that doesn't have to prove but the point is that the evidence is overwhelming and people are acting like there's nothing happening. Now, this doctor here is one of the earliest I saw, Tanya Haj Hassan, who she's just emotional. She had a point where she broke down because she just couldn't deal with, on live broadcast. Here she is putting CNN in their place. Literally CNN trying to call this a humanitarian disaster, humanitarian crisis. This is not a hurricane, ladies and gentlemen. This is genocide. And I'm glad she had the courage to put her in her place.
Humanitarian crisis with the additional factor of Gaza is about to enter the winter, which often brings heavy rain to the region.
Kate, in all honesty, a humanitarian crisis is what you deal with when you have a hurricane, what you deal with when you have an earthquake. You have an insult and a humanitarian response. This is my career. This is what I do for a living.
And by the way, she's been there many times now. She might even be there now, as far as I know.
Every single person who does this for a living will tell you the same thing. This is different. This is not a humanitarian crisis. Kate, and I'm going to say it very clearly for your viewers to hear, this is genocide. When 70% of the population that are killed are women and children, when the population is starved of food, of water, of medicine, when you have attacks, repeated attacks on all the hospitals, the clinics, the aid distribution sites, the humanitarian aid agencies that try to help. More UN workers have been killed in Gaza than in UN's history. When you have over 900 families that have been exterminated, that have been taken off of the civil registry, killed, when you have over 17,000 children that have lost one or both parents, when you have bakeries, aid distribution sites, churches, mosques, schools, and in the last 3 days, in the last 24 hours, in fact, a hospital today that was bombed, as you just reported, the hospital where I personally was working, and I can tell you, they are working every second of every day to try and sustain life when Israel's strategy and evidence on the ground suggests that they're doing the exact opposite. They were targeted today. There was a rehabilitation hospital, a rehabilitation center that was targeted in the last 24 hours, and there was an orphanage that was targeted earlier this week. These are the types of places that are being targeted. And so it's really hard to hear it over and over and over again, framed in the way that it's being framed in the media, which frankly, Kate, is very misleading. It is very misleading. 365 days of this. Death tolls that are so far outdated. We have no idea how many people are killed, but I am genuinely afraid about what we're going to find out when the dust settles. History books will be written on this. And countries will have to reckon, media agencies will have to reckon with their major role in the genocide of an entire population and in the destruction of humanitarian law and rule of order.
Look at her face in the middle. Look at her like trying to look concerned, but just looking impatient and irritated. These people are just mannequins. It's just crazy to me. But the point is, she's speaking to her. You are that media she's referencing. You're part of this. So good for her. Now, last point on this, if you want, this is the same doctor we referenced, that we played a minute ago, speaking about the sniping kids. He had a recent interview, Dr. Mark Perlmutter, yesterday. Volunteer doctor in Gaza speaks to TRT World. Now, he just the point I stopped on, but the trucks never crossed. He's simply highlighting that in his own experience, he watched them not let aid come in, which we're going to get into in a minute. But this is a longer interview, 36 minutes, where he goes over all this stuff, tells you what he's seen, tells you that Israel's killing children, that they're starving people. It's worth watching. But you know all this. We've covered it all. Then this is just one more data point showing you that it's very real. Now, let's talk about Gaza, because this is important. This has been something, unfortunately, I put off for like a week now. And the reality that this is, because I mean, the truth is that they've been doing this for a long time, but this is the official stated new plan about them taking over northern Gaza. Even though they've already occupied it long back in 2006 forward, they still occupied it. According to every legal dynamic, every United Nations, the international law, that's the case, because they control every aspect of it, whether or not they had boots on the ground. They had the fence doesn't even do justice. The wall, the fenced-in barbed wire wall, keeping everybody in. The point is they controlled it. Now they're simply seizing back the northern part of this and ethnically cleansing everybody in the area, to the point to where now they're getting to the argument where they're just exposing what they've always been doing, which I'm going to make a point very clearly about before we go into the food side of this. They're now saying, after they got caught, or at least called out by even Kamala Harris, because I think it's just opportunism, that they are not letting any food in at all in October. You realize it is October 14th. 0 food trucks since October. I mean, that's what, at a point when even before this, 500 a day was what they needed to survive. They're straight up manufacturing everything that's happening here. And the point is that because they made a point of it, it got a lot of reach. And so the next day, they roll out their surrender or starve plan. It's just clumsy, reactive propaganda. All you're doing is getting caught for what you've always been doing. Now you just give it a name like it's no, that's so they can argue that it's only new. It's only now because we rolled the plan out after 14 days of not giving them food. How did they know there was a plan? How did they know they were supposed to surrender if you didn't give them the plan until 14 days after you started starving them? It's pathetically obvious. Nonetheless, they're being forced through bad propaganda to expose that they're starving them now, even by admission. But let's realize it's always been happening. Their whole argument this whole time is we would never do that. We wouldn't. Well, now we're going to do it, though, because the plan, the evidence, despite their narrative, is showing you it's always been happening. Even before October 7th, to some degree, they were actively maintaining a bare minimum amount. That's what they even on the record. So before we get to that, dead bodies everywhere in Jabalia camp as Israel besieges northern Gaza. This is October 10th. So they made this clear. The U.S. government didn't care. They stated they're going to take, they realized, remember the beginning, the main point was, look, they're just going to take Gaza. They're going to literally take more. And they know, what do you mean? They're good guys, fight for freedom. Now, as always, it doesn't matter what narrative you use to fill in the blank. Now they're doing what we told you they would do because narrative. And there's always something they'll tell you to rationalize. Well, we can't, terrorism and bad guys. The point is they want this territory and they want to kill all Palestinians. They want Lebanese territory and they want to kill Lebanese people. It's always easy to see if you actually look beyond the narrative. In this case, they told you it was going to happen. They told you they partitioned it right in the beginning, and now they're pushing them out of the north. It's step by step by step. Eventually, they're going to give you a story of why they're going to do it the south. It's one step at a time, and they're going to force these people out, and this will be exactly what we always told you was coming, and they'll have a narrative for why it makes sense then. It's ethnic cleansing, it's genocide, it's mass displacement. And then they'll point at them being out of their place for why other things are problems. And it's still their fault no matter what. Gazans in the north are trapped in their homes as Israel launches a new military operation. So first they told them to get out of the way, but then after a very short period of time, they didn't, and they trapped them in there. That was also proven. Even though they kept acting like they wanted them to get out of the way, they weren't able to. So it became a fish in a barrel slaughter. Just like every other day before this in Gaza. Marwa Fatafta highlights this horrifying. I'm going to play the audio so you can hear it, just because I want to hear the kind of just sociopathic dole in his voice. But this is an Israeli, Al Jazeera put this out. It's an Israeli speaking about what they're doing to this area in what we just see. We're in Gaza, in Jabalia, in Jenin, with the way they are, Jenin's West Bank, in the Gaza area that they are continuing to bomb. As they posted here, what goes through the mind of a pilot as they drop bombs on refugee tents? That's what's happening. They're bombing these tents. And I'm gonna tell you right now, before we get to it, there's some horrifying images. Maybe not as graphic in the past, but it's the kind of stuff that will haunt you. So just keep that in mind if you want to see this. They bombed a bunch of tents, just like they've done before. And he said, what goes through the mind of a pilot? It's a good question, because just because these governments are genocidal, I mean, some of these people are not. As we've seen whistleblowers who speak up, but they can't live with themselves, right? What goes through their mind is they're bombing these innocent people. Some of them don't care. Well, this person writes in their own words, this is what goes through their criminal minds. Butterfly Station, this is command. We're launching, get this, Operation 8th Candle of Hanukkah. This is a conversation between Sergeant Daniel Blankonovich and Sergeant Dove Van Schiester, saying the burning of the Shujaya neighborhood. Let our enemies learn and be deterred. This is what's called mowing the lawn. That's what this means. We're just bombing everybody, civilians almost deliberately, so we teach them a lesson, right? Don't let this happen. Don't let Hamas do it like it's their choice to let a group that Israel funds do what they want, which is the truth. So they're knowing that they're bombing civilians, knowing they're bombing tents and refugees. Let them be deterred, because it's just Palestinians, which we should know by now. That's how they view it. This is what we'll do to all our enemies, and not a memory will be left of them. That's Amalek. We will annihilate them to dust. Command out. Totally normal exchange, right? These are sociopaths. These are prophetic, radical maniacs who are talking about annihilating all Palestinians to dust. It's live. You can play these things. It's everywhere. The ICC and ICJ are overflowing with this information, and somehow your government pretends they don't know, but that means they do, because we know they do, and they're okay with it. Mind-blowing. Arnaud Bertrand, remember 1 year ago when there was an international outcry at the thought that Israeli missiles may have landed in a hospital courtyard? Interesting to think about where this actually was post-October 7th started, right? Everyone was debating about whether it was a Hamas missile and Palestinian Islamic Jihad or whatever it was, right? He said it's a testament to how far the goalposts have been moved and how desensitized we've become to the horror that they're straight up burning patients connected to IVs, make zero effort to cover it up, and barely makes a blip. This is terrifying. I'm going to show you the actual video. So it's a refugee camp. And again, before we go past it, remember that conversation. And they were trying to defend whether it was them or not. Then it just became, well, there's human shield. So deliberate targeting of hospitals full of people. I mean, that wasn't even a shift. That was just a force to shove to that goalpost. Here, we're now watching them just murder innocent people. They barely even have to give an excuse. This is just a still shot. This is some people say it's a child. It's hard to tell. A person burning alive while connected to an IV in a hospital. My God. God, it makes me sick. Daniel McAdams says, this is a modern day Holocaust. No question. Assault Rod says there will be history books about this and people who knowingly let it happen. The definition of a concentration camp, a place where large numbers of people, especially political prisoners or members of persecuted minorities, are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities, sometimes to provide forced labor or to await mass execution. What's funny is even that term has been sort of slanted toward the idea of the Holocaust, World War II, because a concentration camp doesn't have to mean specifically persecuted minorities, but that's been added. But even then, yes, it's exactly the point. Because now we're talking about even the definition that you've slanted it to for what's going on right this moment. Israeli military's days-long siege of northern Gaza and relentless bombing has deepened the humanitarian crisis in the region. Yeah, humanitarian crisis, with no food aid entering since the beginning of the month. United Nations estimates around 400,000 people remain trapped in the northern region. What else are we talking about here? A small area where 2 million people have been jammed, assuming we don't even know how many are left, ladies and gentlemen. 2.2 million people. God only knows how many are actually dead right now. This is what we're dealing with. And as Nami writes, or as we're just starting with this one, these are their targets. This is what we're talking about. These are children who are suffering because of what they're doing. No one's even trying to stop this right now, it seems, other than people like us. Here's another example. A baby girl was born on the 11th and then injured that day going through an Israeli airstrike. Thank God she's still alive. The same day she's born. Here is a journalist saying, we are literally living our final moments. Oh Allah, or oh God, grant us a good end. So it does look like he posted 2 hours ago, so thank God he looks like he's still alive. But as Dan Cohen writes, Hassam is live tweeting what will likely be his own murder. The 21st century is at least as barbaric as any prior, but we witness it in real time. Think about that. Robert in Lakesh says, Hezbollah killed scores of Israeli soldiers in a precise drone strike. This is what just happened. So Israel burned alive injured Palestinian refugees at a hospital in Gaza. There are no words left for these genocide button-mashing war criminals. They don't excel at war. They only at killing civilians. Because whether this is why, that's exactly what happened. They turned around and just murdered a bunch of innocent people in hospital beds in refugee camps because they got embarrassed. Too much power for people that have never earned it. Howard Beckett. Israeli bombing tents in the courtyard of Al-Aqsa Hospital in Gaza. This was on the 13th. Israel is out of control. Pariah nation bringing terror to innocent civilians. Biden and Starmer have supported a monster in Netanyahu. All are guilty. And realize, apparently this is an area that everybody's telling us are just packed full of people. And they're just openly bombing exactly where all these people are. They're not even trying to give you an excuse anymore. Hold on, make sure I didn't accidentally close something right there. Okay, good. So here is Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense. So after what Robert just told you, here's what he says. I spoke with this on the 13th. I spoke with the Israeli Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, on October 13th to express my condolences for the IDF soldiers killed in a drone strike. Oh, weird how he's never spoken up about the American killed in Lebanon. Has he mentioned Jeffrey Lafredo yet? Oh, but he's gonna make a huge post about how we reached out to the IDF when they had soldiers killed in a war. Wow, what I mean, yeah, human life, right? But isn't that what happens in war? Do you reach out every time a soldier's killed in an ongoing war? No, he wants you to think this is unprecedented. We reached out to console them against their horrifying terror attack. IDF soldiers killed in a drone strike in a war with the people they're bombing, and in cases where they're bombing civilians. And he says, I also reiterated the importance of ensuring the safety and security of the UNIFIL forces and Lebanese armed forces. Oh, you mean the people that they're bombing and attacking with chemical gas weapons? Guys, these people are compromised or a monster themselves. You don't think Lloyd Austin has access to this information? He knows what's going on and is either hiding it or a part of it. And he says, I also raised the dire humanitarian situation, otherwise known as deliberate starvation and genocide. Monster. Yeah, see, here's a soft MD saying, hey, buddy, they're burning people alive. But we have condolences for the soldiers. What about the children they just burned alive? Well, we didn't comment. And then here's an Israeli representative, the ambassador to the United Nations. Rashida Tlaib says genocidal maniac Netanyahu is burning Palestinians alive, bombing hospitals, starving people, and killing aid workers. Now, I don't support her. I think she's crazy, but at the end of the day, she's right. When will our country stop funding this madness? When? Now, largely some of these people I agree with when it comes to what's going on in Israel, but let's realize that, personally, I don't even believe that they care about these things. I don't know. I'm jaded. But my point is that these politicians will use whatever they can to benefit themselves. Sometimes that lines with the truth. Here's what he said. The only ones who burned children alive were your buddies over Hamas. Oh, so now we're back to that lie? We're back to the 40 beheaded babies or the children they burned alive? No, none of that's true. Every single one of these lies has been debunked by even Haaretz. There were only 2 children, as we understand it, in the what was the exact? The bottom line is the information Haaretz. I didn't want to misquote the actual time frame of. Bottom line is the numbers that Haaretz put out themselves, that even people that were present admitted to, have exposed the Zaka people as lying about the information. And the only children that we've seen that were killed were not burned alive, were not beheaded, and in fact, I argue were killed by the IDF, at least in one case, and the other one killed in one of their bombings. Because that was the one that was the family that I think that Porat spoke to, was standing in the yard and said, there's a family in there, and they went on to bomb the building. And I think that's why we ended up with the Hamas members burned alive that they just called people in Israel that they were forced to admit to later. But the bottom line is, let's just even say you want to call that a burned child as opposed to just being bombed, that's Israel who did that. There is no evidence of any kind of children being burned by Hamas. And here he is doubling down. And that's even suppressed news says that's your Apache helicopters, right? So if you want to call that burned alive as opposed to being bombed, the point is what we're talking about here is being bombed. You are the one trying to pretend that the only thing that happened, ignoring everything else, is that Hamas did something on October 7th that we know as a matter of fact did not happen. And then, of course, if you even want to make that further, you mean Hamas that was funded by Israel? There's just no way you can't see this by now unless you're lying to yourself. They are on atrocity propaganda a year later. Here's what Sky News wrote about this. Israel has named the 4 teenage victims of a Hezbollah drone strike on a military base, otherwise known as military personnel. Teenager or otherwise. They're IDF members. So Sky News is personally naming the 4 of the people that were killed by a illegal drone strike on a military base, but then it goes on to say, as at least 23 people were reportedly killed in an attack on a school. You see the slant? It's sickening that they would even maybe they don't even recognize their own bias. As Alan McLeod says, Sky News called a murdered Palestinian toddler a lady, but describes 4 active IDF soldiers hit by Hezbollah as teenage victims. What accounts for this bias is in infantilizing Israeli soldiers, but treating Palestinian babies as adults. Here's low-key saying a bullet found its way into the van and killed 3 or 4 young ladies. This is how they actually reported this. A bullet found its way into the van and killed a 3 or 4 year old young lady. I just can't even wrap my mind around how dumb that is. Now, Max Blumenthal highlights this journalist saying an Israeli occupation has besieged us in the area. That's what's been going on. This is as of the 12th, which includes Bet Hanun, Bet Lahia, and the Jabalia refugee camp for the past 8 days. And very few people are making like this is no matter how you spin this is a massive crime. But you realize how far we are from that mattering anymore, from anybody in power? Since October 1st, they have stopped all food, water, and medical supplies from entering. They have threatened hospitals to shut down, stopped fuel from entering in order to stopping hospitals to operate, and are targeting anyone who moves. So far, 400 people have been killed. 400 people are bleeding in the streets. We can't even reach them. That's my point. So they pretend to let them get out of the way. They shut it down and wouldn't let them leave while pretending they wanted them out of the way. That's why we were worried this guy was going to get killed, the real-time tweeting about what's happening. Max says the evidence of Israel's genocidal intent could not be more clear. Embracing a plan concocted by Gora Eland, who previously called for spreading epidemics among the population of Gaza, Israel is starving and bombing out 400,000 people to ethnically cleanse the north of Gaza. In the long run, it will fill the area with Jew-only settlements. But for now, it aims to create a blood-spattered wasteland, and it clearly has a green light from the Biden-Harris administration. And if you think that'd be different with Trump is there, you are lying to yourself. Or RFK, for that matter, which is noticeably quiet as it supplies the necessary tools to execute this monumental live stream crime. But Selim, about this exact discussion. Sure, it used to matter when human rights groups, let alone the leading Israeli human rights group, spoke up about crimes. But it says Israeli NGOs warn the international community it will be complicit in Israel's forcibly transferring of population from northern Gaza. They're simply saying that we warn the international community, you're complicit right now. If we don't stop this, you're complicit. Now, most of the community seems to at least be expressing that, but the power structure won't let anything shift. Human rights NGOs based in Israel today called on the international community to take action now to prevent Israel from forcibly transferring hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. This was on the 14th. It's today. It's happening right now. I don't see anybody talking about it in the corporate conversation, in the mainstream alternative media. Why not? It's wild. Now, here's the craziest part. I guess maybe not the craziest part. One of the crazy parts with this is that the U.S. government, through this ridiculous person, back on the 10th, suddenly had a line that was crossed, apparently, or at least want you to think that. But meanwhile, still funding, still arming, still lying for. So recognize they are desperate to get you to think they suddenly... So all this shows you is they are more so losing control than ever. This is Linda Thomas Greenfield speaking about how they have to abide by the resolutions calling for a ceasefire. So think about how dumb it is to say that while, one, vetoing all of those things every chance you get, which they have done, or supporting what they're doing. Kind of feels hollow when you're complicit in every way, but then stand over here and go, we should stop this. Here's money. Here's weapons. I veto stopping this, but we should stop this. These people deserve ridicule. I mean, these are genocidal criminals, I think, trying to desperately find a way to work their way out of going to prison.
Is concerned by the situation in northern Gaza, including the announcement by Israel of a new evacuation order for several.
Evacuation? Hardly. They're threatening them with genocide. They're telling you that if you actually look at what they're saying, and as you just heard from the doctors and the journalists on the ground, they're just murdering people. But evacuation, right? Not mandatory. Like they make it act like it's a non-mandatory evacuation, right? Well, that's not the word they use. They make it sound like it's their choice. Like we're not forcing anybody, but if you don't move, we're going to kill you, is what's happening.
Several communities. We're particularly concerned that Palestinian civilians have nowhere safe to go.
Oh, you're concerned, are you? Well, it's about 365 days too late. I mean, think about how insulting it is to pretend like you care that they're suffering after a year of funding the genocide that is putting them in this place. Or 76 years of supporting it.
Already there are devastating reports of the squalid conditions in the humanitarian zone in southern and central Gaza, where more than 1.5 million displaced civilians have fled. These catastrophic conditions were predicted months ago, and yet have still not been addressed.
Oh, yeah, because you're giving them weapons, because you're lying for them. It's like you're acting like it's somebody else's responsibility. We raised the issue and it's still happening because you keep arming them and keep gaslighting for them. And again, everybody knows this. She knows that, or she's really stupid.
That must change. And now we call on Israel to take urgent steps to do so. Consistent with Resolution 2735, there must be no demographic or territorial change in the Gaza Strip, including any actions that reduce the territory of Gaza.
And then when that happens, though, they'll just jump to the next narrative. Mark my words. Terrorists or something, and it's their fault. They chose. Whatever the narrative is they decide to run with, it's going to be that this is okay now. And we'll move forward with it's right now they're doing everything she keeps saying it shouldn't happen. Where are they speaking up, right? You made the warning, Linda. Now they didn't listen. Now they did that. Where are you now? Shouldn't you be on every channel going, they're doing the thing I said they shouldn't do and they're violating law? No, because you don't care. These are hollow words from a hollow person.
We're also concerned by recent action by the Israeli government to limit the delivery of goods.
Not limit, completely stop.
Into Gaza. All parties must meet their responsibilities under Resolution 2720.
Disgusting. I just can't stand when people who, like, again, it's like the murderer standing up and telling you and speaking about how we need to fight against bad murder. We need to work together to stop the murderers. Well, you're the one we all know did it. Glenn Greenwald says a new study from Brown documents the stunning amount given to Israel. That's the point. So as she's pretending like we care about this or that they care about this, this is the reality. It's $18 billion to Israel plus another $5 billion from U.S. military actions for Israel. Now, I can prove to you it's way more than that in many other ways. But these are just what's on the record in certain military labeled dynamics. And it's simply saying U.S. military aid, because realize the aid they give them is basically all for the military and what they want. But look at the jump. Look at this. It's incredible. You can't pretend like you're giving them more than ever while there's more evidence than we've ever seen to justify not doing that. There's no misunderstanding that. Linda or anybody else, they're complicit in genocide and trying to narrative their way out of it. They're just in general, this is just Putin speaking up about what's going on there. Now, you could argue he doesn't care, but nonetheless, he's right because it is terrible. It could simply be opportunism, him using this to make himself look better at the expense of what they are doing, though. That's the point. He says there is no justification for the terrible events taking place in the Gaza Strip. When you look at dead children, at how women and elderly are suffering, of course, fists clenched and tears come to your eyes. Now, don't forget the obvious influence of Israel and Russia, but recognize that the world, whether through opportunism or not, are calling out what they're doing. There's no coming back from that. Now, of course, all they can do, as this vivid guy who apparently everyone claims is just a guy from India pretending to be an Israeli because he's being paid to from the IDF, but that's up for you to decide. The point is, here's another one of their amazing audios that they break down. Even though they've been caught twice now by audio visual experts proving that they spliced them together or they altered the words. I mean, it's embarrassing how many times they keep getting caught and they just go back to the same thing, right? Here's a video of something we've cut, or here's a fake audio recording. As even Kim Iverson simply says, staged call between two badly beaten Palestinian prisoners. All right, even then, it's already been proven that many examples of what they have on those videos were forced out of them. They tortured people, as we now know for sure, to get them to say what they wanted. I'll just grab the first one I can remember, which is just the easiest one to pop up. See how easy this is? This is 2017. Israeli court says Shin Bet pressured man to give false testimony. You type that in, you'll find an endless amount of articles coming from Israel because that's what they do. Not my opinion. It's a historic record. So the point is that they could fake this because they've been caught faking it, they could splice it and edit it because they've been caught doing that, or it could be examples of them torturing people into saying what they want. Any of those things, all of those things have been proven. You realize, proven. Like the example for torture is that they have people out there saying beheaded babies and rape, even though even the Israeli media have proven those aren't true. So there's only one explanation. They force those people to say those things. Here we have again. A Gazan civilian admits Hamas is forcing them to stay on the front lines, preventing them from evacuating. Oh, now it all lines up. Now we can kill everybody, right? Apparently that's what the IDF thinks. Hamas is using them as human shields. Think about that. So all they have to do is simply go, they're forced, they're all the Gazans that you can see, they're being forced there. No, all of them are telling you that they're staying because they're never going to leave their homes. And they just go lie, Hamas, bad guy, and they bomb all of them. That's what, as we're speaking, that's what's happening. Straight up murder. But like all the rest of it, your government doesn't care. Now, Caitlin Johnstone, citing antiwar.com, and really citing Haaretz, but the anti-war is somebody you should be following. Israeli government done with ceasefire talks, or never were actually engaged with them, which is what you should read from this. They're just shifting into what they've always been doing because it's all being exposed. Done with ceasefire talks, seeks annexation of Gaza. So that's Haaretz. Literally, Haaretz is writing that they're going to annex Gaza. And here's Linda Thomas Greenfield going, they're supposed to follow this rule, and we're going to watch them closely. They've already written an article about how they're going to take it. These people are ridiculous. And on top of that, carrying out an ethnic cleansing plan for northern Gaza, which will pave the way for Jewish settlements. Here's what Caitlin Johnstone writes, and there it is. They're finally admitting it. This is all that has ever been about. This is all it's ever been about. I agree. Not hostages, not ending Hamas, not self-defense, not mass rapes, not beheaded babies or beheaded babies placed in ovens. It's always been about taking land from the indigenous people of Palestine. 100%. At least one of the main things they're going for here. So that brings us into the plan they're now rolling out, which exposes the other side of it, that they're starving them. So it's always been what's been going on. And anybody with a brain can see it because it was easily proven from day one. You know, what's funny about it is all those people that were screaming, rightly so, about how obvious it was that the COVID-19 shot was killing people and the evidence was there or the masks don't work. They were simply going, why can't they look at the evidence? Maybe you're doing that right now with Israel. Think about that. The reality is the evidence was clear. You were right. But that's just like it's happening here. Right now, the amount of evidence that will show you everything we're talking about is more than COVID-19 illusion. It's so incredibly obvious. And if you're still out there going along with the narrative, ask yourself why. Glenn Greenwald writes, if Israel's conduct over the last year in Gaza, all paid for by the U.S., does not constitute grave war crimes and crimes against humanity, then nothing does. CNN, UN says no food has entered northern Gaza since the start of October. And this is what kills me. Putting 1 million people at the risk of starvation? No, CNN, that's already going on. Here's an article from a month ago. Famine is imminent for 1.1 million people. Half of Gaza experiencing catastrophic food insecurity. They're already starving. So this not being put at the risk, you're risking death for the already starving population. That's the point, which, by the way, is happening. Every day I'm seeing images of starving children, of emaciated people. It's all over the place. Vice President Kamala says the UN report that this is why I think this shifted. So on the 13th, with 6.4 million views, now whether she said it or not, it is the truth. UN report found that no food has entered northern Gaza in nearly 2 weeks. Israel must urgently do more to facilitate the aid. If you cared about it, you would have called this out 6 months ago, 8 months ago, when children were starving then too. But she doesn't. This is an opportunist moment. She's trying to do this to influence the election. Or perception of it, however you view the whole thing. Civilians must be protected, she says, while arming the genocide. Disgusting. Look at that. International law must be respected while violating countless resolutions around the world. The U.S. government explicitly, as well as pretending that Israel's not doing the same thing. Okay, so the point is clear. This came out on the 13th, or at least that became very prominent. Then, the next day, they sat around the table and said, what do we do? Okay, let's roll out a plan. Israel's considering surrender or starve plan. Right? So the cat's out of the bag, which has been for a very long time. But because Kamala Harris is visible, everyone, even the average moms and soccer players, we can all see that she just said that. Now we have to change. This is my opinion, but the next day, this is from the Telegraph, mind you, and I have the articles and stuff right here for it. Surrender or starve. Okay, so what you've been doing the whole time then? And what do you mean surrender? Are we talking about, surrender for what? Average Palestinians? So understand, we're talking about people in the north, not just Hamas. They're trying to get out of the way, who, by the way, they're killing in a fish in a barrel type way anyway. But then because she highlights that they're not feeding them, they roll out the surrender or starve plan in the north. You see how easy it is to see? They're just talking about Palestinians. So what are they supposed to surrender for? Being Palestinian, guys. This is what they're just showing you how transparent this all is. But the other main point is they were starving them. So if they were ever willing to go starve to death or do what we want, why wouldn't they have done it in the beginning? At the very least, you can't pretend like it's it's blood libel, right? That's what they were doing. You're a racist for suggesting we would do the thing that we just rolled out for him. Under this proposal, 400,000 civilians would have 1 week to evacuate. You see my point? So surrender for what? They're Palestinian civilians. And what are they going to do when they surrender? Go to prison? This is terrorism. There's no way around it. It says those remaining will be treated as enemy. So this is crazy. Enemy combatants. So if you surrender to the Israeli government that's raping and torturing people. If you don't, we're going to treat you like a combatant and kill you. So the same either way then, apparently. Kind of shocking. No, this is interesting, by the way. So this comes from the Telegraph. So I was searching for it to find the Telegraph article. And look, you could find it. Look, Telegraph. Israel considering surrender or starve plan in Gaza. But then this one or this one. Oh, that's not the same one. Oh, but it does say right there. See, underneath it says it. The point is, you click it, and it's not there anymore. But you can look for yourself. It's gone. They've removed it. I wonder why. Probably that old influence I keep talking about. Zionists snap their fingers, and suddenly those things disappear. But there's some of it still up. Here's some of the articles pointing to what they said. This is coming from the Associated Press, actually. Netanyahu considers surrender or starve plan. So the same thing. So it's 14th today. This was yesterday. But just because they say considering it, it's already going on. And I'll continue to show that as long as I possibly can. So, and one more point, by the way. Here's the Associated Press. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu examining the plan to seal off humanitarian aid. There's no rationale. There's no justification in which that becomes okay. It's the same conversation. It doesn't matter whether they've been murdering for a year or not. Day one, post October 7th, this is what we were telling you. Because they said, remember, no fuel, no water, no food. And they keep telling you somehow that's racist or not true. But now they're doing it, though. Publicly going, we're going to shut off the aid because bad guys. Okay, so it doesn't change. It's the same difference. It's a crime. If it was a crime then, it's a crime now. There's no different narrative. They're saying Hamas. There's Hamas. It's the same thing. So ask yourself how it takes a year later for them to just come out with the same story. And now that's okay? Here's what Piers Morgan says. If this is true, it's disgusting. If it's true? Okay, so let's be clear. Associated Press is citing Netanyahu that he's examining a plan to do this. That's on the record. And he goes, if it's true, if you can't see by now the flimsy way Piers Morgan tries to pretend he's objective and clearly has one side in this conversation, you don't want to see it. It's pathetic. And as Propaganda & Co. clearly nails it, if it's true. Yet you bought the atrocity propaganda narrative of raped women and beheaded babies right away and still push that on your interviewees. That there's so much evidence of rape women. No, there's not, Piers. And I think you know that. If it's true. Coward. So here again is Matt Miller also showing you that they're trapped. They don't know what to do. And this speaks for itself about blocking aid. Apparently they're not doing that, but we told them to stop doing that.
I mean, it's pertinent that you have made an assessment, or the Secretary made an assessment that Israel has not been blocking aid. And that was kind of based on the fact that they were making improvements. Since they've gone backward, would you revisit that assessment? It sounds like things have gone backward from that.
So what we said when the Secretary made that assessment, and if you look at the language inside the National Security Memorandum report, it's quite clear that this would be an ongoing assessment and that we expect progress to continue, and that if we see a change in situation, it'll change our policy.
And at the moment, for the purposes of U.S. law, is Israel blocking the delivery of humanitarian aid?
We have not made that assessment at this time, but that goes to the point that it is urgent that they correct the situation and allow humanitarian aid to get in.
Okay, got it. So by correcting it, that means allowing the aid in, which would only imply that it's currently not coming in, which means they're blocking it. Think about how dumb that is. And he just smugly stands there like an idiot. Just, well, look, I mean, I don't know if he accidentally said that. The point is, it's obviously the case. And they know that. And again, we don't need to prove that. ProPublica, Blinken, U.S. State Department information's already proved that they know that and that he hid that and then even gave them the authority to bomb aid trucks if they thought it was going to go to Hamas, which means they bombed that's their excuse for all of it. Absolutely incredible. Once again, he embarrasses himself by claiming the U.S. has not made that assessment. So here is the UN report, bringing this right up to October, that's showing you exactly what we're seeing, yet again confirming that this is accurate. They've been lying about it the entire time. That's down to basically nothing. And also showing you that they are counting private and government. So they're showing you both. That's relevant for the next point. They're trying to lie now to manufacture this element about they're only counting the ones they want. It's just pathetic. All of this is easily proven. They are starving them to death. And never once have they gone over the amount of 500 trucks they need. Pre-crisis average in one day was 500, including fuel. Not once have they gone even close to half of that since October 7th forward. They went almost zero in the beginning and then only barely trickled it up until the point is now we're getting to, I don't know why they removed the numbers at the bottom here for something, but these are the daily numbers right here. May, 88, 81, 80, 87. That's where we are. They're starving them on purpose. They know what's happening. Here's the IPC. So again, all of the evidence in every possible way continues to show you they're starving them, and they just keep lying about it. Famine is imminent. 1.1 million people. The IPC is the location to look to decide that. But here's Elon Levy. The Gaza famine is a hoax. Here's why, right? Here's his breathtaking evidence. A random white guy in the suit telling you things on Twitter.
This is a lie that has been told repeatedly about Israel. And once you
Oh, look, it says lie with an X through it. He must know.
Find out how it was cooked up, you will be shocked. I'm talking about the lie that Israel is starving the people of Gaza. The prediction of imminent famine in Gaza was based on miscounting the food trucks going into Gaza.
False.
Literally, it did not take into account all of the commercial and private food deliveries to Gaza. It also excluded World Food Program deliveries to bakeries in northern Gaza.
Did not.
When these food deliveries are taken into account, it turns out the people of Gaza have more than enough food and calories.
Nope.
In other words, the claim that Israel was starving the people of Gaza only made sense if you didn't count the massive amounts of food that were entering Gaza.
You know, ignoring literally everybody, including doctors, including UN members, including people in the, or, you know, World Central Kitchen, Doctors Without Borders. I mean, you name it. Oxfam, UNICEF, literally everybody is saying not only that they're stopping it deliberately, but they can see them doing it. How about the hundreds of videos we have of settlers burning the food, pulling it off the trucks, IDF in tow, watching them do it? Like, it's just painful that you think this idiot, whoever he is going to sit there and just tell you things on Twitter. Thank you, Twitter files. How embarrassing. This is the best they can do. And also recognize that we're talking about the idea of, you know, not challenging violent historical events, right? I thought that was the whole thing. YouTube, Twitter, right? I'm not calling for censorship, but my point is that if you consistently applying these things, if we come out and deny things from World War II, all of a sudden you're censored immediately. But this guy literally denying the most obvious genocide that we're seeing in history. No big deal. Why? Because you're allowed to ignore Palestinian suffering. It's embarrassing. These people are a joke. Gaza famine is a hoax. Now understand, he's not saying they're just getting enough. He's saying it's a hoax. Like, if there's nobody starving, despite children dying, despite all of the evidence that we have. All right, so what are we saying? The IPC, the World Central Kitchen, that Oxfam, UNICEF, UN, human rights groups, Amnesty International, that the Doctors Without Borders, all the doctors we just showed you independently speaking out, that they're all just working together to lie about Israel because they hate Jews? As I'll obviously say, certainly possible, is absurd. I mean, think about how crazy that is. That is about the equivalent of saying, I'm right and every single person in the world is wrong, which is obviously a possibility. But if you're being objective with all the facts we see, if all you're going to do is take this idiot guy on the video and Elon Levy's word for it, I mean, why? So you're ignoring all the facts to lean in with what they're pointing to. And let's be clear. I just showed you the UN information. I showed you the IPC's point that they're saying is happening. We've shown you all the real world evidence on the ground. Now we're going to get into Israeli media telling you the same thing. Israeli Army's general has a plan for Gaza: starvation, transfer, and genocide. Think about how dumb it is. This is in September, and yet here they are rolling out people like this to just lie to you. So here, CNN reports that they haven't entered any food since October. Now realize, it's at a time when they're already telling you that we're going to starve them. Surrender or starve, but fake news until we want you to know about it. But this guy says, why are you lying? And gives you a screenshot. Gaza food supply enough for population needs, study finds. That's where they're getting this nonsense from. Now let's look at it, because you know that's how we roll on this platform. Study finds food aid to Gaza exceeds international standards. Well, you know why? Leveraging data from Israel's COGAT group. The researchers analyzed aid deliveries by land and air between January and April. Think about that. So first of all, it only goes until April. A lot has been declined since then, but they were already dangerously starving right then from COGAT. Oh, I see. So just like the Hind Rajab conversation, we're going to look to Israel to investigate itself. COGAT is a fake entity. I'm telling you guys, well, I shouldn't say fake. It is an entity that is invested in the narrative for Israel and propaganda. It is not court. Here's the actual platform. Oh, wait, where is it? COGAT, which is supposedly the coordination of government activities in West Bank. And they're not. And coordinating humanitarian aid. No, they're the ones that have, from the very beginning, been caught repeatedly lying about humanitarian aid. Let me show you. So again, the study says they're using their information. Okay, so that's already. So it doesn't have to prove that they're lying, but I'm going to show you that they've been caught lying in exactly around food. And then I'm going to show you. Hold on, where was it? Well, in any case, the point that COGAT has been caught lying explicitly. And then very clearly show you that the evidence is that they are, in fact, starving. And here's the study itself. Food aid supplied to Gaza during 7 months of humanitarian Israeli war. Well, again, so COGAT's the one giving them the numbers. And they're just running with a study based on the numbers they're showing them, and I can prove to you that they're lying. Here's the study. Do you notice anything different? Working print, and by the way, a preprint, not even peer-reviewed, but I doubt it will be. Look at this. These are all the people involved. Tel Aviv, Israel, 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 Israel. Okay, so literally everybody involved is a person in Israel that can obviously, like the argument would be if you wanted an actual study to find this out, it should be independent. Not Israel investigating Israel to find out if Israel committed a crime. So COGAT is the group we're talking about, right? So COGAT. So that's how dumb it is. The preprint, an entire study based on one Israeli entity giving them data. Why don't you ask the UN for that data? Well, obviously, because they go, UN, bad guy. Okay, how about the IPC? How about the world? How about all the rest of them combined? No, we're just going to lean into Israel. That's why. Because everybody else says that it's clearly happening and they can prove it. But here's Oren Barsky, who came out early in this, February 10th. I've shown you this many times, and says there's no famine. Same thing, same agenda. There might be hungry people, but no, look at all this bread. That's the whole point. Oh, look at that. It's Nusrat, the bakery in Gaza, right? Even Twitter broke this down and said food shortages in Gaza are widely documented, with some people resorting to eating animal feed. This is in February 10. To survive. There's evidence that Israel is contributing to aid delays and shortages. The bakery in the video was bombed and destroyed in October 2023. I've shown you this countless times. I mean, I could even probably look up the bakery itself. I don't want to waste time. The point is the Al Nusrat bakery was destroyed. It's one of the type images from one of the recent shows I did, or shows at this time. And where do you think they got that from? COGAT. That's the point. They're the ones doing this. They're lying, and we can prove it because the bakery was destroyed. So COGAT dumps out this garbage article about this, literally pretending it's Nusrat, even though we could prove that it wasn't. And there's another example. Here's this COGAT is literally dumping goods on the Israeli side of the Karim Shalom crossing, which can't be reached without Israel's coordination. Then mocking international organizations that can't reach the goods because of a lack of coordination during this catastrophe. They're manufacturing this. They're creating the circumstances they then blame for why they're not getting the food and then point at anybody else. That's not what an organization does who's actually trying to help people eat. Then you get these ridiculous ongoing threads. This is the bottom of it. This guy going, they get more food, more than enough food. Showing you this ridiculous thing from October 9th. Says Gazans who chose to remain in the war zone of northern Gaza are fed up having to eat canned food. And here's the garbage heap. How fed up are they? Not enough to make them move to southern Gaza. The bottom line, they're trying to pretend that they're so unhappy that they just dumped all these cans. We're not even eating all these cans. That's the point. Quite frankly, I don't even know if this could be 20 years old for all I know. But the point that I think was most hilarious, as this person points out, have you looked closely at the video? Pretty sure they're empty cans. And he's right. If you actually stop and look, they're all empty. Okay? So it's amazing the lack of due diligence or the lazy effort to make this out to be something that it's not. And again, it's October 9th, for crying out loud. So for all we know, they went through whatever excess they had right after they stopped the food from coming in, right? The point is that they're so desperate to make this into something that it's not, that they're exposing themselves. But this is just one small example. It's everywhere. So the point is even Israeli media, as they're right now telling you it's a hoax, are writing the same thing. Here's the plan: starvation, transfer, and genocide. This one's from March 18th this year. Gaza will soon face famine. UN-backed report says EU top diplomat accuses Israel of provoking hunger. Israeli media. The Israeli military doesn't grasp the risk of mass death by starvation in Gaza, says Haaretz, May 3rd. January 12th, 2024. 500,000 Gazans are suffering from acute hunger. Let that sink in. But listen to Elon Levy and this random white guy, because they know, right? Citing extreme hunger in Gaza, Israel's top food security official calls for ceasefire. This is my point. There's no missing this. You either want to care about this or you have an agenda. Israel's own food security official calls for ceasefire, citing extreme hunger. But Elon Levy wants you to believe they're swimming in food. Almost 10% of Gaza's under fives now acutely malnourished. February 9th. January 4th, 2024. Much harder for children. Severe hunger is spreading in Gaza. 4 voices from a human catastrophe. Lastly, from 2023, Israel's deliberate starvation of Gaza's civilian population is a war crime. All that is Haaretz. Every single thing you just heard is Haaretz. Mind-blowing, man. It really is. Okay. In regard to Lebanon, mass slaughter of innocent civilians, women and children, that if any other country did, it would be massively condemned. Putin, Xi, Modi, cowards, silent hypocrites. He's pointing out the ongoing death toll in Lebanon, that any other country that they would want to point it out in, it could be a fraction. But now that it's Israel, they ignore it. And here we go again. Since Western regimes backed them when they slaughtered tens of thousands of civilians in Palestine in the name of fighting Hamas, the genocidal Israelis are doing the same to the Lebanese people. Rising death toll, 2,141 deaths reported in ongoing Israeli attacks as of the 10th of October. This is 4 days ago. Halal Flow points out that Matt Miller was cornered after deflecting when asked whether Israel's threatening Lebanon with annihilation. So we already briefly talked about this. Netanyahu stood up and said, we're going to do to you what we do in Gaza. And they can't acknowledge it. That's how trapped they are. This is Matt Graham calling him out. Or is it Ryan Graham, excuse me.
You said earlier that Israel has a right to attack Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. I wanted to ask if you had seen the Israeli Prime Minister's video that he put out in English to the people of Lebanon last night. He had a couple lines in there. He said, "You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza. I say to you, the people of Lebanon, free your country from Hezbollah so that this war can end." That seems like a blanket threat against the civilian population.
Well, it is. But what's important to point out is what right does he have to say, get rid of something I don't want, otherwise we're going to hurt you? Doesn't that sound a bit like terrorism? Yes. Even if you agree with what he's saying, it's not anybody else's place other than Lebanese people to decide what they allow in their country and what governs their country. It's the same game they keep playing everywhere else. They love to say that. We don't have any right to tell them what to do, only when they're in fact actually deciding what happens. Any place where they're not in control, they love to make it out to be that we have to make sure, otherwise we're all at threat. These people are disgusting hypocrites.
Is that terrorism?
So, first of all, let me say we cannot and must not see the situation in Lebanon turn into anything like the situation in Gaza.
Too late. You already did it.
That would, of course, not be acceptable.
Like the other 400 red lines you pretended weren't acceptable that you then ignored in Gaza.
And ultimately, it is as I said in response to an earlier question, it is up to the Lebanese people, not anybody else, to decide on who their government is. I said in response to another.
Except if Israel wants to, you're going to let them, though, right? Or how about Hamas, right? They elected, you claim, again, I dispute that that's even how that went down, but the narrative is they elected Hamas, a plurality, not a majority, 45%, but then you didn't like that, so you changed it. That's what happened. We can't let Hamas be in control. Okay, same thing is happening in Syria and everywhere else. We can't allow Assad to be in control. You guys are so ridiculous. On the face of this, you can see countless examples of how that's not true in your mind. But when you want it to, it applies. That's why I ask why nobody in that room calls these things out.
Question, no country in the region should dictate to the Lebanese people who their leaders are. Not Israel, not the United States, not any of the other countries in the region, and that should continue.
Now, obviously, I agree with that, but that's not what they believe.
Israel is dictating
to be the case. No, they're conducting operations going after a terrorist organization. That's a different thing than...
You see how that works? Because they deem it terrorist, therefore these things don't apply. So he loves to make the wax intellectual about what we should all do, but then he knows that in his mind, that's terrorist, that doesn't apply. But you don't know that when he's saying that. He wants you to believe that they're the good guy. Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization. Now, how many times they want to say it? It's not the reality of the situation. I've been over this many times.
Dictating what the civilian government should be. That's a question for the Lebanese people to decide. So
again, you see, he just reiterated the point. So, but not them though, because we don't like them. Logic.
But if they decide against Israel's wishes, Israel is threatening Gaza-like annihilation of the people of Lebanon.
And I'm making very clear that there should be no kind of military action in Lebanon that looks anything like Gaza. And
too late. Been happening for 4 days.
Leaves a result anything like Gaza.
Right. So as always, they then do that, and then Matt does nothing, or the U.S. government cowers away from it, and Matt follows suit. That's what we're dealing with right now. As Asal Rod points out, so we went from limited operation to Israel threatening what they did to Gaza, an ongoing genocide in Lebanon. There's Benjamin Netanyahu's tweet right there. Suffering like we see in Gaza. You are literally threatening in public an entire population. It's wild where we are, isn't it? Like, it's actually, even for someone like me, to see this. So I've always felt this because of what I've been seeing and researching and recognizing, but to see this so vividly displayed that these people are what we always thought, like the worst possible envision of what they are. In a way, it's kind of, what's the right word for it? It's not nice. It's in a way, it is, it's good that we can at least go, yes, that is what they are. We can prove that, but it's horrifying at the same time. As Mohammed Safa points out, this is not Gaza. This is Lebanon. So here we go again. This is Lebanon you're looking at. Imagine living in a world where you could get arrested or suspended for saying don't kill children because it might hurt the feelings of the killers. How are we letting this happen again right after it? We haven't even engaged fully with what's going on in Gaza, and they're just doing it again. Right in front of us. Aaron Mate says the use of the term Hezbollah infrastructure is revealing. Matt Miller could have said Hezbollah military targets, but he knows that Israel is also destroying Lebanese civilian infrastructure, and he's signaling that the U.S. is fully on board with that too. I agree. It's not Hezbollah infrastructure. You're just taking down the infrastructure and blaming it. It's Hezbollah tunnels and Hezbollah couches and Hezbollah TVs and Hezbollah everything, just like with Gaza. And everybody knows that. Like, I genuinely think that they all know this. Jason Hinkle points out that in Lebanon, Israel's not even bothering to invent excuses for bombing hospitals and fire stations. There's no attempt to fabricate claims about command and control centers. They're just openly destroying civilian infrastructure and on a massive scale. Here's Sarah Abdallah. They dropped bombs at a fire station in southern Lebanon on the 7th, killing 10 Lebanese firefighters. Why? Because they don't want them stopping the fires, because not in Gaza, they can shut it down quick. But in Lebanon, there's infrastructure. It's not Gaza, but they're targeting what they need to make sure they turn it into Gaza. Vanessa Beeley, who I'm interviewing coming up soon, says, I am now told that nobody can leave or enter. This is as of the 12th, which is what I've heard as well from many reports. Closing the door completely and preventing people passing the bomb crater on foot. And the image, she just simply shows you the breakdown. People are not allowed to get out, just like they're doing in northern Gaza, while pretending they want them to. Dan Bilzerine says, shut the F up. You can't bomb embassies, assassinate foreign leaders, commit genocide, and then cry for sympathy. The world will celebrate your demise. He's pointing to IDF, saying, as tired as you might be of seeing us post about sirens sounding, our civilians are more fed up with running to shelter every time those sirens sound. I mean, I get it. I get why the way he's responded to that. First of all, let's recognize that these don't mean bombs. They mean sirens went off. And let's also recognize that they're very capable of just turning sirens on to torture their own people as long as they get the benefit from that. The perception that we're constantly under attack. But even if they are, we're talking about people who are look at the civilian death roll. It's shocking to see they're targeting civilians, whereas the other side is not. There's no denying that anymore. Iran didn't even kill a single person. And the bottom line here is that they're running to safety. They get to run to their bomb shelters, and they get to complain about their skinned knees and their anxiety, while people in Gaza are literally being melted in front of their families. People in Lebanon are burning inside of their tent. That's what's going on, or rather their homes. So yeah, I don't have much compassion for people who are simply, I mean, I do for the individual people who are dealing with this, whether they want to be involved because of their genocidal government, but I don't have compassion for the government pretending like they're the victim. Rania Collect points out I think a good example of how they're exposing their agenda. In an interview with LBC, Biden's special envoy, Amos Hochstein, who ultimately is acting in the interest of the Israeli government, there's no question there. He has a Freudian slip. Listen for yourself.
And at the same time, have a new government once Lebanon selects a president. Once Lebanon selects a president.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. So as she writes, once we once Lebanon selects a new president, oops, every time. Don't forget Ukraine, Victoria Nuland on a leaked recording, handpicking the supposed election. It's that obvious. It goes back so far, but somehow a lot of the population just never wants to acknowledge that it's real. And I don't think that's the majority, especially not today. We can make this change today. Should we recognize that we're the majority? Outside of the party nonsense, the childish two-party paradigm, outside of the people that are afraid to see it, the majority is there. We just don't act on it. She's saying the U.S. is trying to force Hezbollah out of the government by installing a pro-U.S. president. That's why Matt Miller is acting so strongly against how we should never, because they're doing that. That's my point. Every time. And don't forget, there's already evidence. There's an entire organization called the Movement for Settlement in Southern Lebanon, published this map saying the new Hebrew names for the settlements of Southern Lebanon. They know that everybody can see it. They're not even hiding it. But your government acts like we don't know, and the media pretends it's not there. There's even a new logo for this movement to take over Lebanon and make it Israeli settlements. Here is Smotrich, a dangerous Zionist, saying Jerusalem is destined to extend all the way to Damascus. This is the Greater Israel Project, guys. This is not a secret. They praise this in the public, but the Western media and the Western governments act like it's not there because they're part of it. Israel's sovereignty extends from the sea to the Jordan, he says. Does it extend there, or do you go on to conquer? He says, of the Jordan? Absolutely, but slowly. Guys, it's right in front of you. Where's the Jordanese government? Don't you care that the leading element of the Israeli government is openly telling you you're next? This is my point about how they keep pretending that Russia or Hamas, if we don't stop them, they're going to invade the U.S. next. Not as far as I can tell, but you sure as hell have designs to do exactly that. Or the Azov movement you fund is openly telling you they're going to spread the white race around the world as soon as they're done with Russia. But the ones that we can see that will do that are the ones that you're involved with. No question. He goes on to say, our great religious elders used to say that the future of Jerusalem was to extend as far as Damascus. You get the point. Real sane looking person, I would say. These people are extremists, like the extremist of extremists. And at the same point, Daniel McAdams says suddenly it becomes evident that the whole post-October 7th response was not retaliation, but in fact a long-planned land grab. Here's another point not to forget. This is from a CIA.gov FOIA request. Israel, Lebanon, implications of indefinite stay in Lebanon. This is not new, guys. Where was it again? This is 1983. Okay, realize how old this is. Or the document was created in 2016. They're referencing a note from 1983. Cut to the chase. Well, hold on. Shoot, I forgot the word. I'll find it no matter what. Shoot. The point is, they want to use Lebanese as cheap labor. Oh, that's what it was. There it is. It says, over time, this trend is certain to become further entrenched. Practical realities will force the Southerners to come to terms with Israeli currency and products as ties with the rest of Lebanon erode. They're talking about post-occupation, which they already occupy Lebanon in the Sheba Farms. It says the Lebanese could also become another source of cheap labor for Israel, much as West Bankers and Gazans have already been used. Your government is involved with this ethnic cleansing occupation program. They know what's going on. I mean, up here they mentioned Syria. They mentioned this is a major operation. The Lebanese Arabs would have, it says right here, where was it? 500,000 Lebanese will increase the Arab population under Israeli rule and occupation of 2.3 million compared to 3.2 million Jews, roughly 600,000 Arabs inside the 1967 borders. The Lebanese Arabs would have little in common politically with the Lebanese, however, especially since Israel would probably continue to acknowledge the principle of Lebanese sovereignty over the South, unlike its policy toward the Golan and the West Bank, illegally just taking the land. The bottom line is this is in the designs they had on somebody else's territory going back as far as you can look. Now they're having people openly say there is no Lebanon, doesn't even exist. There's never been a Lebanon. All the same old tired entities are coming back out to show themselves. Now, ultimately, there's a few more. I want to just finish since we're probably longer than ever to get to the UNIFIL point at the end with. This is simply the SMEX, which is a nonprofit dedicated to safeguarding human rights in digital spaces. I want you to know that not only is Israel occupation causing physical destruction, arbitrary damage, but it's weaponizing communications and terrorizing people under bombardment. This is Lebanon, guys. So, like everywhere else, they're infiltrating they're technologically infiltrating, weaponizing technology. And this is the group that look, some WhatsApp users are getting banned from using the app after sharing information about the war. Think about that. WhatsApp is banning them. What does that tell you about WhatsApp? Working for Israel. They're banning them because they share information about what's going on. They already used this in different apps to pinpoint target people they've assassinated. A Lebanese resident reported receiving WhatsApp messages in Hebrew from a sender claiming to be on the IDF, warning him to leave the country before targeting his family. You don't think this is what Israel's doing, guys, and it's everywhere. Don't forget, the pager attack, I said Israel's infiltration of U.S. tech in light of that attack. It is alarming. Now, and also don't forget that the UN refugee chief has already said that their strikes in Lebanon in general are violating humanitarian law, which we should know by now. But Ilan Levy comes out and says, people calling for a diplomatic resolution for Lebanon. He said it exists. It's called UN Security Council Resolution 1701. It was passed in 2006. It was never enforced for 18 years. That's why Israel is acting against Hezbollah. Oh, is that why? You got to love these. So many points to make. How embarrassing it is for this moron to point at the UN resolution while you're violating UN resolutions. Going back 75 years. You know how many resolutions? I think it's like 10 plus we can prove that they just disregard because they don't like it. They go, you're racist. You're biased against Israel. Okay, whatever. Even if that's the truth, why then does this one matter? We like this resolution. Look at how they're violating it while we ignore 14 of them. On top of that, post October 7th, there are resolutions already pointing out that they're supposed to be stopping what's going on. A ceasefire should be in effect according to international law. They don't care. See how insulting it is to act like we're supposed to listen to when you point to one, but not the other way around? But also, that's not why they're doing this, as we can already clearly point out. But it goes, because the international security architecture has failed. But it says, here's another diplomatic resolution that Israel violates. UN Security Council Resolution 465, which condemns the Israeli settlements in occupied territories, declaring them a violation of the 4 Geneva Convention and calling on Israel to cease all settlement activities. Oh, that's another one. I wonder what date that one was initiated. Let's check it out. Oh my gosh, 1980. See how dumb this person is? Or, I mean, even if you knew about it, what an argument to make. They're violating this resolution. Okay, I'll raise you. Resolution 465 from 1980 that you've never acknowledged, which means you continued to violate it and only built more illegal settlements. So you get to pick and choose what resolutions you want to follow? Yes. Make fun of this person. He deserves to be made fun of. Then, even more interesting, 2 more points, actually. So here's what's funny to me. Right, here's on top of all of it, it's a UN resolution, right, Elon? Didn't you just tell us the UN was Hamas? Wait, so you want us to follow Hamas's direction? Am I confused? Obviously, it's a stupid argument, and that's what I'm making fun of. They're not Hamas. I don't trust the UN like more than I trust anybody. But to claim they just are Hamas is so stupid. But yet, here we're going to listen to Hamas because he likes what they're putting forward. Resolution 1701. How dumb this is. Or the president, or rather, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Israel says, I've declared the UN Secretary General persona non grata. He's barred from Israel. Okay, so you're barring the president of the UN, the Secretary General, but follow this resolution that they put forward. It's just, people are so stupid. Pick a lane, dummy. You guys got to make sense of this. But here's what's interesting. Calling their bluff, I argue. And here, check this out. This is on October 13th. That's why he's doing this, because they all they can do is try to reactively respond instead of being smart enough to see ahead of it. On October 11th, the Lebanese prime minister, Hezbollah agrees to UN resolution 1701. Got it? So they come out and go, we're good with it. You know why? Because they're calling their bluff. They're trying to show the international community, look, we're going to pull back. But what they say is that they're arguing that they need not Israel to fill the gap, right? Which is what they want, but peacekeepers that can be deployed between them. Here's what's interesting about this. Right now, that's already a dynamic. I think that they're doing this. They're very tactical, I think. They're doing it because we're going to get into the conversation about the UN peacekeepers in an area. This is about the Irish peacekeepers, the UNIFIL. The point is they're being targeted for maintaining their position. This is all interconnected, guys. So as Lebanon is saying, or Hezbollah is saying, we agree to the thing that they claim we're not following. And the only reason I argue that it shouldn't matter is because Israel has never, they're occupying Lebanon. So why would they acknowledge this, which allowed Israel to fill that space, which they would do if they're illegally occupying land? It's obvious that the legal dynamics of this, it's obvious who is the one maintaining the legality of it all. But overall, the main point is that they're now going, okay, we're good with that. But we demand that the peacekeepers be the ones to maintain the area. Israel doesn't want that. They don't want more UN presence, so they're going to go, no. And that's why Elon comes out and tries to make you think they're not doing it. It's their bad. Don't mind what they're saying. Don't man the mind behind the curtain. Listen to this moron about how they're not doing it, and let's murder everybody. So Netanyahu on the 13th. I'm not kidding, guys. This is very easy to map out. He comes out and goes, this is Howard Beckert pointing it out. Actually, I have the clip. Here's Netanyahu.
I'd like to appeal directly to the UN Secretary General. It is time for you to remove UNIFIL from Hezbollah's strong.
Wait, you mean the Secretary General that the foreign minister just made persona non grata? This is the day before, mind you. So you oust him from the dynamic, but then call on him to do what you want. They don't think we can see this stuff, guys. This is how, I'm serious. I want you to recognize how they are melting down in front of you.
strongholds and from the fighting areas. Secretary General, it is time for you to remove UNIFIL from Hezbollah's strongholds and from the fighting areas.
Which is not where they are.
The IDF has repeatedly asked for this and has
asked for them to remove themselves from a legally held position that you have no right to ask them to remove from, and then saying if you don't remove yourselves, we're going to shoot at you, which they've done. That's the reality.
been met with repeated refusals.
Yeah, because they're not supposed to leave. That's their post.
All aimed at providing a human shield to Hezbollah terrorists.
And there we are. Look at how easy that is. So now an entire UN installation is suddenly human shields for Hezbollah because you don't want them there. And what's the U.S. government doing? Oh, the same old thing. Just not caring at all. Got it.
The refusal to evacuate the UNIFIL soldiers makes them hostages of Hezbollah.
Oh my God, that's wild. So the fact that they, of their own volition, choose to not relieve their post because they don't believe Israel is the authority, because they don't, then you just go, well, then you're hostages then. Therefore, Hezbollah. I mean, how does anybody, so this is the point. This is why I keep saying that honest people, like that there's only liars, Zionists, and people with a political interest in this. And literally everybody else can see through it, because look at what he just said. Do you think there's an honest person out there with objectivity that's going to go, whoa, you're telling me that you threaten, because the story is not that they're being held. It's not like they're tied to a post. They're publicly saying, we're not going to leave our posts. We have a right to be here. You can't do this. And then he goes, if you don't move, you become hostages because Hezbollah, which in their logic means we can murder you now. You think honest people can't see through that? They have lost the plot, guys.
This endangers both them and the lives of our soldiers.
Mr. Secretary General, get the UNIFIL forces out of harm's way. It should be done right now.
Oh, okay, so now you're doing it for their interest. Get them out of harm's way before we accidentally murder them on purpose.
Immediately.
It just really is wild. Netanyahu is now openly threatening the UN, which it's not new, actually, instructing them to remove peacekeepers, troops stationed under a UN resolution, mind you. So it's funny how over here we're going, you don't follow this resolution. Now stop following that resolution. It's just so crazy. Okay, so going forward, Max Granger, or the IDF, comes out on the 10th again and says, Hezbollah operates from within and near civilian areas, including UNIFIL posts. Okay, so let's be clear about something. Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization. Hezbollah has a right to be in Lebanon, okay? They are a popular organization, part of the government, part of a lot of aspects, of the civilian dynamic of the military, of a lot of stuff. It's not just military. So the idea that they might be in and around posts that are in Lebanon is not crazy. The only reason you want to pretend like that's crazy is because you deem them terrorists. I mean, this would be like saying we deem U.S. government terrorists. Therefore, any post they have anywhere in all of these countries is evidence that those countries are criminals, right? And if you don't remove all of your stuff from around their base, or rather just remove yourself from out of the way, then we're going to start killing your country. It's just wild to me. Or rather, I guess to make it point for this, that'd be like saying in the UK, let's say, right? So you're operating, operates from within and near civilian areas, Hezbollah, including near UNIFIL posts. So if they are posted in a location and your troops are around them, okay, that's the point. So why wouldn't the UK troops have a right to be anywhere around a foreign base? They would. But because you just go, now you're terrorism, therefore them being around you makes you guilty. You see the point? It just doesn't make any logical sense. The only reason this lines up for some people is they've decided Hezbollah is terrorism. But even then, UNIFIL has a right to be in the post, and they don't control what happens outside of that post. It's just bad. And your governments are acting like it's okay. The IDF is operating in southern Lebanon and maintains routine communication with UNIFIL. No, they're threatening them. I'll show you. They're firing on them. In fact, they're using chemical gas. The IDF troops operated in Lebanon next to the base. According to IDF, instructed the UN forces in the area to remain in protected spaces, after which the forces opened fire in the area. So they're claiming that they fired on them. It's not true. Why in the world would they possibly do that? And by all evidence and all testimony other than Israel, that's simply not true. But the IDF's headquarters are located in central Tel Aviv, as you know, next to a shopping mall and a sprawling food market. right? So we just talked about the Mossad headquarters and all the rest of these. These are aspects of, I mean, even Iran targeted these things without killing a single person, even though they are embedded within civilian infrastructure, which is supposed to be justifiable to kill everybody, right? According to Israel's logic, that's the point they're making. So now you've got a UN justifiable location that they claim is around areas, therefore human shield. The logic has lost, guys. They have lost the plot. They're just trying to patch anything they can into human shields, and it's becoming very obvious. Mencho also highlights in reverse the Israelis who use UNIFIL as human shields are accusing Hezbollah of doing the same, even if visual evidence is literally indisputable. So what they're trying to show you is they're literally using the UNIFIL base as a defensive shield to fire at Hezbollah. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It's incredible. And right in front of you. Howard Beckett, 10,000 UN troops on the Lebanese border from 50 countries led by Ireland under threat from Israel to leave their post. That's why they want them out of the way, because one, they evidence to their crimes, and there are 10,000 people who could potentially stop them. They are refusing to go anywhere. Their role is one of peace, and they are sticking to it. Now, here's UNIFIL. Statement, the recent escalation along the blue line, which is sort of the dividing line between these things, between, the discussion between their post and Israel, Lebanon. And it says the rockets continue to be launched towards Israel, including civilian areas, they're claiming. Blue line causing widespread destruction of towns and villages in southern Lebanon, while rockets continue to be launched toward Israel, including civilian areas. Now, UN is saying this, which take as you will. The bottom line is the evidence, as we've continued to show you, it's not happening. Unless you pretend that the settlements that are being used and illegal occupying territory is justifiable as civilian area. Well, there's overlapping points here. I don't believe the evidence shows that they are targeting civilian areas. Settlers who are in occupied territory who have been given official capacity by Israel, many of which are armed, many of which are literally carrying out horrifying terror atrocities. It's not the same thing as saying bombing civilians, right? Just to make the nuance clear. But as I said from the very beginning, the line in regard to civilians being targeted has to be clear. But just because the UN says it doesn't therefore make it true. And that should apply in every possible context. Going back to the COVID conversation, the UN body is not something we should blindly trust. The reason these things are relevant to point out is because whether or not UNIFIL is saying this, Israel is the one saying it's happening. So let's just say hypothetically they came out and said this is what's going on. You might ask whether this is a larger agenda. But if Israel comes out and says, yes, we're targeting them, and they give you another side of the story, that becomes a little bit more nuanced, doesn't it? And it shows you that there's no denying that it's happening. Israel just wants you to think that they're justified in going after the UN target. It just blows my mind. In the past days, we have seen incursions from Israel to Lebanon. The point is simply IDF soldiers are firing UN positions, hitting the entrance to the bunker where peacekeepers were sheltering, and damaging vehicles and a communication system. Now you realize, this is my point. Israel has acknowledged that they're engaging with this location. Yesterday, on the 9th, IDF soldiers deliberately fired at and disabled the position's perimeter monitoring cameras, which was reported by BBC. So not only are they firing on the location, but they're taking out the cameras that might be able to document that. It's very clear to see what's going on here. Israeli military says they're conducting thorough review after attacks on UN peacekeepers. Oh, good. They're investigating their own crimes. Howard Becker. A UN declares Israeli troops have opened fire at 3 positions held by UN peacekeepers. This is on the 10th. Israel has long ignored the UN, but now they have effectively declared war on peacekeeping troops. Starmer must ban arms sales now. Here it is. Fired deliberately and disabled the security cameras from the BBC. Now, UNIFIL, as of the 11th, says this morning, UNIFIL's Naqoura headquarters was affected by explosions for the second time in 48 hours. The ongoing reality of the fact they're targeting this location. Like, it's amazing to me how long this can go on. One day you might be able to brush this away as some kind of, this is an ongoing engagement with a UN installation that has been allowed by a resolution. And they just are going, get out of the way. We don't want you here. And it's amazing to me. This is not whether or not you support the UN, this is wild. It's showing you the real-time decoupling from any illusion that they're following international law. That the US government or Israel or the UK even remotely care about it. But they're showing you this is how close they're getting to bombing locations that they're at, threatening them, intimidating them. Now, here is, what was his name? They mentioned it in here. He basically speaking on this as an expert on the topic about what they're dealing with.
Brought criticism not just from the UN, but also from countries, including France.
Wira, thank you very much. Well, let's speak now to Colin Sheridan, a retired Irish army officer who served 3 years on peacekeeping duties in Lebanon. It's good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us on BBC News, Colin. And let me just ask you, first of all, what do you think about what UNIFIL has said in that they've now said they're not going to move back, they're going to stay where they are despite what's happened?
I think it's absolutely correct, Miriam, that they take that position. And I also think it's absolutely correct, many of the assertions out there, that these attacks on these UN posts were deliberate by the Israeli military. As your correspondent just stated, I've been in these UN posts. You've seen footage and pictures of these UN posts. They're very clearly marked. Not only that, but the Israeli military would also have all the coordinates of those UN posts. And that's been the case for decades now.
See, this is what's important. If you're reading this in real time, you can see that they're not trying to pretend like they're accidentally or it's not happening. They're openly going, get out of the way, remove these people or we're going to target them. So even the BBC engagement, like maybe this was, did they deliberately do this? Yes. The fact that we even have to go through that process to get to the facts is what's so frustrating for people that are paying attention.
There's very few new UN posts in South Lebanon. And certainly the headquarters, the UNIFIL headquarters at Ras al-Nakura, where the attack happened yesterday, it's only 2 kilometers or so from the Blue Line. So the Israeli forces are very aware of where these locations are, and they're absolutely aware. This isn't a mistake.
If it's not a mistake, what is it then?
I think it is exactly a continuation of a pattern of
exactly what it looks like, lady.
The Israeli military and the Israeli war machine, if you will, trying to see how much they can get away with. We're seeing that with this. They call this a limited ground operation 2 weeks ago. We now see that they're firing on UN posts. They call the initial strikes on South Beirut as they were targeted strikes on, as they were referring to as Hezbollah strongholds. They weren't Hezbollah strongholds. They were densely populated civilian areas. And now they're creeping further and further into the city, as we saw with those 2 airstrikes in Beirut last night. We saw this. This is the playbook, the same playbook they've used in Gaza as well. So it's to see, in my opinion, as much as they can get away with, how far they can push it. And in trying to bully the UN out of their positions, this is exactly part of their modus operandi of what they've done in the past 12 months.
Okay, Colin, good.
And they just allow it. Like you are just straight. I mean, look, we've watched them murder. I mean, we just heard them discuss this. More UN people have been killed in this war than their entire history before this. Really take a second to recognize how crazy that is. And we're not even just talking about UNRWA. We're talking there's UN entities around all aspects of this. And they're murdering them in Gaza like nothing. And now we're going to wonder whether this is deliberate. They're targeting them. It's obvious. They're blatant calling them Hamas. So here was an example I briefly showed you before. Just quickly, this guy, Matthew R.J. Brodsky, came out and said Israel should carpet bomb the Irish area, then drop napalm over it. But oops, it was an accident. Maybe we should question that. They're literally telling you, just murder them. Get on with it. It's crazy to me. And the point is, this person was obviously coming in over the top. This one was clear. He says, oh, actually, where was it? There's one more. You're right there. I think the mass rape of Ireland, Spain, and Norway would clarify things for them and their populace. Now, this person then got censored. I think it's because it shows you what we're really dealing with. Because I'm telling you, there is far, far worse on this platform in very prominent positions that they don't care about. But this guy comes out and says what half of them are saying right now, but because he's in a position that makes it uncomfortable, they get him out of the way. That's what I genuinely think. Either way, it's being said. The Zionists are screaming these things. Ireland should be conquered. They are psychopaths, it says. Or they are psychopaths, calling this guy. Ireland should be conquered. It will be Israeli colony. Solve the issue of living space and eliminate the worst people in the world. Why? Because they are one of the most outspoken about Israeli crimes. Alonzo Grimendi says, wait, is it reasonable to say there may be an international armed conflict between Israel and the UN and Lebanon now? UNIFIL says 5th peacekeeper wounded on the 12th. Said 5th UN member wounded in something that we're still debating whether it's even happening deliberately. Arnaud Bertrand. The IDF literally used chemical weapons on UN peacekeepers. Oh, I've got it right here. Despite putting on protective masks, 15 peacekeepers suffered effects, including skin irritation, gastrointestinal reactions after the smoke entered the camp. The peacekeepers are receiving treatment. Now, again, as usual, the point being, this is what they're stating. The reality, though, is, as again, full picture, we know Israel has done this. We know they are doing this. We know they've been caught repeatedly using white phosphorus to get also. The Abby Martin has done an amazing breakdown on the gas they use a while ago. That this is not tear gas, guys. This is dangerous gas that is a chemical weapon. People have died from it. Now we've got members of the UN, which, by the way, the point is, if this was a thing on Twitter that you couldn't verify, that would be one thing. This is going to be discussed. These people are going to get tested. There's going to be a report about what they're dealing from. I think this is an important shift. I think they may have stepped a bit too far. 6:40 a.m., peacekeepers at the same position reported the firing of several rounds 100 meters north, which emanated smoke. Then they had to put masks on because they were suffering from skin irritation, effects, gastrointestinal, all sorts of different things. The peacekeepers are receiving treatment for it. As Francesca Albanese points out, for decades, Israel's violated international law, including UN resolutions, ICJ orders. This year, it has bombed dozens of UN premises, killed hundreds of UN staff, accused UN officials of terrorism and anti-Semitism, among others. Now it's attacking peacekeepers. When will Israel be unseated from the United Nations? Good point. Yeah, this is as of today, and I think this one is actually, no, next one is as of today. So here's one more report. As of the 13th, what's going on with the peacekeepers in Israel?
UNIFIL, the UN peacekeeping force there, says that Israeli military has twice attacked one of their bases and peacekeepers. They say that on two separate occasions they have been targeted, leaving 15 peacekeepers with injuries. I'll go into some detail for you now, but crucially, this means that the IDF have crossed what UNIFIL say is the blue line into Lebanon. That's a demarcation line that was established back in 2000 to separate the Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon at the time. So it's effectively a kind of, in layman's terms, border. It's
right. You mean, so the last time Israel occupied Lebanon, I got it. And so they pulled back. So they're in a legally binding official position from a UN resolution to keep the line between what Israel would probably take back illegally yet again. But guess what, though? They're already occupying the Sheba farm. They're already occupying a different location of Lebanon because that's what they do.
Blue line is a demarcation line between Lebanon and.
Just to wrap this up, since we're super long today, which again, I wasn't rushing, so I'm glad that we went through all this today. But the reality being that this is obvious history. So it's incredible. And I think this is part of it, right? They know that this location represents evidence that they were illegally occupying Lebanon. So Lord Bebo points this out as of today. Israeli tanks have entered the UN peacekeeping base in Lebanon. 2 Israeli tanks destroyed the gates of the UN interim force in Lebanon. The peacekeeping mission's official Telegram channel reported. The Merkava tanks, quote, broke into the base on the night of Saturday to Sunday, the message said. At about 4:30 a.m., while the peacekeepers were in cover, 2 IDF Merkava tanks destroyed the main gate of the position and entered it. They asked the base several times to turn off the lights. The tanks left after 45 minutes after the UNIFIL protested through our communication mechanism. This is straight up intimidation. Breaking in with a tank and telling them to turn out the lights? It doesn't make any sense. Stating the IDF presence was putting the peacekeepers at risk. After the tanks left the base, the peacekeepers reported several shots fired 100 meters to the north, which were emitting smoke, right? So they break in, threaten them, then they get kind of forced out, which they never like. They're embarrassed. So what do? Fire chemical weapons, as the reports go. The smoke then entered the base, injuring 15 peacekeepers. The IDF press service presented a different version. The tanks evacuated the wounded and drove several meters into the peacekeepers' positions. A camouflage shot was fired to facilitate the evacuation, and Israeli military posed no threat to the peacekeeper mission. So they lied. As far as I could tell, that they weren't rescuing anybody from within this location, unless they themselves were hurt and they rescued themselves from themselves. They were the ones firing. They were the combatant. They jump in there and they claim they were rescuing somebody. And then, of course, they fire a chemical weapon that people get sick from, and they just lie about it. It's pretty wild. But as always, as Alonzo Grimandi points out, UNRWA is Hamas. UNIFIL, human shields to Hezbollah. UNSG, anti-Israel. ICJ, anti-Semitic. UN General Assembly, swamp of anti-Semitic bile. At some point, the UN needs to do more than be shocked, preferably before more UN personnel is killed by Israel. Pretty crazy. It's the same old excuse and nobody cares. Now, lastly, just a couple of examples of how lazy this all is. Here's one of these kind of rising stars in the Zionist propaganda field. It says, here is a photo of UNIFIL. See? They're just changing it over. It's the same old game. But now here's UNIFIL with a Hezbollah flag. Because, of course, that makes sense, right? Because it's so dumb, it makes my teeth hurt. It's so embarrassing. Are all UN agencies helping terrorists? Right. So over here accusing the UN of just terrorism, but over here, follow this UN resolution. So pathetic. But guess what? It says quite the opposite. It showcases UNIFIL being attacked. Misleading. This photo doesn't showcase cooperation between UNIFIL and Hezbollah. This is from a video taken back on April 1st, which reports it showcases residents of the village of southern Lebanon attacking the UNIFIL patrol, slashing their tires and hanging the flag. Then, even more so, which I think is more accurate. Oops. So this is what they're saying is that this is an image of them being pushed back and fought and somebody else doing that. But I think this is more the accurate reality. If you look closely at this, that's ridiculous. As this person says, not even a good Photoshop. The shade lighting makes zero sense. It's true. Yeah, or how does that make sense? Is this, it's a flat thing, but somehow that's, the reality is so dumb here. Either way, the idea that we're going to pretend that UNIFIL is rocking a Hezbollah flag, like how does that even, so you realize this is an entity that is tapped into the United Nations, right? Like, so either that means that you pretend the UN just is Hezbollah, which again is so stupid in so many ways. Are they Hezbollah or are they Hamas? Oh, I bet they're just Iran now, because that's the way that'll make sense to some people. Either way, that's fake. And they're trying to push these ideas on you because they don't know what else to do. Oh, look, there's another one. By the way, you must be getting his 10%. It's fake, obviously. It's ridiculous what they're doing. Now, that's a joke. That one was meant to make fun of what they're doing. But overall, this is what even the IDF is doing. And look at this, guys. How breaking news. It says, you might be asking yourself the same question we are. Now realize, this is today. Now, after this is failing, after everybody can see the obviousness of this, what do? Well, we have to pretend that UNIFIL are terrorists, because otherwise this isn't going to change. So they spent the last week trying to tell them, get out of the way, make them move. They're too close to terrorists. You're being used as human shields. We're trying to save you. Oh, wait, you don't care about any of that? Okay, now you're terrorists. See how clumsy and reactive their propaganda is? You just yesterday were telling us they were in danger to get them out of the way. But now they're going, look, how come Hezbollah is able to embed their weapons right near them? Dun, dun, dun. But guess what? Look at this neatly stacked thing in the middle of a field. It's a weird secret spot for a bunch of weapons, right? Oh, but look, it's right over there. There's their base. As Mohammed points out, which I agree, you really think people are dumb enough to believe that Hezbollah would just neatly pile a weapon stash in the most OCD way right out in the open for Israeli drones to see? And conveniently right next to a UNIFIL team? I mean, come on. They just think you're this stupid, or they're actually that dumb. And they don't think that, and they don't know that you're smarter than that. And whether or not you even understand how dumb this is, they have been caught 47 times. I mean, in just this conversation, or let's just even take the hospitals, Shifa, Al-Aqsa, they've been caught every single time by the corporate media, pretending, lying, cutting film. I mean, like clumsy, the ways where they have to delete the tweets. And here we are. And your governments are allowing them to roll this right into another genocide. Hopefully we can do something about that. Almost 6 hours today. I knew it would be long. I really did. I knew this was going to be quite a long show. But I think it was important to get a lot of this out there. As much as I know this will limit a lot of other people might see it, help me get it out there, guys. Break some clips out of this. Whatever you found interesting, tag me. I'll share it. But thank you for continuing to support this platform. Thank you for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.